Thank you. Good evening, Paterson. On behalf of the Municipal Council, I would like to welcome you all to the great meeting on July 18. It's a little past 7 p.m. Let me just remind the members of the community that so we have 3 minutes. So if you would like to speak on the public portion, we still have the list. Add your name on the list of the public portion, and you will have 3 minutes to address this council. Let me also remind members of the community to keep the decorum and the respect on the chamber. To my council colleague, let's be mindful of the time and let's stick within the 2 minutes to also respect the public. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. The meeting is now called to order. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Tuesday, July 18th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton?
Here.
Councilwoman Davila?
Present.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Kalik?
Here.
Councilwoman Mims?
Here.
Councilman Udin?
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Welcome, everyone. Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, this evening's prayer will be rendered by Elder Winifred Harrison of Open Door Christian Ministry, which will be followed by the flag salute by the Honorable Ruby N. Cotton, our 4th Ward Councilwoman. Elder.
Oh my gosh. Sometimes delivery.
Some people have 5 months of naming people.
Ask everybody to rise.
Our God, our Father, we thank you for this time. We thank you for this moment. We thank you for who you are in our lives, oh God. We thank you as this council come to order. May your plans be done, oh God. May your will be done. May your purpose be done, oh God. God, we thank you that we continue to bless your name in all that we do. Create in each of them a clean heart, oh God, and renew your right spirit within them, oh God. Let them continue to do your work according to your will and to your purpose. Oh God, we ask you to continue to touch each and every one of them from the crown of their heads to the sole of their feet, oh God. And let them understand that the council is for the city, that the council is for the people, that the council is for our union, oh God. Let there be one union as one, oh God. Let there not be separations of the wards, but let there be separations of unity, oh God. Continue to bless them as they do. Continue to anoint them as they do. And also, oh God, continue to let them be rectified in anything that they're not supposed to do. God, we ask you to continue to bless each and every organization, each and every community event, each and every financial situation, especially the finances, oh God. Continue to bless them as they continue to sign their name on papers that need to be done correctly in decency and in order. God, continue to bless them as they continue to do the work of your people, and let them seek you first in the name of Jesus, so your will could be done. And as we pray your prayer, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, for thy art the kingdom, the power, and the glory, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Flag salute.
The flag salute.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what that was about, but
We're taking this show from the jump up in here. Political jump.
Flag by country salute. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which
which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Yes. Moment of silence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the public, council member, let's stay on. Let's now give a moment of silence for those that lost their loved one in our city. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance, and right after that, we'll have a presentation. I have
Yes, Mr. President.
our team ready.
So a statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. Today's meeting date is July 18, 2023, and the time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Cap Inter Paterson, the weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Mims, before I have a presentation.
This will be quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Before we begin, I would like to ask that item 16 be removed from the agenda. I need to do some tweak on the language, and then I'll bring it back on the workshop in August.
Understood.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Mims. Madam Clerk, item number 16 will be removed from the agenda.
Thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Just want to say, please, I just want to thank Winifred Harris for surrendering the prayer for me for the council chambers tonight. Thank you, Ms. Harrison, for rendering the prayer for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, I think...
Just, council member, if you mind, let me just, let me do the presentation.
You
We have-
just,
Sure.
number 16, you said is removed. You can't just remove it. It needs to be a vote. It's on non-consent agenda. It has been a motion to table it off. I think this item should go for a vote. It's been, there's no need for a discussion. So
So I
if
will
you want to
get,
remove it, let's put a motion
so
on.
right after the presentation, let me get a legal opinion for Corporation Council to, for the record, I need your legal opinion on item 16, and also the clerk, so if it could be removed, or if it could be tabled, or if we have to vote it on. I know this item has been on the agenda in multiple occasions. It's been discussed for month and month, and we should be taking action, formal action today, to put this on the pass. Whether it pass, whether it fail, I think, televising the workshop is being a long discussion. So, Corporation Council, before, after my presentation, I need your legal opinion. Thank you.
Turn it.
Thank you. So, member of the public in Paterson, today is a very special night today because we have a group of baseball players or children from our community, Paterson Public School student, that went to Puerto Rico to participate on the tournament of the Latino Americano tournament of baseball. So they are here with us, and we just want to say thank you on behalf of the city of Paterson, on behalf of this municipal council, and the city at large. We want to say thank you for representing the great city of Paterson in Puerto Rico. Thank you for doing an outstanding job. You are the future. We believe in you. Keep working. Also, I would like to congratulate the members of this organization, the coach, for the outstanding job that they're doing with all of you. So we have a citation on behalf of this municipal council. I'm going to start calling the first baseball player. I would like to call Alberson Dominguez. Let's put our hands for Alberson Dominguez. Please come over. The next baseball player is Jander Abreu. Fuerte el aplauso. Let's put our hands together. Mr. Abreu. I saw some video. You perform extremely well. You make us proud. You make Paterson proud. Congratulations. So the next one is William Espiritu. William. Rendry Fermín. Manny Fermín. Congratulations, well deserved. Raelson Galindo. John Paul Rodríguez. Arvin Rodríguez. Francis Tejada. Israel Emilio Villegas. Tenemos a Francisco Guerrero, nuestro coach. Francisco, let's put our hands together. You are the one of the responsible person for, having those kids in Puerto Rico playing sports. Yeah. Also, we have Ruth Garcia, la instructora. Where is Ruth Garcia? Come over, Ruth. They are the one responsible to work with those kids day and night. Ruth, thank you so very much for your outstanding job. Tenemos a Paul Rodríguez, Public Relations. Where is Paul Rodríguez? Tenemos a Lisette Rodríguez, el godmother Lisette Rodríguez. And Paulette Rodríguez also. So on behalf of this municipal council, we welcome you back to the city of Paterson. We want to say thank you once again for your outstanding job and supporting and also representing us in La Isla del Encanto, Puerto Rico. Thank you so very much. Council member, if you want to take a group picture before we join the meeting. Council members, if you want to go around.
No problem. Council President.
All right, Paterson.
Louis, Councilman.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Thank you. That was you. Yeah. Thank you, council member and members of the public. So we're going to start with the agenda. So we have, so what we're going to do, Madam Clerk, so there's a request on the floor to table item 16, but we need a motion and a second to be able to table it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take item 16.
Mr. President?
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
You, as a president, can remove the item unless someone has rejected.
But quite honestly, Madam Clerk, I want to go through the process because this
Council
item
President,
16.
I object by that, so.
Huh?
I object by that, so you can't remove it.
Council members, item 16, the workshop to be televised has been discussed for a month and month. And as you see, I left it on the agenda. It was removed from the agenda in the multiple meeting in the past with the past council president. I'm not removing this item. I want to have the discussion. And I want to vote on. I think we have to move on with this item. And any other item moving forward, one of the things that you will see with me as a president, if you request the item will be in the agenda. We're going to have the discussion and we want to vote on. So I need a motion and a second to table this item.
No, so we could keep, if that's the case, just leave it there. We'll vote on it later.
Okay, so
No.
we leave on that. So wait, council members, just give me a minute. So item 16, I don't think that we have more discussion. We could proceed with this item since we're speaking with this item. Madam Clerk, can we read item 16?
Yes, Mr. President. Just give me a minute. Item number 16 is a resolution requesting that the workshop sessions of the Municipal Council be televised. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilman M.D. Farid Udin and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's City Council Resolution 23437.
So moved.
Second.
Second, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Roll call on item number 16 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Oh, we gonna do that now. Everybody gonna pass, huh? I just had to say that, that's all. Thank you, audience. With that being said, we've been discussing this for quite some time. People want to see it televised, the workshop. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
I've been a council member now for 9 years, and prior to that, coming to these meetings, workshops were never televised. Not that it can't be now, okay, but that has not been the history. With that said, workshops are to work, to get down, say what we gotta do what we gotta say. I did not support it before, and I won't support it now, and it's not because of transparency. If you look across the board with all other entities within our county and our state, workshops are not televised. With that said, the council chambers is always open. We have the dean of the council here, Councilman McCoy. Never were the workshops televised. but it didn't mean that the doors were not open for you to come in and discuss, okay, any concerns that you have. So with that said, my vote is no to televise the workshop meetings.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Councilman Kalik.
No.
Councilwoman Mims.
Pass.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Let me pass and see if I get convinced.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
Let it pass again?
He said no.
He said no.
He said no.
I heard him. I'm coming back to you. You passed.
No, you went to Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes,
he
Councilman
voted.
Abdelaziz said no.
Okay.
No, you
You're coming back to me? Okay. So Paterson, this item, the workshops to be televised, is not an initiative that a couple council members just randomly came out on the top of their head. A lot of the work, tireless work, and the important work gets done in workshop. When we vet, we have conversations. It's a little longer than the regular meetings, but it's very vital to ensure that the public is made aware of what's happening in the chambers and based on your tax dollars. Your tax dollars are very important. I just had a meeting with some of the residents. They just got their newest sewer tax bill. They were very upset about it, and that stuff is discussed in workshop. It's voted on regular meetings, but it's very critical. A lot of things get discussed in our workshop, and I think it's important when the residents are asking for something that we bring the item forward. This was brought forward by some of our seniors in the community, by people that have children that are not able to come out into the workshops. They can't stay all night, so they've made this request a few times, and that's why the item is brought back. With that being stated, I support and stand with the residents of this community. You need to know what's going on. And with that being stated, based on the longest-serving Hall of Famer, Councilwoman Vera Ames, who's watching, workshops were televised. They were televised, and we have it on the record, and we have proof and evidence. She is watching, and I wanted to make that clear to the public. They have been televised, and then they were stopped a couple years ago. So with that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
No, but it was not when he was here.
So I had to get a data first before making my decision and clarify the community regarding some statement done. I respect Councilwoman Vera Ames and her opinion regarding the televised workshop. I did a search from an employee that works in the clerk's office in the city of Paterson for 48 years. I requested to the clerk, data, how many workshop meetings was televised. There was none to find. People are getting confused between special meetings televised during the workshop. That's totally different, because the televised meeting, special meeting, there's decision to take. We need to vote on items. That's why they call it special meeting, and they had to make public. Now, this has come up to us a couple times, had been voted down a couple times. What is left over on this type of situation regarding requesting the community and trying to listen to the community, I cannot just go one by one, two, or three. I think that after this is failing again, put a question in the ballot, and if people want it, they will vote on it, and that the public will express themselves. That will be the next step to take. If has failed, they haven't bring nothing new on the resolution to take consider it, to be able to move this forward. Nothing new have come out after it come and fail. So saying that, we are transparent. Whoever don't know that we are transparent, come and look at our voting record, look at our discussion, and you see that we have been transparent because the city is moving forward. My vote is no on this resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is no.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 3 yeses, 5 noes, 1 absent. Item number 16 has failed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, could we do the consent agenda? No, after that.
Yes, Mr. President. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbered 2 through 15. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila Mims. Roll call on the consent agenda.
Roll call on consent agenda for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Passing this consent agenda, East Side Park Tennis Court will be not renovated. It's time to do that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm very excited to all the residents of the Third Ward. On this consent agenda, we have that item to renovate the tennis court at Eastside Park that is desperately needed. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, there's only the item 35, which is a bazaar for Event USA. I would like to remove item 35, just for the record. The member of this organization, they decide to change the date on the event. They didn't submit all the document because I have a new date. So I will remove item 35, Madam Clerk, from this agenda.
Council
Thank you.
President.
And just give me a second, Councilman Velez. And I would like to take care of all the bazaar license, starting with item 31, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Council President.
Wait, you said we removing item number 35?
35, they changed the day on the event, that's the information that I have. And also, we left the item on the agenda until yesterday to give them even an additional time to see if they submit the document. They didn't submit it, so they decided to change the date on the event. So we give them as much time as possible to do it. The rest of the bazaar for all the event, they are in compliance. According with the clerk department, everybody submit the documentation. So, Madam Clerk, I would like to move with item 31 for a vote.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 31 is a resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for East Side Neighborhood Association 2.0 to conduct a picnic. It's Finance Resolution 23452.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Shaheen, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item 31.
Roll call on item number 31 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Pass.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I want to commend the East Side Neighborhood 2.0 Association for this great jazz festival. They have some great acts. They have Sybil Lynch, which we know is from Paterson, who is well-renowned, but they have Will Downing coming to Paterson. So please come out to this great bazaar and picnic. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I want to pass. I'm reading something from the insurance here.
Okay, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Velez.
I just got to make this question. Not this question, my comment. I'm reading over the police coverage of this event. Madam BA, I don't see nothing that says how many officers we gonna have there. How many, it says here in liability insurance, if we're gonna be fair across the board, because that have been questioned to us as a councilman. So the insurance coverage says that we'll have 500 attendees. And nothing against the event, but they have been questioned to us in the finance chair that we need to be fair across the board. Where is the police coverage?
That's a question, Madam BA?
Yes, Council President,
Page
if you
8.
look at, it's page
Page
8.
number 8.
If you,
Page number 8. Yeah.
yep, page number 8, there's a letter from Paterson Police.
The answer is that it's being covered by Paterson Police?
Yes.
Okay. Council member, if there's no more question,
Okay, so I gotta vote, but if it's gonna be covered by Paterson Police in the future, we need to know how many officers we're gonna be using in that event, okay? Not just say it's covered by Paterson Police. We're gonna be fair across the board because it's fair to everyone and every event that comes to the city. Saying that, the event must go on, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just also congratulate this great organization for this amazing event. It was a great event last year, and I know it's going to be even better this year. To all the organizers, the best of luck, and they know that they got my full support. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 31 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 32.
Item 32 is a resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Peruvian Parade, Inc. to conduct a festival. It's Finance Resolution 23453.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 32, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 32 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
I proudly am looking forward to celebrating another year with Peruvian Parade. This item went through finance, our workshop. Just so you all know, there will be 160 officers assigned that day. This parade starts in Passaic at 9 o'clock, goes through Clifton, and ends in Paterson with a festival on Memorial Drive. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
You skip me, madam.
I'm sorry, Councilman
It's okay,
Kalik.
you could come
Yes.
back to me.
They have it all
My
missed.
vote is yes. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And Dr. Mims, you're yes?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So this is the parade festival, I believe it is, but this is for the festival,
I
right?
can't sit all night and fix it.
Parade.
Yeah, but this is the festival. Yeah, but sorry.
You have to fix this.
See, we need to be fair across the board.
This is crazy.
150 cops, 60, they paying. 160 cop, they paying. And they also nonprofit. They also nonprofit. They are from Paterson, yes. They are
We
from
are on
Paterson.
voting session.
And
Member.
what I'm saying is, we need to be fair across the board. Events are community events are community events, and that's why we say we need to be fair across the board. Saying that, chimpung callao. My vote is yes.
Councilman,
Council President.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 32 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item 33 on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Item number 33 is a resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for the Bill McCoy Foundation to conduct a festival. It's Finance Resolution 23:454.
So
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman David and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
It was Mims, Council President.
So it was moved by Councilwoman
Move it, I
Mims
second it, I
and
third it. Let's move
and Councilwoman Cotton, and second by Councilmember Les. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33.
Roll call on item number 33 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the Bill McCoy Foundation, everyone is looking forward to that weekend, especially the gospel part that you have on Sunday, which is really, really wonderful. So everyone is looking forward to it, so I can't wait to come too, especially to the gospel piece of it. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Before I vote, I'd like to apologize to the Bill McCoy Foundation and to Councilman McCoy. At last workshop, we had discussed it in finance, and it came forward to the workshop. I suggested for all items to go through consent, but because there was some other applications missing information, it was put to a regular vote, of which the following day he received a call about certain amendments that were not discussed in workshop. I always say I'm a person, I'm transparent, regardless if you like my face or not. I say the truth, and so to that, I just wanted to make that point. We do not do the assessment in terms of policing, public safety. That is done, and it's been taken over by the OIC, the officer in charge, Chief Abbasi, who has made determinations that we, the council, cannot tell them. And I had various conversations about what occurred, but at the end of the day, in a very nice way, because he was not rude, he is the officer in charge assigned by the Attorney General's office, so the council really does not determine in terms of public safety and what is needed for these festivals and bazaars. With that said, I've always supported the Bill McCoy Foundation. I will continue. I've always gone to the bazaar. I look forward to it, and that's pretty much it for this moment. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, first of all, I commend the Bill McCoy Foundation for all the work you do. The toy drive, community efforts, your gala, honoring so many great people that we have never even known throughout history, and you do it every year. Last week, when it comes to bazaars and license, things are changing. They're evolving because we have the Attorney General's office that took over the police department. Because there was no clarity as to how many officers with this one and that one, we needed to bring that to a place of non-consent. When you're not sure about something, you can't just have it on consent and it just votes straight through. You got to make sure there's clarity and transparency to everyone aboard. Has nothing to do with entities in and of itself. I respect all of them. I pretty much support everybody. But I just think when we're not clear about something, we have to always ask questions, and then we bring it to the public so they're aware of what's going on. With that being said, just like the other ones, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
So, Councilman Bill McCoy, we spoke multiple times about these things, and one thing is very important, that the organization or the individuals trying to put an event together for the community members, when we are putting these numbers of police officers, which is really important. Think about 10, 12 officers, how much does it cost? So it's a lot of money. And I think what council can do is we can come up with the ordinance or amend the ordinance that instead of, per 50 people, 1 officer is needed. I think we need to come up with this, reconsider this, and change it. Otherwise, you cannot see many events taking place in the city of Paterson. Because think about Bill McCoy Foundation or the other events. If we go over the record, we don't see any incident that happened that negatively impact the community. We don't see that. But why we are taking this extra burden on people's shoulder that is hard to carry. So again, Councilman, I'm extremely sorry. We spoke multiple times last whole week. And again, since it's not in control, but again, what we can do is we can come up with a new ordinance or amend the ordinance that we have as of now. So with that being said, I proudly support your organization and all the events you host, Councilman. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So let me give a little bit of lecture here. We have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with the state of New Jersey. We cannot just change the ordinance because we want to. Councilman McCoy is fully aware of that. And everybody that comes to the city is aware that they had to apply, et cetera, and they had to put officers into the event. I know this foundation from way before being councilman. I was the translator when he had to do events for the community out there in the Latino side. So I know his heart for the community. What I don't agree is, and I'm gonna mention it day by day, every bazaar or license that come here, we need to be fair across the board, ladies and gentlemen. We just approved, okay, an event of a nonprofit with 1,000 people assisting on it, and according to the application, and Paterson Police is going to cover the security. Meanwhile, we had other nonprofit to come to the city, they're not getting money from it, and we are charging them officer. And this time, we are charging McCoy Foundation 10 officer. Or 12, or whatever, but we are, and need to be, Madam BA, this is for the administration, fair across the board. We cannot just charge one nonprofit 15 cops and the other one 5 with the same amount of attendees, okay? And then say, we need to do this because the officer in charge is in town. We need to be across the board fair. Saying that, the 2 event days that Mr. McCoy always have is the only event in the city of Paterson that has a gospel day all day. Saying that, I will enjoy it. Councilman McCoy, keep on doing the great job for the people, the residents of the city of Paterson. So my vote is yes on this, in this license.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. I just saw Councilman Jackson come in. We're voting on item number 33.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's a pleasure to come in the middle of the acting job, but my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 9 in favor, no objection. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to the next bazaar application, which is item number 34.
Item number 34 is a resolution under Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaars, addressing a license for Charles Brown to conduct a picnic at Eastside Park Upper Picnic Area. It's Finance Resolution 23:455.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 34.
Roll call on item number 34 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I stated what I had to state. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, this is the last bazaar application that we have. Let me just, for the record, emphasize that each of those organizations submit all the supporting documentation to be on the agenda, and that is the reason why they're on the agenda. That's the reason why we're voting on all of them. There was only one that we've removed it because they were not ready. So it's not about who, it's about fair process and who submit the document on a timely manner. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's move to item 17.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 17 is a resolution honoring Reverend Mildred Louise Farrar, Pastor Emeritus, for her dedication and years of service. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton. It's a City Council Resolution 23:438.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 17.
Roll call on item number 17 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I have to say to Pastor, I know some people like shh, because they don't know the people, but I have to speak. Pastor Farrar is a staple in our community. Her church is known as the Church with the Purple Doors on Madison. I want to commend her. Her family is known for the legacy of faith and also the legacy of singing. It's almost every family member they have, from the elder to the youngest, can all sing. I haven't seen that in many families, but in all of their family lineage, and I have to commend them for that. Pastor Farrar and your wonderful family, congratulations. This is a great resolution, Councilman Velez. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
She's a big pillar from that church. It's in the Fifth Ward, historic church in New Christian Tabernacle, and that represents a lot. The leadership that she have and continue the leadership in the city of Paterson, also in the Fifth Ward. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
the votes are 9 in favor. Item number 17 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 18.
Item number 18 is a resolution celebrating New Christian Tabernacle Church on their 50th year anniversary. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton. City Council Resolution 23:439.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 18.
Roll call on item number 18 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
50 is the number of Jubilee. Congratulations to pastor and people. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So now we're talking about the New Christian Tabernacle Church 50 years anniversary. I know Mr. Joe DeFranco is here. Thank you for making it happen. The ramp for the handicaps that goes to the church and the elderly. I thank you for that, to understanding the ministry and the church leadership. They have faith, like Councilwoman Mims say. They are good singers. And not only that, they didn't stop giving. Even in the middle of the pandemic, you go to every Tuesday, you see that they have a CDC giving out food, giving out the Bibles, giving the prayers. So nobody could go just like that in there and say, hey, I'm going to do this. But they've been doing a tremendous work, and they serve the whole entire Fifth Ward, no matter where you come from, or religion, or how you look. That is ministry. God bless you. New Christian Tabernacle Church, keep on doing a great job. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
Thank you. Councilmember, let's stick within the 2 minutes to get into the public portion as soon as possible. With that being said, congratulations, Pastor, 50 years. May God continue blessing you with long life. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item number 19.
Item number 19 is a resolution honoring Reverend Dr. Clarence J. Baker for his 35 years of ministry in the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez. It's a City Council Resolution 23-440.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, Mims, Mendez, and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 19 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Congratulations to another great man of God. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Reverend, congratulations for your 35 years of service. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 20.
Item number 20 is a resolution honoring Nancy Greer for her 40-plus years of outstanding community work in the city of Paterson. Is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton, and co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution 23:441.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, Davila, and Velez. It's moved by Councilman Mims and Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 20.
Just put.
Roll call.
And Cotton also as well, second by you.
Thank you, Councilman.
No problem.
Roll call on item number 20 for approval, Councilman Abdelaziz.
So Paterson's losing a very, very, very good fire chief that's taking.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet.
Oh, no, man. Well, Paterson's losing a very, listen, she is a chief in her own way, Nancy Greer. They didn't let me finish, Ernie. Nancy Greer, 40-plus years of serving the city of Paterson, and I've worked with her not only just in the city of Paterson, but her city activism and all she does with me in the Democratic Committee. She's going to be missed here in the city of Paterson, but I know she's not going anywhere. I know she's going to be side by side in the 4th Ward, working with those kids at the St. Augustine Multi-Help Center over there, so my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, sometimes you can sit here and you get kind of like lost a little bit from what you're voting on. But I just want to say congratulations to Nancy. She has put in 40 years. She was there, part of the city where my husband Eddie Cotton was a councilman back in the 80s. Nancy ran the James Recreation Center on Godwin Avenue and Auburn Street. So people are still calling her, looking for her. She does that community neighborhood assistance, giving out apartments, looking for apartments, just helping in any way that she can possibly do. And I know that people are still calling her, and she's going to continue to do what she has to do to help our community. But I just want to say congratulations, Nancy, to your retirement. You will still be around doing a lot of things in the city. So, Madam Clerk, with that being said, and her mom, Josie, was a wonderful woman, which we was able to name Hamilton Avenue portion Josie Greer Way, and that's between Carroll Street and Rosa Parks Boulevard. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
There are certain times that, you know, you just vote yes or no, right? But we definitely have to say something about Nancy Greer. I just, on a personal, just want to thank you for all of your years of service, but specifically thank you for always being consistent. Thank you for always being that person with me regardless of what was going on. I love our relationship. You were and will continue to be the face of the neighborhood. We appreciate all of the hard work and dedication that you gave this city, to all the children, to grandparents, and I could say it's a sad day, but at the same time, I think it's great because I hope and pray that you enjoy your retirement, that you're able to do things now that you have not been able to do. So with that said, in support, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sure everyone down the line is going to have something phenomenal to say about someone, but what stands out to me most is her level of integrity. She never allowed herself to be manipulated and or pulled into some of the nonsense. She, regardless of whoever wound up in the mayor's seat, she held a firm position, and that was the support of the community members. And for that, because that is such a rare commodity around these parts, integrity, integrity, integrity. I'm proud to be able to support this, and it's undeniable. When people walk with certain levels of integrity, people cannot stand and you know, try to depict something different. So, Sister Greer, my hat goes off to you. I'm happy for you because you no longer have to endure much of the mistreatment that took place under your tenure. And yes, Mike Jackson is going to continue to keep it 100% factual and real. So this is a big day of celebration for her because you've endured it, and now you're able to enjoy the fruit on the other side. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a very well-deserving resolution honoring Nancy Greer. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
So if anyone ever doubted that good things or great things come out of the Fourth Ward, we are all proof of that. Nancy Greer, myself, Councilman Cotton, and so many others. Vera Ames, great things come out of the Fourth Ward, right here from the city of Paterson. Nancy Greer, you have had stellar performance, and every assignment that was given, even when it appeared to be overlooked, underpaid, and sometimes not the one that they selected for it. But the blessing in that is that God never calls the qualified. He qualifies the call. And so I'm grateful to know you, Nancy. It's been 40 years. You're leaving the position, but you're not leaving the city. And there's a difference. Many people leave titles and they leave the work that they were doing and their passion. But your passion and the city of Paterson and the Fourth Ward will never go dead because you're still here. Congratulations, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Mrs. Guerrero, kudos for your service for the city of Paterson. You're the role model for many of us, I believe. And this is a very well-deserved respect from the council. And I thank my sponsoring council members to sponsoring this resolution. And with that being said, my vote is yes, and congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Nancy Greer. Let me say this, and I'm going to say loud and clear. You know why she had integrity? Because she put the law first. And when you put the law first, of course, everything that you do is going to succeed. Nancy Greer was in a trailer assisting the community in the Fourth Ward. Then they moved her from the trailer to a house, and then from the house to an office. And then they eliminated the neighborhood assistant office, and they put her in a small spot in 125. But you know what the amazing thing is? That she never stopped working. She always was reaching out to people and trying to resolve the problems that the community had. I gotta say this loud and clear. She know how to play hardball. And let me say this, no matter she's retiring, but no matter she's not working for the city, but I know she will continue serving the community in the capacity that the Lord have given her. So Nancy Greer, God bless you. Thank you for being my friend. And let me say this, she has saved life. You know all those hot spots that we now work with police? She used to work in those hot spots without police. My vote is yes. Congratulations on your 40 years of service.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, who doesn't love Nancy Greer, Ernie? She is Paterson. Actually, you know, she have done so much for our community. She have done so much for our city. When you talk about Nancy Greer, you talk about love, kindness, respect for other people, and she love everybody. You know, she doesn't see color. She's there for the community. When you need it, she's there. If somebody deserves the key of the city of Paterson, that's Nancy Greer. That's Nancy Greer. And I really hope that I see a lot of members of this community that receive the key for the city of Paterson. All the respect, they got their own credit, but if somebody deserves the key of the city, that's Nancy Greer. And I hope that the administration take this note, because she deserves it. She worked hard and she never gave up. She went through a lot in this past 40 years. She never gave up on people. She never gave up on Paterson. God bless you, Nancy. You know we all love you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 20 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have item number 21.
Item number 21 is a resolution recognizing and honoring Fire Chief Brian McDermott's service to the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila and Councilman Luis Velez, co-sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims, and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton. It's City Council Resolution 23, 442.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Vincent Velez. Roll call on item 21, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 21 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So the city is losing a really good one on this one with our fire chief. If you look at all the departments, and I mean this with all due respect, as a council person, the least amount of issues I get complaints about is our fire department. The ambulance services, when residents deal with them, and the amount of lives they save is because the men and women in the leadership of Chief McDermott. I personally have called him to try to persuade him not to retire. He's taken this department to a national level. When you talk about around the state of New Jersey and people look at the Paterson Fire Department, they're on the same level as the New York Fire Department. They're on the national level, and there was no one better to lead this department during the pandemic than Chief McDermott. And that's why you saw them on CNN. That's why you saw them in the New York Times. That's why you saw other departments coming here to see what the Paterson Fire Department is doing. That doesn't happen just by overnight or by the mayor or whatnot. This is because of our fire chief. I'm very sad that I'm voting for this. I kind of not want to vote for it so he could stay, and we're going to have to say he's retiring. And I've actually met him more personal. His daughters came to our school, and I've worked with him as a parent, and I'm just going to miss Chief McDermott, and I wish him well in his retirement. I'm sure this is not the end for him. You're going to see him doing something somewhere, leading a government agency, or helping out a fire department somewhere else. Paterson's loss is going to be someone else's gain. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Chief McDermott on his retirement from the city, actually, he was the second fire chief as me being a councilwoman. The first one, he's the second one. I can just say that I remember when the law started changing with smoke alarms and smoke detectors, and trying to help me to understand why certain things had to be put in place, especially running electrical fire detectors, is not battery operated, and those were really important things. What I find is that he always did a lot of research. If he really didn't understand something, he would research it and explain back to me why this had to be done, why this could not be done. So, Chief McDermott, enjoy your retirement. It was a pleasure for me to work with you while you were fire chief for our Paterson Fire Department, and I wish you well on your retirement. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
There's so many things I could say about Chief McDermott. It truly is a loss. It truly is, regardless of what some individuals may say about him, his over 20 years of service and dedication to the city, working tirelessly, just dedicated to the city. When he told us that he was leaving in a public safety meeting, I was truly saddened by it. And soon after, I reached out to legal, because a lot of times, and there's another director leaving as well, and they may say, well, they're both leaving, right? But the reason for this one is over 20 years of service, just working within our community. It was about safety with him. It was about fairness with him. And I just want to say that, again, regardless of what will be said after I speak, I can just say that he deserves this accolade. He served.
Council member, please, we're in voting section, please.
What I do?
So with that said, once again, some people don't know how to respect when somebody has the floor. But with that said, Chief McDermott, you will be missed. Our loss will definitely be another municipality's gain. With that said, I look forward to seeing you soon. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Wow. Almost choked on my saliva. Wow. That's how fearful people are of the truth. Regardless of what's said after me, you already know I got a bat in my hand. I'm ready to hit it out of the park. And it's not about coming for anyone because, you know, this gentleman has a family. Yes, it is. I can't respect the process, but yet I don't mind. I don't mind the cackling because I'm accustomed to it. I'm accustomed to being 8 in favor, 1 against. It's been my platform the entire time I've been here. Now, special shout out to Ms. Shauna Mandridge, who came here last week and made a statement. I don't agree with a lot of things, and I quote, I don't agree with a lot of what Councilman Jackson says, but this I agree. I challenge for anyone who doesn't agree with the things that I say to point out the wrong in what I say. It's very simple. This gentleman that we're speaking of is the highest paid city employee in the city, who takes home a whopping salary of $260,000 a year, while the average salary in the city of Paterson is probably $27,000. While the administration gave all themselves raises, the BA just recently presented a contract to DPW to give them an entitled 2% increase, but yet take away their benefits. So let's talk about facts and truth, okay? This highest paid individual, I sat here and I watched a woman come to the podium to talk about the concerns of housing. And Ms. Muhammad, because you live there. So, Governor in Street, public housing building, the residents have come here and said, there is not an emergency access to the building. The firemen can't get in the gate, and then once they get in the gate, they can't get in the building because there's no key present. This individual sat right here and guaranteed that no, that was not the case and that was circumvented. The other day, Mr. Frank McKinney lost his life in the building. Ms. Muhammad, just by way of a nod, was the ambulance outside blowing, trying to get in the building? The ambulance was outside the building trying to get in the building. They couldn't get in the gate, and then once they got in the gate, they couldn't get into the building. You're the highest paid public safety official, and your responsibility is to make sure that the safety of the public is your first priority. And you got people that's now deceased in the building because they couldn't get emergency aid. The same individual who takes it upon himself to have his father's vehicle worked on in the fire department. The same individual that has pledged to make sure that the department was more reflective of the community, it still has yet to happen. See, I don't mind you winning, but it doesn't mean that the community has to lose. So when a young brother who grew up in Christopher Columbus projects happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, and this individual was then held accountable via the law, was charged with the crime, was then let go from his position, and once vindicated, and when we found out this gentleman did not commit this crime, this individual lied to me and told me he could never work as an EMT again in the city because he could never hold a license. When I did my due diligence, I come to find out the young man was not only did he receive his license back with a party from the state, but he was working for a third-party company. And when I went back to confront the gentleman about lying, he then retracts and says, "Councilman, I decided I don't want him back." See, when things like this continue to happen in our community, and people from outside commit these ills, and we don't hold them accountable, and listen, I applaud and appreciate the long, many years of service, but I could list a whole lot of people who have given their commitment to this community. Officer Griffin is a great example, who sat in McDonald's parking lot because he resides in the city with his young son while an innocent mother was under gunfire. He had to leave his personal vehicle, leave his child in the car, tell his child, get on the floor, while he had to go out there and take on an assailant at gunpoint, and he had to end that person's life because that person shot his own children and was trying to kill his own wife. I didn't see anything where we pledged and talk about how great of a job that person has done. This council allowed for him to be railroaded and removed from the city, but yet he still lives here and doesn't take advantage of the city. When yet, this individual has commandeered the department. They don't like to hear the truth either. Corporation Counsel is one of the main ones that's allowing for these things to take place, for these illegal lawsuits that we're going to continue to pay the price for. So I'm not going to support some. Why are we doing this? We have a whole list of honoring this person, that person, because he got paid $260,000 a year. So what exactly did he do that was so phenomenal? They put out fires. They spent a lot of money on new fire trucks. They gave out contracts to non-Paterson residents to redo the facilities without an RFP, redo the roofs and things of that nature in the fire department. I'm going to give you the truth. You may not want to hear it. Maybe you don't like my delivery. That's okay. But the truth never changes. I don't have to alter my conversation because the truth will never change. And the reason that there's so many people that's so interested in praising all of these situations, look what happens here. An addendum to the agenda. We're going to circumvent the process.
Yeah.
Because those individuals that get into the seat then become the mayor's lap puppy. And we're now doing things because the administration needs to have certain things done. We're now going to we're going to skip the process for altering the Great Falls zoning district. We're going to skip the process. Listen, if you own a school, or if your children go to a school, or if you're a part of a church, and there's now a facility that decides they want to move within a certain space of you, distance of you, we're not going to allow for public discussion. We're not going to talk about it in a workshop. We're going to add an addendum to the agenda to change it through the cloak of darkness. This is what we're doing while we're praising people who have done the city a disservice. See, Martin Barnes was held accountable. And whether it's right or wrong, I'm not here to judge that. But I can tell you what, he employed a great deal of Paterson people. Paterson people. And the city and the streets didn't look like the way they look right now. And let me tell you something else. When Martin Barnes left office, there wasn't a deficit. There was a surplus. There was a surplus. But he was held to a different standard, and now he wound up going to jail because he was held to a different standard. Joey Torres, you can say what you want to say about him, but he was a very intelligent political person. The condition of the city didn't look the way it does now. This mayor has spent more money, and it came through the auspice of the fire chief as he was doing our regular budget. Yet, he commits a crime. And what does the administration do? They don't refer it to the prosecutor's office. They don't do an internal affairs review. They hire a third-party legal law company to come in here and say, well, we didn't see anything wrong. Why is it that certain individuals are held to different standards? while other people could come in here, continue the cycle of nepotism within these departments, and then we sing them praises on their way out. I'll say this last point. We went through this a couple weeks ago when individuals in this council put forward the previous superintendent of the Paterson Public Schools and praised her for the phenomenal job that she's done. At least this one doesn't say exceptional or phenomenal. I can live with that. It just says thank you for your tenure. But the phenomenal job she done, you know what she did on her way out? She hired a law firm, sued the city, the schools, for an additional $100,000 on her way out. That's what we get. This is the type of consideration that these individuals who come here and get paid to work while people from Paterson are having a difficult time finding a job. But I see everybody's getting antsy, they squirming in their pants. The truth really just, I can continue, Councilman, if you want me to. There's a lot more, I can continue.
Councilman Jackson, you have the floor.
I know I have the floor. I don't need to be told that. I have the floor, it's my time. I've sat here and listened to all the nonsense with other people talk about how great somebody is. The same people that's been screwing us over for all these years. This is the kind of service that we get. Now, I'll say this, and this here, if you're a true Patersonian, right now is the time to celebrate, because I do celebrate his departure. Because for the first time in however many long, this city, whenever the city was incorporated in
1738.
We will have a Paterson homegrown chief of the department that's incoming. And for that, I'm willing to give him rounds of applause. I take my hat off to these gentlemen that continue to work hard, even in the face of discourse. Because let's talk about morale at the fire department. If he's so fantastic, this place will be lined up with people celebrating. He will be here himself. You ain't gonna see him no more. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Madam Clerk, we are still on item 21?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion and their own facts, you know. As far as I know, as long as I know, Chief McDormand, he's been an exceptional chief. He got a lot of grant from various entities, and our fire department is one of the best in the nation. Not the county, not the state, one of the best in the nation. Congratulations on your retirement, Chief. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
I love you. Happy birthday, Mom Francis. I just want to put that out there. I heard your little comment. That was funny. To Fire Chief McDermott, thank you for your years of service here. I have to commend the work that was done through the pandemic when we were on virtual. And you and your guys, it wasn't just the guys, you as well, were out there risking your lives to save so many Patersonians. And for that, when people are leaving, if we took a chalkboard and listed all negative things, we can talk negative about anybody all the time. But when someone is living, we should start accentuating the positive and say something nice about them because they're leaving. They could have stayed here, they could have, but for me, life is so short. People are leaving here, dying unexpectedly, and we have to learn to give people their flowers while they can smell them and learn how to speak well of people while they are still living to receive that. With that said, Chief, farewell on your retirement. I pray that you get to enjoy some days with your family. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udin.
Again, thank you, Chief, and I congratulate you on your retirement. Even way before I became the council member, we started working together on the weekend when I used to give away at the fire department at the McBride Avenue. He used to come on the weekend. It's not on the work schedule, but he used to come and support. And today, and he's leaving now the city of Paterson. At this moment, I think we thank him for his service for the city of Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam
Thank you,
Clerk.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
We could agree and disagree, but why we had to tint or defame the year of service of a person that comes to the city and retire? Why we had to defame and slander an individual that had worked for our city? You could agree or disagree. There's some stuff that are bargained through unions. You could agree or disagree. But to defame an individual on my own opinion, because I think the facts is like that, but the investigating part, it was never done, I think that's not fair. Chief McDermott had represented that fire department. If you read his bio, it speaks by itself. An educated individual, went to college, science and fire, and on and on and on to protect our city, to prepare himself to serve his members. We could agree and disagree. There's a union that represents the members. They could agree and disagree. That the fire department had moved forward to be recognized national, I could agree on that. But to come here and tint the years of service of a person, and without facts, only because you just want to say what you want to say, and not be accountable and responsible to your words, is sad. Some people speak from this microphone, and they go like this, pointing out things, and they don't look at the fourth figure pointing at them. And they don't think about their families, and they don't think about the children that this person have. So, of course.
Members of the public,
and I
please.
respect you
We're in
too,
the voting
sir.
section, please.
But you know what? You know what? My
Please.
friend, you are out of order. You are out of order.
Councilman
sir.
Velez, please. Members of the public, we are in the voting section very soon. We're going to be in public portion. You're going to have
See,
3 minutes
now-
to speak up, please.
Now, I'm not going to take my message to Mr. Brian McDermott. He has a leadership. You could agree, disagree. He had been in every fire in the city of Paterson, every accident, every rescue. He have worked with everyone in the city of Paterson during COVID. A lot of lives are saved because his leadership between COVID. A lot of firemen got sick. He got sick with COVID, and he still served the community. So let's praise the work that he have done. We could agree and disagree. Thank you, Brian McDermott, because every time I go to a fire scene, he never threw me out. He always keep me informed about the situation. And the first thing I always say, thank you for your service. So Brian McDermott, thank you for your service. God bless you, your family, and your future at the same time. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my vote, I think that we are very far from being perfect. We know we are, and we know we have a lot of challenges in the city, but we have to celebrate the good things that we have in the city and the positive things. The facts, this is the fact. The fire department in the city of Paterson is one of the best fire departments in the nation. Under the leadership of Chief McDermott, he have bring millions of dollars in grant, and we see the result. And some council members that spoke about his performance during COVID, and yes, during that pandemic, he was out there day and night, getting the job done, serving the community. And a lot of the council members here, now, they're witness that in the community. So with that being said, I wish you, Chief, all the best on your retirement, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 against. Item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item number 22.
Item number 22 is a resolution memorializing the life and legacy of first Puerto Rican elected in the First Ward, former Councilwoman Yolanda Santana Luna. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez and Councilwoman Maritza Davila, co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution 23443.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 22, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 22 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the family of Yolanda Luna, she was a councilwoman. I was looking through the resolution, but it doesn't have the year that she was there. I believe it was in the 90s. It was in the 90s that she was there. She was the first ward councilwoman back in the 90s. So I just want to give my condolences to the family. She was there along with, after she was councilwoman, then we had Councilwoman Rosado that was in the first ward. So to the family, I give you my deepest condolences to your mom, but everyone loved her in the first ward when she was a councilwoman. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So it's a pleasure to speak about someone who actually made an effort to make our community better. And, someone that's coming from Puerto Rican descent and her legacy that she's left on this community, along with the long legacy of some great women that I have had the pleasure of serving behind in the first ward. I'm happy to support this. But before I vote, I would just say this to the community. Sister Womack, Brother Casey, Melvin, various community members that I see in here today. If we expect anything different in our community, we cannot continue to allow the same things to continue. If you're expecting something different, then we cannot sit here and witness crimes and turn a blind eye to them. Somebody could say, without facts, without disputing them, anyone could say, oh, there's no facts in that. Okay, so what's the truth? But I won't labor that at this moment. I'm sure I have another opportunity. While we're voting on this item, I'm happy to support it, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My condolences to the Luna's family. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So, in doing the history of people that have served in these seats, I had a conversation with Councilwoman Vera Ames, who served as one of my babysitters and my mentor, just to get some historic facts about this great woman who served this city. She made reference to her stance for equality. She made reference to her stance for doing what was right, not just for her ward, but for the city. She made reference to the fact that she was a unifier and not a divider. She also made reference to the fact that she was a woman all the time. With that being stated, I'm grateful to be here to memorialize the life and legacy of the first Puerto Rican elected in the first ward, former Councilwoman Yolanda Santana Luna. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
This afternoon, I had a conversation with the daughter, Wanda Luna. They still in Florida. They still mourning. She announced that there will be a memorial service for former Councilwoman Yolanda Santana Luna. Thank you, council members, for recognizing Yolanda Santana Luna, her service, her year service also, and looking forward to memorize her legacy here in the city of Paterson. She paved the road for a lot of people in the first ward. Was a humble lady, didn't talk a lot, but works a lot.
22.
She used to work a lot. She didn't have a lot of verb, but she used to work a lot and always putting the community first. Rest in peace, rest with the Lord. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz, we're voting on item 22.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila, we're voting on item 22.
Of course I'm going to speak. How do I not speak for someone who made history in the first ward, okay, as a Latina and a Boricua? So, you know, we talk about mentors, people whose shoulders we stand on, and she definitely was one of them. I thank her for her leadership and her time serving in our city, and it saddens us that she has passed on to her family, her daughters, Wanda. You know, truly my condolences. So with that said, I'm proud to say that I support this resolution. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My deepest condolences to the family of Yolanda Santana Luna. She made history in the city of Paterson. She also opened the door for many other leaders in the community to be able to serve the city as an elected official and also in other capacity. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 9 in favor. Item number 22 is hereby adopted.
Item 23, Madam Clerk.
Item number 23 is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Max Spam Real Estate and Auction Company for real estate property auctioneer services for the Department of Economic Development, RFP number 2023-29, Economic Development Resolution 23444.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 23, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 23 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Pass.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, to the viewing public, because I like to always express when I vote probably differently than some, I have to put it on the record. So I made a recommendation. This item is for an auction company to come in for their bid to be done on a particular process. So in our previous meetings, we identified that that property would be Libby's. So that's what this item is for an auctioneer to come to identify the highest bidder for Libby's. I don't have an issue with that. The concern I have is that when it came forward, I made a recommendation to the administration. I want to see all the available properties that are city-owned to see the full list, which we received. I also made a recommendation, why don't we do it right the first time? When they come to do the auction, let's have 2 auctions. One, because this auction for Libby's is definitely going to be for an outsider. Possibly the residents are not going, your money won't stretch as long as some of these developers that will come in to do this. That's one. That's what this item will do. But I recommended that for the other items that were items that we can utilize those and bring them to the tax roll, meaning specifically for residents of the city. Let tax span, it'll be a dual purpose. One, Libby's, the other, for the other properties to be auctioned off to residents of the city. So we get a total return on investment. One, they live here. 2, they're investing to our stores. They go to the gas stations. We get rateables. They're going to pay full taxation for the most part. And that is not on the agenda. So Paterson, for me, it's about what's best for the residents in the city. This auction, when the developer comes, we have an $18.6 million deficit in the city. 18.6. There's a possibility we'll get whatever, say it's $5 million, just for Libby's alone. But if we think outside of the box and would have used the auction for Libby's and the other properties, we probably could have filled the gap. There's a possibility to fill the gap, whether upfront or in a long-term sustainable process through getting taxes, for them to pay taxes. But that's not here, because a lot of times we do things for the right now, not for the long term. And I supported Hinchcliffe. Look at Hinchcliffe as a perfect example. It was for the right now. We have not filled it yet. There's no sustainable marketing plan. If we don't get a sustainable marketing plan, we're going to keep revisiting it. Then the taxpayer's going to have to pay some of those deficits and all that. We have to be in a position where you have to listen to other people that sit on this side of the dais. Because everybody, one part doesn't make up the whole. Every part makes up the whole. And we have to start listening to other people, because there could be great ideas sitting here, but if we ignore them, we lose out on money, we lose out on funds, and guess what? The residents do not benefit. Because guess what, again? That's in the Great Falls District. Has nothing to do with the 4th, has nothing to do with the 1st, all the areas where the shootings are happening. This is not even in that area. So, Paterson, would I like to see money to bring in the deficit for Libby's? Absolutely. But would I like to see the residents benefit on something like this in this magnitude? Absolutely. And because this item does not represent it, my vote is for the residents in the city. And that, when I'm voting, that's who I'm voting for, because that's who voted for me. My vote is absolutely no. This does not represent the people of Paterson.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Max Penn is a real estate company, and I wanted just clarification that we hire real estate to sell the properties, and they get percentage from the selling price. So we are not paying anything to the real estate company until they made the sale. So how it works is that if they propose or come up with the listing for any property, including Levy's Lunch or any other properties, our approval, we are the seller. Whether we approve the message, how we want to present it, how we are going to sell it, that's how we move forward. Let's say we want to put a condition toward the selling, we can do so. However, anybody can, propose any price does not mean the highest bidder is going to take it without our consent. It works like, think about you are selling your property, and let's say $100,000. You got 10 buyers proposal, you can pick whatever you want to pick. You don't have to pick the highest one. Again, if we want to keep it in the city, and again, my stand was, and again, until today, that especially this part of the, this piece of the property, I'm talking about the Levy's, that I don't want it to be sold out like regular market. I want it a conditional sale when city is going to hold the title until the condition is met by the buyer. That's my stand until today. But again, that we don't have to sell it to the outsiders if we don't want to, but it's on us. The real estate agent is going to present all the offers to us, and we are going to pick which one we want to take. That's how it works. It does not mean we are giving this to real estate company and they're going to sell it without our consent and they're going to come back. No, it does not work like this. Besides, we are not paying even $1 for their service. So I don't think it's a cost anything. But if you think about this particular part of the property, my stand is I don't want it to be sold out like regular market. I want a conditional sale when we are going to have the title until the condition is met. That's my stand. And I think this is the smart move for my end. And with that being said, my vote is yes to this particular
Thank
agenda.
you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So we have in front of us a resolution authorizing award contract to Max Span Real Estate and Auction Company. That's a company that's going to be dealing with property of the city of Paterson. We understand there's a list of properties that city own that they need to go to the right process, the right procurement in hiring an auctioneer. If it's auction or proposal, still the city had a say on it. So in this case, everybody talking about Libby. Let's cross our fingers. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. The Armory, the city, past administration tried to auction the Armory. It was a big sign there, $500,000. Nobody wanted the Armory, and it was a building there. The Armory burned down, okay? Nobody wanted the Armory site. Here comes a developer, did a proposal. Few people came and put proposal. One put $1 million, the other one put 1.5, the other 1.8. Here comes the best bidder, the best offer, $3 million. Now you go to the Armory, you see an investment there. Now, why the Hinckley Stadium was 25 years abandoned? For the same reason. People in the Board of Ed don't get a decision what to do with it. The city didn't have the money to invest it. Now we get tax credit. Now you see the Hinckley Stadium the way it is. A plan came across. Now you had to, do I want to see the Levy site 3 more years abandoned? Has 4 years, almost 4 years abandoned right there. Not generating taxes, not generating business, not doing nothing. If we're going to ask for a proposal, still have to come to the administration. If they have to do a bid process, still have to come to the administration. Both proposal or auction still have to come to the council. It ends right here, soon as whoever wins the auction. And let me say this, there's other properties, they have the list, they're gonna get ready. You have to get ready to go and participate. Now, if this resolution says that the city of Paterson resident cannot participate, then I have a problem. If you have the money, put it right there. And auction too, participate. But if I'm gonna give something free, as administrator, I had to know that I want a revenue. You know what it's gonna end back? Into an abandoned property. It's gonna end back into abandoned property if I don't have the money, I don't have a plan for levies. It's gonna end back into abandoned property. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jackson?
Time for another fact session. This is a scandal to begin with. What are you, oh my God, about? You can laugh. They first presented this and said, we're just bringing this forward because we don't know what property we're trying to auction. Then it made it to the paper that it was potentially the Libby's property, and they was in denial. No, it's not for that. In the last meeting, it came back that it's the only property that was on the list. They already have a buyer. They already have a buyer. Just like a few months ago, we altered the 4th Ward redevelopment plan to expand it, and every single one of the people that voted for it said, we don't know who it is. We don't know what it's for. Then to say that whatever we approve today has to come back before the council, I'm still waiting for the financial reports for the stadium. The developer never put one dime in, $110 million. I got some drone footage the other night. 27 people was at the game. For the Jackals who basically own it now. They didn't put up a dime to redevelop it. The developer there's 24-hour security there to keep you, Paterson, out of the stadium. And it was only because of public scrutiny that they allowed for the high school to have the graduation there, because they were going to tell them no. Everything you hear up here is a lie from every single person in most cases. So we're talking about allowing for a sale. What's the first rules of monopoly? You hold on to the property you have. You don't sell Boardwalk. You know it's going to be one of your most important assets. Here we just spent $110 million, less than 2,000 feet away from there. By the way, which a member of the administration who negotiated that deal is now the owner of the concessions, of the restaurants. No investigation on that. Then the proposal is to redevelop the falls, and how the falls, the county just spent a great deal of money redoing the bridge, and they're saying, we don't know who it's for. Yeah, right. So if you want to be prudent or responsible, what you do is you write the rules before you vote on it. Councilman Udine, how do you say all that stuff and then vote yes anyway? I want to make sure that it's this, that is that, and then still vote yes. If you want to have a deed restriction, we write the deed restriction before we vote on it. You don't vote to give it to them. Let the auctioneer come in, 1,000, whatever thousand, sold to the highest bidder. They knew who the highest bidder was going to be to begin with. So we give away one of the what is presumed to be the best pieces on the board, because I sat here and I begged this council, please, we cannot, this stadium is going to be a bust. I give the Jackals another, I thought it was going to be 2 years. I give them another 9 months. They're going to tap out, and then they're going to get returned. It's going to be returned. That's the best part about it. It's going to be returned back to the community. But then we're going to have you on the hook to the developer, because God knows the agreement that was written. We still have not written the agreement. This council approved more than $110 million in spending without even reading the contract. Can somebody please tell me where the lies are in that? That's all factual content. We didn't read the contract. The school board recently was presented with an application to expand or to allow for School 5 to allow them to sell alcohol in those premises, because they don't care about our children. That's a second afterthought. And some of the commissioners said, we want to see the contract, and they say, no, you don't have the right to see those contracts. And if that's not a lie, if that's not factual, go look at the public meeting that took place. See, people, you are being swindled. Every time a vote takes place in this council is detrimental to your future. If you're a taxpayer in this community, you're taking a beating. If you're a renter in this community, you're taking a beating as well, because as the rents continue to skyrocket, because these deals that continue to happen, when you're going to be looking to pay $3,000 a month in rent, because we're already paying $2,300 on average for a 2-bedroom, where they're allowing for illegal basement and attic apartments. As we talked about, let's not blemish anybody. Let's not talk. They didn't say that when Director Gilmore was being drugged and then had to turn around. He's going to hit the city probably for another $5 million. Let me just make a prediction. Libby's is not going to sell for that much, because there's still nothing here. You don't try to sell it before the asset has any value. You're not bringing in people. It's all speculation, just like it was speculation that the stadium was going to be successful, while the person who orchestrated the whole deal is exiting to work for one of the developers. Come on, man. This is highway robbery. And I have to tell you, the public, because you're the only ones left that can hold people accountable during the next election cycles. Because it's rogue right now. It's rogue. Yo, man. Some people talk real reckless, but they can't even walk around certain parts of this community by themselves.
Members of the council, please.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Trust me. And while we continue to allow our city to be sold, you're on the menu. You're not even a part of the equation. I would like anybody, I challenge anyone to name someone from this community that's going to be at that auction that will have the means and wherewithal to gain a strategic position there. As this council allowed for the administration to use some of our people who do have the ability, they used Mike Adams to shuffle the deal through the stadium, and the moment the deal was done, they cut him out the deal. Wouldn't even return his phone call. The disrespect that we have to members of our community. Let's fact check that. I'll call Mike on the speakerphone right now.
Councilman, we're on the voting session.
You want to be patient, sir? You're not the council president anymore. I noticed you trying to direct them. I'm sorry, Councilman, I have the floor. I have the floor.
You have the floor.
I do.
I'm just bringing the.
But I can't help but notice.
Councilman
I
Khalid,
can't-
You're
Councilman
directly
Khalid,
talking
Councilman
to me,
Jackson
so don't-
has the
So you
floor.
want to make a statement? Make a
Councilman
statement.
Khalid, Councilman Jackson has the
Don't-
floor,
don't
please.
point at me.
Let's wait until he
Don't
finishes.
point at me.
No,
Like
no, let's
this?
wait until he
Don't
finishes
point at
because
this?
You wanna-
council
Like this?
members,
You wanna
please.
make a statement?
We have
Make a
one more
statement.
item before we go into
Don't
public
point at me.
portion.
I'm not your son.
Point of order, Councilman Jackson, please continue.
The point of
We waited
order
for your
is-
vote.
The point of order is I have the floor. He should not be heckling or talking while I have the floor. He doesn't understand the process. I understand that. But
You are the only one. who
Councilman
understands
Khalid,
the
please,
process.
please, Councilman
Why
Khalid.
why are you talking directly at me? You want to make a statement?
Councilman Khalid,
Make a statement,
Councilman
that's
Khalid,
it.
let Councilman Jackson finish with his vote. That way we could move to public portion. We have members of the public here waiting to speak on public portion. We're waiting on you, Councilman Jackson.
For point of order, Council President, you need to hold him accountable. He's past the 2 minutes, and he's been going on for 14 minutes.
And council
Calling
member,
out colleagues on the dais.
Our
So
coun- our
please
coun-
hold him accountable for the 2 minutes
council
like
member
everyone else.
knows
Thank
that
you.
we have 2 minutes during voting section for you, 2 minutes to speak. Some council member that speak for 10 feet. That's a disrespect for the public. We got people that came here at 7 to speak on the mic, and some council member, they speak for 10, 15 minutes, but they waiting to be interrupted. That's what they're waiting on for. I'm just letting finish, and that's what I'm gonna do with Councilman Jackson. I'm gonna wait until you finish and give us the vote. That way we could move to public portion.
So the point of order is, while I have the floor, no one should be speaking over me. No one should be making comments on the side. You can't pick and choose when you want to enforce a certain part of the policy. If some people could go on and talk about how phenomenal people who are screwing us over are for an exponential amount of time, but now that I'm putting pressure on them, I can't help but notice that Councilman Khalid had to lean over and tell Councilman Mendez, oh yeah, we need to go to public portion next. He's still trying to direct the meetings. The fact of the matter is, this information is critical. This information is critical for me to disseminate it to you, to the public, because of the actions that's taking place by this council. If you're wondering why our community is in the condition it's in, all you have to look at is the vote count. Look at the items that make it to the agenda and look at the vote count. They can be uncomfortable all they want to. I'm from Paterson, for real. I'm not intimidated or frightened by that. The truth is the truth. It is what it is. If you don't like it, then inform the community on where I'm wrong. $110 million, I'll say this in closing. $110 million that the claim was it's going to create hundreds of jobs. 6 Paterson people were hired. And it wasn't even for the duration. It was a couple people that was hired for a week, 2 weeks, 3 months. 4 people worked for the duration. No jobs created. No local procurement. So all of the purchasing that took place for $110 million took place outside of this community. Nobody knows where the money was spent. No performance report. None. And then the ongoing jobs, where are they? I will acknowledge, there's a lot of security jobs, there's concessions and things of that nature, and not to discredit any of that. But the real money has been divvied up already, the $110 million, without a report on spending. And yet we're going to continue to vote for things like this without holding them accountable. Show me first what your plan is, and then I will approve it. That's how this council should be responsible. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be brief. The first person that voted against this item was me, because I'm very concerned about levies and what's going to happen with that piece of property. Why? Whatever happened on that piece of property is going to impact the whole Great Fall. It's a very important piece of property. I want to see that developer. I want to see redevelopment across the Great Falls. I'm in full support of that, and that's the reason why the redevelopment agreement is in the floor, because as council president, I sent an email to all my council colleagues, and I told them, let's entertain this item, let's have a discussion, and let's through the week have a dialogue, a back and forth to be ready for today. And that's the reason why, because I make it happen. Now, I'm very straight shooter. I sit down with legal, and I told legal, what's going to happen if we vote on this? First of all, we're voting on the company that's going to do the option. That's what we're voting now. Now, I spoke with legal, and we could put a condition on this. We don't need to put the condition now. That's a lie. And I'm going to ask all the members of the public, if you have any concern, before you go home, talk to legal, talk to the VA. They work for you. They work for the community. So ask them questions. And if you're not satisfied, give them your email, give them your cell phone number. And if you want to be educated, don't listen. Get to the fact. This item is here because we could put condition on levies. And now my recommendation to Madam BA, to the administration, is to get back to the community. Ask the community what would like to see, what is that we need on that piece of property. But I'm in full support of this item because yes, we could put condition to make sure whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a cafe, whatever we agree as one community on that section, which is extremely important for the city of Paterson. After all the millions of dollars we invest in that section, we got to be mindful about the things that we're going to put over there. And we cannot say no to redeveloping that area. This is my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Item number 23 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How many speakers do we have on public portion, Madam Clerk?
Just a moment, please.
Madam Clerk, very brief. While we take the list, let's get item 24 done before the public portion. This is an item that we should move quick on this until we get ready for public portion.
Item 24 is a resolution authorizing a contract with H2M Architects and Engineers for architectural and engineering services for the Great Falls Pedestrian Footbridge Replacement Project for the Department of Economic Development. Economic Development Resolution 23-445.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item 24.
Roll call on item number 24 for approval. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, just a note to the public before we get into the public portion. It's amazing they rushed through the televising the workshops. Had to push that through. That was the first item to get through. Get through all these items, yet they're going to leave the items for the cannabis for after the public portion. So the expectations is you guys will vacate, you leave out, and then we'll run the shenanigans after that. But relative to this item, proud to see Pattersonians representing in spaces like this. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So let me be clear, because I don't want anyone to miscommunicate what I said in last workshop. This item is for the architectural and engineer services for the footbridge. When the director stood before us last week, I questioned not the architectural work in that piece. My question was, this is $500,000 which they found in grant money. There were 3 entities, I believe 3 entities that bidded for this particular item. The bid was given to H2M in the amount of $172,000 and some change. My question was, after the architectural design, where would we get the money to build the bridge? Is it coming from the taxpayers? Where will the money come from? Those were my questions. And I think as council people, we have to do our due diligence, not just because we're architecturally designing the footbridge. The footbridge needs to be done because it's unstable, it's not safe. We agree to that. But the question always goes back to where will we find the money to do the work? Because there's only 300-something thousand left. After this piece of the work is done, where will the remainder and what will be a guesstimate cost of the work? So sitting here, I'm always going to question items that come before us. I'm always going to ask and challenge the process because it's necessary to ask the hard questions and to wait for those responses and to get them. And it has nothing to do with the money, because the 500,000 covers this piece. But we still have to think ahead proactively, because I respect our director, but this is his last meeting. He's leaving. So whoever will fill in the spot, they're gonna have to answer the other questions when it comes to the remainder of the work, where the money's gonna come from. So we have to ask these questions. So because this item is not coming out of taxpayer dollars, it is $500,000 that of grant money, and that $172,000 for this work is being done through that. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Finally, we're getting a WSN, a wider, safer, new bridge. Wider, safer, new bridge that more than 500,000 people that come and visit yearly our Great Falls is going to be proud to walk through. Right now, they're not even crossing the other side. They had to go around it, and around it. If some people want to go around, no. I want to go direct to develop the Great Falls, and I'm proud what's happening in there. Enjoy it, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Connor, we are voting on item 24.
You said item number,
24.
okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know this item is for the architect drawings for the bridge. Once they do the drawing, the specs that's needed, they go out for bid. We don't know what the bid's going to be when it comes back. We're really not sure. Even though the money that's here allocated is $500,000, 171 is going to the architect firm to do the architect drawings. They come back, they go out for bid. I have been here when they've gone out the bid, and the bid has been rejected because it's over the amount. Then they go get more money, or they try to find other monies to complete this bridge. That bridge, I think, has been out of service probably almost 2 years now. I'm not quite sure, it's almost 2 years that bridge has not been serviced. No matter what project we do, we gotta have drawings. We have to have a firm to do it. As of now, we don't have but 2 engineers that can, with the amount of work that gotta get done, we only got 2 engineers. A city of 160,000 people, we need to have 10 engineers to oversee a lot of different projects. We need those engineers. So we got to get started on this. It might take another 2 years. I hope that it does not. But we have to get started on this. And the first start is with the architect drawing, so we can go out to bid to see what the bid specs would look like when it comes back. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Through the National Park Director, I understanding that you've been fundraising between 2 entities, 500, a little bit more, over $500,000. It's $178,000. The project, the engineer project, this Great Falls bridge need to be repaired. As we hear, it's closed now, and it's my understanding that the fundraiser is going to continue through find a way to funding the entire project. So that's my hope, that it's not coming out of taxpayer dollars, but that full bridge need to be repaired, because it's amazing when people visit in the Great Falls and they could go through the bridge. It's a great experience. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 24 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
27.
So let's be, before we start the public portion, before I call the first speaker, let me just remind to please keep the decorum in the chamber, no personal attack. This meeting is being watched for not only our residents, but our children also are watching this meeting through YouTube and other channels. So with that being said, we also have a 3-minute limit. Please stick within the 3 minutes, since we have 27 speakers. So we would like to hear from you. At the end of the public portion, we will address the public, and also Madam BA will be taking note. Any question direct it to the administration. She will answer those questions, or she will send an email with the response if she doesn't have it available. With that being said, first speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker, Mr. David B. Gilmore.
Good evening, Mr. Dave.
Others, in God's name, inshallah, and everybody else, all the shaitans too. Let me say this as I begin my 3 minutes here. Very disappointed. You know, everybody knows I was returned to my job a couple weeks ago. And I want to thank those, particularly my brother from another mother, who is actively pursuing and working on getting supporters to speak up for me. I didn't ask nobody to do that. People are coming forward because they want to, because they see what's going on. I want to raise the issue of trust and loyalty. If you don't hear nothing else from me tonight, that's what I'm talking about. Trust and loyalty. I was placed back in my position, awarded my job back by the Office of Administrative Law, ratified by the Civil Service Commission, and the denial for that process was overruled. Yesterday, I received notification that the city is appealing that action. I'm already there. They've already paid me. The check is on Facebook. I don't mind putting it up, because when you have nothing to hide, you hide nothing. All day long. Trust and loyalty. How can you trust somebody that's telling you, we're going to work together, we're going to go forward, we're going to move the city forward, we're going to put this behind us? How do you trust somebody when you look at loyalty betrayed, when people that you thought were with you turned against you for no particular reason other than some nefarious agenda, because I wouldn't do what they wanted me to do, because I didn't sign off on things that I knew was wrong or illegal. Trust and loyalty. It's missing here, missing in abundance when you look at how they work. It's evil. It's evil, and I don't take the term lightly when I call those in charge a shaitan. Some of y'all know what it is, some of you don't. If you don't know what it is, it's a devil. By any other name, it's a devil, a demon that tells and perpetrates and works on lies. Last point. Having said all that, and or now having to face this appellate court process after winning, I've been placed back into a hostile work environment. I'm working with my accusers. People don't do that. I don't understand why all of a sudden now I have to work within the devil's den. Okay? I feel like Emmett Till in 2023, a setup. What's going to happen next? What type of accusations and allegations are going to be hurled at me this time? I don't know, but I can only pray and let you know I'm not the person they're making me out to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dave. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Rucker.
Paterson. Let me start with this. On your agenda, you have item number 16, 17, and 18. And that's based on after you guys opted out of the marijuana situation, and the administration then took over. Well, we have people now that are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able I'm sorry, maybe I gave you the wrong numbers. I'm sorry, 25.
Iron 25, Mr. Rocker, 26 and 27.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. We have people that are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get into this legitimate legal business. We have people that are paying rents, leases, buying property, spending millions to get into this business. What the responsibility, fiduciary responsibility of this council is to make sure that any law that's on the books does not impede people from doing business. Where you have something that is stuck in the middle of the process that stops you from investing or makes you lose your money because the council has not yet figured out how to operate this process. So I'm asking you today, let's forget about your religious beliefs, your political beliefs, your personal beliefs. Let's look at the fiduciary responsibility of a council to do the right thing. You know, when I was listening to Councilman Jackson talking about we praise people and do things, we do, and too often. Too often. And we got to start understanding that this council's responsibility is not feelings. You're not the feeling police. You are a legislative body that has to correct anything that is wrong within laws that you have on the books or ordinances you have on the books. That's your real responsibility. And for any of you that don't really believe what I'm saying, I've been coming to this council longer than any of you have been in Paterson. Okay? So I do understand the process. Oh, except for, I'm sorry, well, listen, we were at school together, so don't worry about that. You're within it. Let's be honest. This is not about your personal belief. This is another business opportunity coming into the city of Paterson that is bound by ordinance. The ordinance was prepared. No one thought about the next step, the process. The process itself had problems. It was something new. But in order for this process to be corrected, it needs this council to put the things into the ordinance, the amendments necessary, so people that have invested. Now, last week we were talking about who are these individuals and who are these applications. Well, the bottom line is this. If you pay your money, if you have your paperwork correct, and I've heard you all say this throughout history, please, just in closing, throughout history of you being on this council, if the process is the process, then you must follow the process. You don't have an option to change the process because what do you believe? This is not about feelings. This is about actual business. And most of these operations, the average license holder will end up spending between $1 million to $6 million, depending on what category of license they have. So these people are busting their behinds to bring this money together to get into a new industry. I'm asking this council for at least just tonight, if no other time, let's start doing business correctly and let's leave the feelings at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rocker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Joel Keys, Jr.
Joe Keys, Paterson.
Good evening, brother.
Good evening, brother. Tonight, my speech's topic is decorum, a trendy issue that the council and the public have desired. The motivation for this speech came from 4 incidents involving the corporate counsel, Frankie Flip, Xavier Harris, and Carla T. At the last televised meeting, the corporate counsel told me he heard me yelling out from the audience. The corporate counsel and I have an excellent rapport consisting of mutual respect. So my interpretation of his statement was that He didn't expect that from me because that was beneath my character. I interpret it that way because I told my students that today I would be embarrassed if I got satisfaction from insulting someone instead of attempting to enlighten them respectfully. No disrespect to anyone else. That's just a reflection of the evolution of my character. So thank you, Corporate Counsel, for reminding me who I am. From that example, the best practice for achieving decorum is at least a two-step process requiring critique from a comrade regarding the public and a colleague regarding the council. During a presentation in which Dr. Malefi Kiti Asante needed to critique Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois, he asserts, quote, "I go to Du Bois with awe, but my awe does not take away from me my rational facility when it comes to where he wanted to go and where he got. That's important. Otherwise, what we have is not a critique. We have worship, and worship is not what we need," unquote. Some people worship deities and religious doctrines without critique, and I have no issue with that. I respect faith. However, worshiping human beings without critique is not advisable. Another example conducive to achieving decorum was displayed when Frankie Flip returned to a council meeting after a long absence and gave the following advice. He said, quote, "When we, as the people, come and disrespect the parliamentary procedure, it doesn't matter what your content is. You're wrong because you stepped out. So do I curse? 100%, all the time, every day. I taught my children not whether or not to curse, but when to curse. And to stand here and throw a curse out is disrespectful and you lose your power. Trust me," unquote. The next example of how to achieve decorum was also illustrated at the last televised meeting. Xavier Harris concluded his discourse by saying, quote, "I just feel like everybody could do a better job," unquote. Before that, he said, quote, "And to everyone sitting on the side of me, please try not to, I'm not sure how to say this in, I don't want to get anybody upset." Okay, I got it. It's about how you do things. You may disagree with another person's actions or something they say. It's a time and place for everything. It's like we all come here for a purpose, so to be behind, waiting behind the person and they derail the whole process of why we're sitting here in the seats, it doesn't help.
Please, sir.
Unquote. Finally, at the April 25th meeting, Carla T. was impressive in various ways regarding achieving decorum. Firstly, she consistently demonstrated one of the most admirable principles you want to witness from a social justice activist, and that is she used the term "we" when pointing out flaws that needed to be addressed instead of saying "y'all," which is a flaw I've observed many social justice activists exhibit. Carla T. said, quote, "We all should be ashamed of ourselves, and we all don't all need each other to tell each other that. We all are adults. We can go back and replay the video and look at how we all behave for ourselves," unquote. It is instructive to note that Carla T. wasn't guilty of any inappropriate behavior. Furthermore, when the alarm sounded to signal her time was up, she stopped in mid-sentence and said, "My time is up," and left the podium. The council president asked her to continue, but she sat down. In conclusion, decorum is desired by all. In my review of the videos of past meetings, I discovered that members of the public and the council had talked the talk regarding the establishment of decorum. Now, we need everyone to assist one another and walk in the walk by following the examples of the corporate counsel, Frankie Flip, Xavier Harris, and Carla T.
Thank you, brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Bilal Hakim.
For the big one so everybody can see in TV land. The first thing, I didn't think I was going to make it here to the meeting because I had another job to do, but I did want to just start out by saying that, yes, we are gathering to publicly demonstrate in front of the 111 Broadway in defense of Director Dave Gilmore return back to work, and to speak out on the chicanery and the wicked machinations that continue to go on with these demons, and that's what they are, still in the office there. It shouldn't even be there after they lied on the man. And then the audacity of the mayor administration to appeal it. Question to Council President, you said the BA. This is a question to you. I want to know who counsels the mayor and urges him that he should go forward with appealing this here again. I would like to know that. Also, this 18 million, 18.56 million. How do we get into that deficit? Before I miss this, I want to say this is Silk City Media Group. Scandal at Hinchcliffe Stadium. It has been reported by Joe Malakako of PatersonPressNewJersey.com that Economic Development Director Michael Powell, he was in here, Michael Powell has admitted that he defrauded the state of New Jersey and city of Paterson, New Jersey by falsely applying for $8 million in gap funding for Hinchcliffe Stadium restoration. Powell and his corrupt boss, Mayor Andre Shaitan Sayer, claimed in February 2021 that the grant was to cover cost overrun for the reconstruction of the stadium, which Powell is now admitting was a blatant lie, according to the reporter. And he's leaving to go somewhere else. So, these are the type of people that are running this here criminal enterprise, and that's what it is. And as you mentioned decorum, my brother, all of us should be ashamed for not standing up for the truth. I'm talking about every council person that won't even dare to stand up, and especially you people of the cloth that claim God and claim that you speak on the truth, and you see evil going on. You see evil going on to this administration, but because you're tied to something, you don't want to speak up. Then shut up and sit down, and stop claiming that you stand on truth. If you can't, I'll be wrapping up.
Thank you.
If you cannot stand up, it doesn't matter if you disagree with Director Gilmore. You know this man is being politically persecuted. And Reverend Givens, you sit over the pastor, you're part of the pastor workshop group, right? Yeah, your group should come out publicly, even if you don't have anything to say, or if you can't say anything. Moral support to a man who has done nothing. He's a victim of political persecution, and as I said at the workshop, and I'm moving from the mic, Mr. President, that if they could have taken that man and put him inside of a prison, like the hundreds of political prisoners that are languishing in prison, falsely accused and charged, they would have did that. And you, people that always claiming that you're telling the truth and want to come do prayers and all that right there, you won't even stand up for the truth. Please stand up for the truth. Even if you disagree, stand up for what is right. And those that are close to the mayor, advise that man, because obviously, he's ready to get another whipping. Another whipping. It's easy for him to keep appealing. Why? Because it's not his money. It's not on his dime at all. So, much more I had to say, but that's the main thing.
Thank you.
in front of 111 Broadway, Friday, 12 noon sharp. If we have to close the street down, close it down.
Thank you, Brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Pastor John A. Algera.
Good evening, Pastor John.
Good evening. 2 weeks in a row, that's a lot. I invited you all last week to paddle on the river. Councilman Udin came. Whoops.
No,
All
just reset the clock. You got your 3 minutes.
Okay. And we had a wonderful time paddling the Passaic together. I invite any of you anytime. I'm here to speak to item number 37, which is on a separate page. I spoke to it last week, but I want to say a few more things. 39 McBride Ave is only part of this, but what we call the Great Falls Center, with a vision to be a place of community and arts and learning and makerspace, is also a place that is a partnership totally with Dawn Treader Christian School. I am the chair of the board of Dawn Treader Christian School. Last week, Pastor Charles Salinas, our head of school, was here. And this is a cooperative partnership. And the auditorium that didn't fit the zoning description of theater, that's part of the reason we're here, one thing it will serve as the auditorium for Dawn Treader Christian School, as many, many other venues for the arts and music and dance and theater that we envision there. So I know this is going to come up again. This is a first reading. I think we'll be back to it next month. But I want to encourage you to look at this. We went to the zoning board. The zoning board counseled us to come here. That's why we're here, over a year after we went to them. So we're trying to follow due process, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pastor. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next speaker is Ms. Denise Womack.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I feel it necessary to point out that I am a arts commissioner for the city. And I am here in the capacity in support of item number 37 and the Great Falls redistricting. I want to preface my comments by telling you a little bit about the other organization that I represent, which is a nonprofit, Paterson Performing Arts Development Council. I am a founding member and board president of that council. PPADC has a playwright residency, and we sponsor the Hamilton Arts Festival. This year was our 3rd annual festival. We offer a safe and affirming environment, providing professional development, giving a voice to marginalized groups who continue to be silenced by oppression and discrimination from mainstream arts administration. Despite calls for equity, diversity, and inclusion, the overall picture remains bleak. Women and BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, playwrights, continue to struggle to get their plays produced on the main stage. The Dramatists Guild reports that across the U.S., 68% of men see their work produced compared to 31% of women and 1% for non-binary playwrights. Equally, 60% of white men see their work make it to the production compared to 20% for white women, 10% for men of color, up from 8% from the previous year, and 10% for women of color. Although the American theater continues to add to the diversity of its playwrights, neither gender nor racial parity has been achieved in terms of production. Anecdotally, it appears that women over the age of 50, especially BIPOC women who lead the push for diversity we now enjoy, do not appear to have directly benefited. I note these facts in addition to some statistics for the county of Passaic. Passaic County in 2020 gave 182 jobs out of the arts sector. The economic impact of those jobs was $5,799,429 million. State investment was $228,311, and student participation was 74%. I'm here to advocate for the renovation of the Great Falls Center because in the 3 years that we have been producing the Hamilton Arts Festival, it has been nearly impossible to have a space, an appropriate theater space. And I'm going to tell you the reason for that. Number one, because the Board of Education has a charter that says that it allows for community use of the facilities, and you cannot find a link or a form to utilize that. Further, I have gone to the freeholders, I have gone to the administration, I have noted that we are recipients of a county grant. And in that time frame, we have not been able to. Last year, we literally had to take our playwright residency program to Hudson County in order to produce. Now, I note that we have had 3 full playwright residencies, and that those 3 playwrights are esteemed in their own right. We missed an opportunity last year for a young man that has done such great work. He is on demand all over this country. We missed the opportunity for Paterson to see that work. The Great Falls Center allowed us to come into their space this year. And so we were able to put on the best Hamilton Arts Festival that we have done. Not only did we engage a documentary that was filmed here, American River, we had a stage reading that addressed a former resident of Paterson's real-life experience, life story around Douglasville, Arkansas. We also had a fully staged performance of a choreo poem that was sold out, so much so that we did not even have appropriate seating in the space that it was.
Please wrap it up.
I am thankful for their allowing us to come into the space, and I make a note that it is difficult for me to get this done. We have talked tonight about agency and representation. This is the community. We are offering a voice. We have employed not only artists, dancers, but several people, technicians, during this process. So I'm asking you to consider this wholeheartedly, that we need this, and that in as much as there are lots of opportunities that are being engaged around the city, please be careful that we are actively representing the community at large.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Wahida Mohammed.
God's name, good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Wahida.
First of all, I want to say, I'm giving you a title of Dr. Gilmore. Director Gilmore, all of us should be totally upset that this is still going on. And like the brother said, they have placed him in a position where they're hoping and praying that he will do something else. And that's the most evil. I did not realize how evil you people can be. That's just evil. And you sit there with that arrogant look on your face, and then you'll say to us, it's a personnel matter and you can't talk about it. But you can do all these things. But your time is coming. As far as the housing testimony that went on the other day, as far as the housing is concerned, I really wish you all would have brought us that live in these houses, under housing, to testify how great a job is being done and how we are being mistreated. Because some of you were at the meeting at Freedom Village and heard us, and it wasn't just me telling you about what's going on, and it's still going on to this day. As far as you are concerned, Council President, I saw tonight why they picked you. Because you've already decided that the reason they picked you so that you could bring back the televising of the workshop, and then they knew that you would vote no. So that was your scheme with the schemers who sit there and think they can continue to do their deals in the back. And Alaziz, you back there making a total fool of yourself because we can hear you being disrespectful. Chief Abbasi, you had said to us at a community meeting that you were forming certain committees. Still haven't heard anything from you. So I'm praying that you're going to come forward to let us know what that is. The other thing is, Councilwoman Cotton, those 3 resolutions that's coming forward, 25, 26, and 27, there's been no community meetings about that. And the community is upset that they are all gonna be put in the fourth ward. Because we have enough disastrous things going on in that fourth ward. But you can explain and tell me that it's not true. As far as you all giving Nancy Greer her flowers while she can smell them, but trust me, she has also smelled something else that you all have allowed to happen to that sister every single time that she was trying to do what's right for this city. The other thing I want to say, and when I heard someone say how you all have now decided that you're going to give DPW a 2% raise and take away their health benefits, are you crazy? This city should be in an uproar if that's what you're getting ready to do. Because I'm going to tell you, as a person that worked as a union rep for 24 years, I know what it's like to have to go back and tell your members that they're losing their health benefits. Are you crazy? And you can continue to sit there and act like you don't know what we're talking about. But you're going to get what's coming to you. And I don't care what it is that the mayor have over you all, that you sit there and allow him to continue to do stuff like this. Something got to give. And we're not playing anymore, because you're messing with people's lives. And we all should stand up and say, hell to the no, that you're not going to continue to do that to the hardest working people in this city who pay the less.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
John Osterdock, I'm not sure if that's,
We'll just take one slot here. I think I represent Servant's Heart. So I'm 60 projects into your community of renovations in nonprofits. We're a unifier of local nonprofits and churches and places that are doing good. That's our real passion. The Great Falls Center was donated to us and to Dawn Treader to be turned into something even greater. Just a little story about myself. At 11 years old, I struggled in school. I was dyslexic. I was terrible at school. And my mom and dad were smart enough and wise enough to realize that I was going to be good at something else, so they turned me on to a hammer. And I learned to put a roof on when I was 11, and they taught me how to frame a house. I framed my first house when I was 17 years old. And that's what gave me life. And that's what a lot of young people in this city do not have the opportunity to do. Our makerspace is a new opportunity for folks to be mentored into the trades. We've successfully gotten 60 Paterson folks into the trades. Welding, we're starting automotives. We have a fine woodworking shop. We're working with your very own JFK. I'm on the school advisory board helping JFK navigate that conversation. I've been to Eastside a number of times, engaging Manchester. My passion is the trades. My passion is helping people get into the trades and come and eat in one of our restaurants, get educated and mentored in our phenomenal auditorium, which you heard talked about, and then come experience our rooftop dining at some point down the road. That's our goal. And so we'd really, this is some of the staff, some of the other people are with me. Christina does all of our marketing and all of our advertisement. Eric's on my board, as well as an engineer who helped design some of this. Here's some of our renderings. Nate does development with me, as well as other, and a lot of my other field team, plumbers, electricians are not here. I was gonna bring a bunch of graduates here tonight. I'll bring them back if you want. A bunch of local Paterson guys, you can hear some testimonies of them. And so thank you so much for hearing us, and we're really excited to have this move forward.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
speaker is Miss Christina Mendez.
Okay, all together. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Eric Bowe.
This is spoke already. Next speaker.
Nate Darker.
Got it. Next speaker.
Elvis Dern.
How y'all doing?
Great. Good evening. Sure.
Right. My clock
Brother.
started, right? Okay. Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Summer Jam 2023, Saturday, July 22nd. It's going to be inside Center City Mall, inside Downtown Grill, 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey, at 6 p.m. until, and it's going to be featuring special guest recording artist, Cool Flow. It's going to be nice, y'all. So everybody's invited to come. This is going to be at Downtown Grill inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, July 22nd. That's a Saturday, this Saturday at 6 p.m. Summer Jam 2023. Also, Summer Jam is coming to the 5th Ward. Summer Jam is coming to the 5th Ward. I'm going to give a shout out to the councilman of the 5th Ward, Louis Velez. But New Birth Greater Community Outreach Ministry presents Summer Jam on the 5th Ward, Saturday, July 29th at 12 p.m. until 4 p.m. at 62 Park Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. 12 p.m. until 4 p.m. It's going to be a bouncy house, dancing, live DJ, free food, open to the public. Remember I tell you I'm bringing entertainment back, right? I'm bringing it back. Sunday, July 30th. Sunday, July 30th, I'm going to be at my home church at Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey, where the pastor is Overseer Brenda Davis Gilbert. So Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Production is going to be there with Summer Jam, Gospel Summer Jam, and it's going to be featuring gospel singer Dominique Tisdale of Trenton, New Jersey. Okay? Also, we coming to the 4th Ward, y'all. Oh yeah. This Summer Jam is Paterson Summer Jam, and it's sponsored by our great, one of the best councilwomen in the state of New Jersey, Ruby Cotton, Miss Yolanda, and Miss Nancy Grill. Paterson Summer Jam is going to be at 159 Governor Street, Paterson, New Jersey, Saturday, August 12th, at 1 p.m. until 6 p.m., I believe, right? Yes, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's going to be so amazing, and everybody's welcome to come. White Wolf going to be there. We got the Black Panther from Wakanda going to be there, and we have a Barbie doll. A living, walking Barbie doll is going to be at this Summer Jam. So everybody's welcome, y'all. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Church boy.
I ain't finished yet, y'all. I just want to say to the city council all the city council that have supported Summer Jam this year, I just want to give them a shout out. My councilwoman, Ruby Cotton, supported Summer Jam this year. Councilman Khalif of the 2nd Ward, Councilman of the 5th Ward, Louis Velez, and the council at large, can't pronounce his name, but how do you pronounce his name? Councilman Louis. And I just want to say thank you. And
Thank you.
I think I'm pronouncing his name right.
You
but
got
I did
it.
my best.
Uden, you did your best.
But to the other ones, I thank y'all. Y'all still got time to come out and just support the community, y'all.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Bye.
Next speaker is Ms. Eva Razak.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Eva Razak from the 3rd Ward. I'm going to be a nice young lady today. I'm not here to argue. First of all, I was saddened because I didn't know that Miss Yolanda Luna passed away. I grew up with her family, and it's really like, wow. So, my condolences to her family. Also for Miss Greer, that lady is a pioneer. I mean, you need help, you're hungry, you're in pain, you're in trouble, that's the person to go to. So, Ms. Greer, congratulations. Also, I wanted to say something that was brought to my attention last week, because I was kind of fresh with my mouth. But you guys know I wear my heart on my sleeves. I wanted to say sorry to the public, because what the gentleman was saying before we come out and we come out of our mouths and we say things, but you guys know that when we're up here, we mean what we're saying because we're caring about our constituents in Paterson. And sometimes people are scared, there it is, to say something. Also, I wanted to say sorry to someone who's here in front of me. Sebastian, I love you, and I'm sorry. And the reason I'm saying sorry is because people see, and I didn't, you guys are gonna say I sound crazy, but I didn't know the magnitude of people that really see us in this city council. And when I get phone calls of former students of mine saying, Ms. Evie, you were wilding out, Ms. Evie don't like that. But no, because I don't. And you know something, ladies and gentlemen, we all are hurting in this city. That's why we come up here all the time. And I just want to say this really quick. I know you council members are very busy, but you want to know something? If you guys want us to stop coming here, then you guys need to start, instead of hearing us, listening to our concerns, because they matter. And I can tell in my heart, man, that our constituents are feeling pain. And some of you council members, I don't know. You guys were elected by us. And I want you guys to, Miss Evie doesn't come up here with an agenda to attack anybody, because I'm not looking for anything in the city. But I want all of us to live in peace, that everybody's eating, that everybody has a roof over their head, that nobody should have more than others, and that you council members really take adhere to this and stop fighting with each other, because you don't look good doing that. You don't. If you guys think that we look bad, you look worse. No, and I don't really mean it that way, but it does. I'm going to wrap it up, Mr. President, because I know you're going to say wrap it up. Please, once again, Mr. Mejia, I'm sorry. Council members, I'm sorry for being fresh, but when I say something, I really mean that, because I really care about our people, I care about our animals, I care about our city. And this being said, and I'm going to say this to my public, each and every one of you guys mean something. We all matter, and whether we look differently, in God's eyes, we're not. So please, and I get chills saying that. I know I get in trouble because of my mouth, but my heart, it's in the right place. And Paterson is crying. Please listen to us, just a little bit. Just do something. Get together and say, okay, let's do something for this ward if it's messed up. Let's do this for this one. And then you won't see people here. And my pastor, I love you. It's funny, we live across each other, and it's been a few times that we have spoken, but you got it in there. Because it takes a big person to come and do what you're doing, because you're putting love into us. Because you see the hell. Papi? All right. No, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to wrap it up. But here it is once again. I love my Patersonians. I love you guys whether you believe it or not. And I got something to say that my daddy taught me. When you guys are having parties, invite me. I could bring good gifts, because my daddy taught me, if you're not invited to their parties, when somebody passes away, you sure don't go to the funeral. And we're all here together. And I know people might say I'm a troublemaker, I'm a big mouth. I'll accept it, but I care. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Evan.
God bless all of us. And Pastor, thank you for being here, and I love you. Thank
God bless you
guys.
too, Evan.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Dwayne Gale.
Thank you, Bobby. And Mr. Gilmore, you're gonna be fine, because the devil got jack on you. Just remember I said that. But step on them or pee on them.
Thank you. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Dwayne.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers all over the world. I'm here it's an honor to announce the Paterson Summer Jam for 2023, which will be held on Saturday, August 12, 2023 at location 159 Governor Street, Paterson, New Jersey. It starts at 1 p.m. and ends at 5 p.m. And I want to give a special shout out to Councilwoman Miss Ruby Cotton for the wonderful work that she's been doing. And also in attendance will be White Wolf. He'll be performing at this event. And also yours truly, I-Tech Troy, which will be performing as the Black Panther, will be Wakanda Forever. Yes, I'll be performing at this event, and remember, you'll be blown away like never before, because I'll be using my God-given talent to worship, to, you know, put God first, and also try to help as much people as I can, you know, because in the society today, the youths, they actually need good role models, you know, and when God gives you a talent, it's for you to use it for His glory, and will be doing that to the best of my ability, you know, because Paterson, I'm from Jamaica, and since
Jamaica.
Yes. So Paterson here in New Jersey is my second home. You know, I think between Paterson and Jamaica, it's like the Wakanda for me, you know. So I think if we unite and work together and focus on the positivity, we can achieve a lot. You know, those who have seen the Black Panther movie, they can tell about the positive side to it. You know, you have where you can develop the technology and actually, you know, move forward. And I'll be available to perform at events here in Paterson and its surroundings, anyway, right across the world, you know, because I have no limit when I'm working for God, right? So those who want to get in contact with me, they can find me on on the social media platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. They can search for me. My social media name is I-Tech Troy. Yes, and my telephone number is 973-653-6222. You know, so it's a really honor being here speaking to you all. And it's an honor to be here living in Paterson. And I wish to use my God-given talent, as I said before, to help to develop Paterson, not just Paterson, but I think we can definitely unite, and it starts in your mind, the way you think positive and just put God first. I think we can definitely make this world a better place.
Understood. Thank you. Let's speak, Madam Clerk.
Ms.
Great.
Winnie Harrison.
Good evening, Council. Good evening.
Good evening.
City of Paterson.
Winnie.
I'm just gonna go forth. Council members, I received a call from DC and I received a call from Virginia of the way the council members' characters are. That's sad. Even though I know you have to agree to disagree, I know you have to say what you need to say, but please be respectful, because the first thing they be like, what your council people doing up there? And it's very embarrassing because they on the council in DC and they on the council in Virginia. So they do look at everybody on the council because they from Paterson. So I'm just asking everybody to be respectful. On July the 27th, this next Thursday, Ceasefire will be having an annual community meeting at 6:30. If you have a question for Ceasefire, or if you want to know what Operation Ceasefire Committee is about, ask the committee. Don't ask someone else. You don't have to ask the police department, because we are not the police. You do not have to ask Paterson Healing Collective, because we're not Paterson Healing Collective. We are Operation Ceasefire Committee, the only ceasefire committee that's in existence in the state of New Jersey for 22 years without funding. So if you want to ask something, Thursday, July 27 at 6:30. 60 Temple Street, Christopher Holt. 60 Temple Street, Christopher Holt. Okay? CCP, you're right. Okay. We'll be addressing the council BA in regards to the conditions of the agenda number 23, and regardless of what's going on with that agenda number. Also like to let you know, Nifty Lion Sports will be playing halftime on December the 24th at MetLife Stadium. They will be running out with the field with the Jets, and they will be playing halftime scrimmage. The tickets will be $50. Please, Nifty Lions is a nonprofit organization. We are the second in the nation. And we do it out of our own pocket. So please be attentive to that, because they will be representing Paterson, and we have one football player from Clifton as well. And I hear all the council people was commending Nancy Greer. Her retirement celebration will be at Lanise on July 29th. I pray to see everybody there. I won't be there, but I pray to see on the video. And on August the 19th, Will Downey will be at Eastside Park, so let's have a good time with Jazz in the Park. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Abdullah Ali.
Ms. Winnie Harris, are any of those proceeds going back to the program for the ticket sales of the Giants game?
Yeah.
And the reason why I say I need to seek representing God from the reject the enemy, which is my nature, and also the disease process that's here. And what I mean by disease process, there's only two orders in the creation. There's a godly order, there's a satanic order. What's happening today is a satanic order. She ain't here. What's her name? Dabo's sister was here the other week. She said the problem is with the head. Did anybody ever hear that? So if the head is drunk, guess what happens to the body? You even drunker. You remember when the Indians said the pale face speak with how many tongues? A lot of y'all got two tongues up this piece. Melendez, I got to get you, bro. I live in the Howland Authority out there in Alabama Projects. You know we got a forest out there, right? I told you about this 3 years ago. You didn't do not one thing. So you talking, but you ain't doing, but now they elect you as the president. I'm gonna expose some people right now. There's five, I mean, I got whatever Allah gave me. Alhamdulillah, let's get that straight. There's 5 people on this panel here that's keeping this satanic order going. I love you, Abdul, but you one of them. Dabo, you one of them. Menendez, you one of them. And especially my Muslim brother. And his comrade over his partner. And the reason why I'm doing that, I'm trying to give you some constructive criticism so you can take a look at yourself. And don't you ever talk about God and truth when you ain't practicing it yourself. You're right, them 4 fingers was pointed at you because you didn't make some improvement. I remember when you was here, but now you're there, you got a position and your head is swollen. Too swollen. Don't ever talk about truth when you ain't ready to practice it. And the reason why I talk like this, I've been somewhere where nobody been before. In the gutter. Am I right, Sister Melissa? Am I right, Bilal? In the gutter. I got him out of the gutter. You see the shirt I got on? Next month I'll be celebrating 34 years clean, drugs free. I need to get with them people there. Excuse me, I'm a plumber. I was in plumbing local back in the 80s. Y'all need a plumber? I work for y'all. Because that's what I do. And the reason why I share that, because these are the things we need to do. But let me tell you, Abdul, I love you. Just improve on your moral conscience. Oh, the finance woman. I didn't get my answer, but somebody told me to get it. See, I don't come up here religiously. I come up here morally. Every human being has a moral conscience that tell you about right and wrong. And when you're doing wrong and you go against that, you're committing a crime to your own human nature. You're selling your soul to a process that's going to destroy your human development. And you know what the first drug was that they gave the human being? Was a lie. And we all suffering from that right now. And the only reason why I'm preaching is because we need to take a look at who we really are. Don't show me one picture, but then behind my back, you're doing something else. And I spoke to Kenneth Morris, and he gave me an answer. He said they never had an open workshop meeting. And brother, I'm sorry for bursting out, but I'm human. But when you start putting some stuff out there and you ain't walking it, I'm gonna step to you. And when I'm doing something that ain't right, step to me. Because if you step to me, that'll make sure I gotta get in point. Get on point. So I thank God that we're here. Listen, I need you to do something. It's been 3 years. That Swartz is getting a little tall. No fence around there. We got fox, raccoon, and there's children that live out there.
Yep, I will give you an answer right after the public portion. I will get into it.
Busy with it. No, I'm not. I got to do a job in the morning. When I need, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to go home, get some sleep, get some money tomorrow.
I'll call you.
Alabama Projects.
Yeah.
Going down there and take a picture of that forest.
It's horrible. It is horrible.
You claim you supposed to be working on. Because the Housing Authority don't want to do nothing. Penrose don't want to do nothing. The mayor don't want to do nothing.
They both responsible. I will give you an answer after the public
portion. All of
portion.
y'all responsible because it's part of the city of Paterson's property.
Stay for a little bit, brother. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Kimi Freeman.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Freeman, that's right. Kimmy Freeman, 3rd Ward. I'm going to keep my statements brief. I want to thank Karen Long for calling me and taking me over to the side to explain to me that certain paperwork wasn't finished, the second part of the paperwork. The first part of the paperwork had my sidewalk on it. And they have to tell me that the pipe they put in was $14,500. I want to see that because you lined the pipe. The 6-inch control valve, I understand that. Most houses have 4. This has 6. So it's a special thing. But you can't tell me that thing costed $14,500. Also, I want a federal forensic audit of the Paterson HUD thing. This is not the first time, ladies and gentlemen. You know I'm a history major. Melody Jackson effed up $5 million. Ms. Mickles effed up $5 million. You guys get $1.5 million every year to improve the houses of people who are homeowners and taxpayers. My house is paid for. 32 years. I done put it in the kitty. Now you're telling me, oh, the pipe was $14,500. I want to see that price. My sidewalk is still toe up. And I say toe up. I got a problem with that. Second thing, I live in 3rd Ward. I live on East 40th Street. Ms. Frances she's, I think, the president of the East Side Neighborhood Association. Well, guess what? I live on East 40th and 18th Ave. There's been 4 shootings in the past 12 months. This is the best section of Paterson, 2 blocks away from there, all right? I've been asking for speed traps on 17th Ave, 18th Ave, 19th Ave. I've been asking for this for 12 years. So, I thought about running for the 3rd Ward. And then I sat down. And then I met Brother McCoy. And you know me and Brother McCoy are like Ali and Frazier. But when he said outside of Lasonic, he says, we are all black. I want to see if that happens. You could be Marcus Garvey, and I'll be Haile Selassie. Because I think Let me tell you something. When I grew up, I got 53 years in this political world right here, right? I've been here for 62 years, Paterson, New Jersey. I've been doing this since I was 10 years old. I have a degree in this. I don't have to keep reiterating. National Dean's List is the 1% of all the college students in the United States and probably the world. You have a 1%er up here. But you guys won't listen. You won't listen. All right, just give me 20 seconds, and I won't go over that. Let me tell you something. I represented the city of Paterson at the President's Summit for America's Future in 1997. I came before this council, and I gave you an assessment of what Paterson should do. Project 2000. We go into the schools, we follow them, we train them. I'm still doing research. That was in 1990. Because I'm the original one that was on that started it. I'm still doing the research. These kids are 40 years old now. That program worked. And you're glad that Ms. Schaefer wasn't in here because she's the one that shanked me in the shower and got me out of the school district because I've been raising hell about saving black and Hispanic males in Paterson, New Jersey. When are you guys going to wake up? Or, I'm not going to run for third ward because I'm going to help McCoy beat you, Alex, but I'm going for those at-large seats. And I'm friends with Al and Khalik. I ain't got no problem with them. All right? So I'll get their votes. All right? And I know how to speak Arabic. And I was in Cairo for 10 months. National Dean's List. I'm coming for your asses, man.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Alan David Jefferson Jr. Alan David Jefferson Jr.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Oh.
Mr. Sebastian Mayer.
No, he's outside, Madam Clerk. He's coming.
Okay.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
I'm not going to say much, okay? Born and raised in Paterson, Alabama Avenue. I live in Prospect, New Jersey right now, but I'm not going to be there long. All I'm going to say is that it's a shame the way we do business in Paterson. I don't care what you say, but one thing I do know, God's going to straighten this out.
I'm sorry?
And he's going to straighten it out real quick. All you got to do is just look around you, what's going on in this country. My thing is this. I have 7 grandkids and 1 great-grand. And my thing is for their future. Okay, I'm 72 years old. I'm old. With cancer. I've had it since 1983.
Wow.
Viet-era veteran. All I'm going to say is this. No justice, no peace.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Sebastian.
Like I always say, 80% of communication is nonverbal. Como yo siempre digo, el 80% de comunicación no es verbal. As someone who aspires to be the future 5th Ward Councilman, alguien que aspira a ser el futuro concejal del quinto barrio, yo visualizo un mejoramiento en la forma en que comunicamos con la comunidad. I envision an improvement in how we're communicating with the community. I look forward to represent transparency and accountability. Yo quiero representar transparencia y rendimiento de cuentas. It's clear to me that with the current representation that we have on the council, es claro para mí con la representación que tenemos actualmente en el concilio, that we are not going to get the transparency that we deserve as a community. Que no vamos a tener la transparencia que necesita el pueblo con la representación que tenemos actualmente. That is why I do believe, like the seasons come and go, they all change. Change needs to happen in this council. Yo sí creo honestamente que necesitamos cambio en este concilio. Okay? And I understand through my upbringing, yo entiendo por mi crianza y through my education, when I got my degree in political science, I understood and I understand that an informed populace, an informed community, is an empowered community. Yo entiendo que una comunidad informada es una comunidad empoderada. I understand that. And I want to give you that. I want you to be empowered to the best of your ability. And I will continue to do so. I will continue to go live as much as I can so you can see what goes on in these workshop meetings. Yo voy a seguir yendo vivo para que ustedes sepan lo que está pasando en las reuniones de esta ciudad. Okay? And as a child, as a son of Colombian immigrants, I think it's appropriate, being that July 20th is Colombian Independence Day, como hijo de padres colombianos, y siendo que el 20 de julio es esta semana, quiero leer un dicho de Simón Bolívar. I would love to read a quote by the founding father of Colombia, Simon Bolivar. I will go over time just briefly. That quote says the following, in Spanish first. Nada es tan peligroso como dejar permanecer largo tiempo en un mismo ciudadano el poder. Nothing is as dangerous as leaving power in the hands of the same citizen for a long period of time. My name is Sebastian Mejia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Pastor Damian Barrett.
Night, Council.
Good evening, Pastor.
President. My name is Damian Barrett. I am a pastor here in Paterson, New Jersey. And I am not here to promote my church or promote myself. I'm just here to promote the Word of God and the Lord Jesus Christ. Mr. President, in doing that, I just want to read from God's Word within the allotted time that is given to me. I want to read from the book of John 1 verse 29, which says, the next day he saw Jesus coming toward him and said, behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. This is he of whom I said, after me comes a man who ranks before me, because he was before me. I myself did not know him, but for this purpose I came baptizing with water, that he might be revealed to Israel. And John bore witness, I saw the Spirit descend from heaven like a dove, and it remained on him. I myself did not know him, but he who sent me to baptize with water said to me, he on whom you see the Spirit descend and remain, this is he who baptizes with the Holy Spirit. And I have seen and have borne witness that this is the Son of God. The next day again John was standing with two of his disciples, and he looked at Jesus as he walked by, and said, behold, the Lamb of God. The two disciples heard him say this, and they followed Jesus. Jesus turned and saw them following and said to them, what are you seeking? And they said to him, Rabbi, which means teacher, where are you staying? He said to them, come and you will see. So they came and saw where he was staying. And they stayed with him that day, for it was about the 10th hour. One of the two who heard John speak and followed Jesus was Andrew, Simon Peter's brother. He first found his own brother Simon and said to him, we have found the Messiah, which means Christ. He brought him to Jesus. Jesus looked at him and said, so you are Simon, the son of John. You shall be called Cephas, which means Peter. The next day, Jesus decided to go to Galilee. He found Philip and said to him, follow me. Now Philip was from Bethsaida, the city of Andrew and Peter. Philip found Nathanael and said to him, "We have found him of whom Moses in the law and also the prophets wrote, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph." Nathanael said to him, "Can anything good come out of Nazareth?" Philip said to him, "Come and see." Jesus saw Nathanael coming toward him and said of him, "Behold, an Israelite indeed in whom there is no deceit." Nathanael said to him, "How do you know me?" Jesus answered him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you." Nathanael answered him, "Rabbi, you are the Son of God. You are the King of Israel." Jesus answered him, "Because I said to you, I saw you under the fig tree, do you believe? You will see greater things than these." And he said to him, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you will see heaven opened and the angels of God ascending and descending on the Son of Man."
Thank you, Pastor. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, John De Los Santos.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
So I'm here to address a situation regarding Resolution 25, 26, and 27 regarding the cannabis applications.
And here.
I have been a resident of Paterson long life, all my life. I was the first person to come down to planning and zoning and put my name on the list in September when the City Council had just passed the ordinance for the cannabis application. I did not receive my application until December via email from the Chief of Staff when it first became publicly available. Since December, when I received that email, I have been working diligently to start my business. I submitted my application to Paterson, to the Chief of Staff, on May 8th. It was accompanied with a $30,000 check. So I don't know what that means to you guys, but a $30,000 check is substantial for someone trying to start a business. Since that time, I have not heard a word back on my application, not one word. I have countless times emailed the Director of Economic Development. I received a receipt of a $30,000 check from the Chief Financial Officer.
Was it cashed?
Yeah, no, it was a certified check.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I made sure to get a certified check when I came to the city.
So it was cashed?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Councilman Jackson.
Certified check
Right
is
after
cashed.
public portion, we'll entertain the public.
The name of my company is Royal Roll LLC, and the reason I'm so upset is because I am license number 0042 in the state. I am conditionally licensed to open a store. Wow. And what I see here today in your resolution is you have out of resident applicants being accepted, you only have one resident in that list, one person on that list that is a resident, the two are not. And to my knowledge, only two are licensed. After several days, months of trying to follow up with the city, I have heard nothing. And I'm coming from a place where I had to hustle to get a company from Canada to be comfortable enough to invest in me and my vision.
I believe you.
Thank you, Ms. Mims. I have emailed everyone here on this council. Everyone. Mr. Velez told me to email Mr. Director Powell. Director Powell told me he doesn't know where my application is. Wow. So where does that leave me?
Wow.
Where is my money? Because now I have to uproot everything I've done in this city and go to a different municipality when this is my hometown. This is where I grew up, this is where I went to school, and this is where I want to do business. But it's being made impossible for me. So you tell me, what do I do? You guys are the city council, you passed the ordinance, you allowed 3 locations in the city for retail. My first building that I applied with, because of your lack of response, was under a due diligence period. I lost my building. I still went and found a different building to continue my application. But have I heard anything from anyone? No.
De Los Santos, please stay, say don't leave, because don't leave. As soon as we finish public portion, you're going to hear from the council and also the administration, because this question, but as soon as we finish public portion, the administration will have to answer you, and also we're going to have a dialogue, because there's a couple of changing part on that, but we need definitely to get to the bottom of your situation. So as at the end of the public portion, we will definitely address you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Former Councilman Bill McCoy.
Route 20. Good evening. Cases? Council members, we're in public portion. As soon as we finish public portion, we'll address this matter. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, honorable council, members of the public, members of the audience. Bill McCoy, I served on municipal council for 20 years, Board of Education for 4, and I'm here this evening to extend to you a thank you for the approval of the application for our Jamaica Day and Gospel Fest in Eastside Park. I'm also going to extend to you an invitation to join us at the Brownstone on Saturday, the 22nd, as we celebrate Jamaica's independence. We are honoring Daniel Emhoff, our county clerk, Madam Clerk, and member of distinguished individuals in our city making contributions. Also would like to point out that without honesty and integrity, we have nothing. I stand here today having suffered, I think, the disservice, and I'm going to point it out to you this way. The Jamaica Day started to show that we in Paterson can behave ourselves, we can come together and have a great time, and we don't have to be policed out of our homes. The Jazz Fest that you announced tonight learned a lot from Jamaica Day, and we assist them and are assisting them now in putting forward that process. But on last Tuesday, my application was deemed to be 100% complete by this council midnight last week. I went home, and by Monday, 10 o'clock, by Wednesday, 10 o'clock, my application was rejected because the contract was voided, and my bill went from $4,800 to $9,600. $400 less than $10,000 for security that I didn't need. Two persons in this council that are present now that I will not call their name, but they're willing to, they're free to identify themselves, intervene in that process after the application was reviewed and approved by the city, and allow for that injustice to happen. You heard today, the jazz group is there doing essentially the same thing and have a zero bill for policing. Yet this other non-for-profit organization is paying roughly $10,000. I think that's wrong. I think we lose our moral high ground, and we're saying to community and organizations that this process is rigged, that it's unfair, and it's unjust. And whenever you have injustice anywhere, you have injustice everywhere. All of us are diminished when we use the government to chastise those people that we don't like, and I think it's wrong. So I wanted to just anchor that today. As I exit, I say thank you for the support nonetheless. 9-0 approval. But yet last week, we put the knife out. There's an old saying, the same knife that stick the sheep will stick the goat. God bless you, good night, and be well.
Next
I would love
speaker,
to
Madam
hear who
Clerk.
the two council people are that you
Next
said.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Mr. Xavier Harris.
Mr. Xavier Harris.
You said two council people? I would like to know that, Council President. I know
Council,
that
no, we're on public portion.
I
As soon
understand
as
that,
we finish
but
public portion,
a statement was made that
you will
two
be
council
able,
people
you will be able to
intervened,
entertain the
and I would love to
conversation.
hear who those two
As soon as we finish public portion. Next speaker, Madam
I would
Clerk.
love to hear who they are.
Mr. Xavier Harris, come to the microphone, please.
Who are they? Because sometimes
We
things
waiting for.
sometimes
No,
things are
Councilwoman
that
Mintz,
are
you know
not
the
accurate,
process.
so I would like
we
to
are
know who
waiting
the two
for the
people
public
are.
portion. We almost done with public portion. No, we have a speaker that has been waiting, and after that we'll be ready to entertain the 3 license and continue the conversation. Next speaker, we're waiting on you.
My name involved in the crime, so I want to know who they are. Oh, say their name. can't just say that. You gotta say people's names. You come to the mic and insinuate, say their name. You gotta be bold enough.
We're waiting for the next speaker. Councilwoman, can you allow us to continue the meeting? Thank you. Next speaker.
Say their name.
Thank you. So, good evening, young man. We're waiting on your time, so you. Good evening.
Xavier Harris Paterson.
Good evening, Savior.
Notice how I waited patiently.
Yes.
Because I believe in transparency. So if something was to be said, actual proof, I gave time for it to be said before I spoke. The word transparency and clarity keeps being used in the meetings, but somehow televising the meetings keep getting voted down. It's unfortunate that the public has to go through the same injustice every time when we ask for the same couple items to get passed, and it never even makes it past the same point of the meeting. Secondly, I want to say, everyone who is on the other side of the podium, you guys are public figures, leaders in the community. So it's important that the antics, the snide comments, and the childish games that you play with each other cease. We're not in high school. It's like, it's kind of getting like played out how you guys could take shots at each other, but expect everybody to believe and trust in you. Lead by example. Thirdly, I wanted to say, Council President, you made a comment and you said, ask the administration. I don't think anyone has faith or will put trust in the administration when they say things like, there's conversations had behind doors and we can't disclose this or things of that nature. You can't ask us to ask them questions when they barely answer you guys' questions. You can't ask us to speak on things or want to gain information on things when you won't vote to televise or further inform not only the people that just sit here, but the people at home. You can't ask people to take a leap of faith and expect improvement or things to get better when you guys consistently hold it at a standstill with the way you vote. Nothing's gonna get better, nothing's gonna change for the better if things continue to stay the same. It would be insane for all of us to believe in a process that never changes. The same people vote with the same people every time there's an important matter at hand, and it's getting tiring. I don't understand why personal things and agendas trump the public. We appointed you guys to sit in the chairs that you're sitting in. You get paid. We don't. We're here tirelessly, meeting after meeting, pushing for things that we want, and we're not getting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Jalen.
Hi. I want to talk, Miss Mims, I got another ticket. And when we brought it to the lady attention that was given a ticket, we said that, hey, you know, Ms. Mims said that the parking authority agreed to give us the park. Yeah, that's cool, but she said that, oh, people could pay for those now, and that she's not parking authority, she's the police. So if we could just make that clear across the board, the police ones and the parking authority, that would be great. I really wasn't gonna come. I wasn't gonna come back here because I don't like to talk, but I can't take the lies. And they said that this is the year 2023 of exposure. So I'm here again to expose them because my character was assassinated on TV, so I'm gonna do what I gotta do to defend myself. So on June 27th, my character was assassinated on live television. It was said that I was trying to assault Mike Jackson's assistant, Chanel Fields, by swinging on her 3 times on June 20th of 2023. Well, I'm here to direct everyone to my Facebook page where the video footage is proven, in fact, that I did not swing at her at all, but she kept trying to attack me. My Facebook page is Jaylyn, Jaylynn, like Nancy, spacebar AG. Again, Jaylynn, spacebar AG. I was tired of all of the people like coming up to me, why you swing on her, all this talk, like, so I'm here to defend myself. The footage was released to me because I signed the Oprah, which if you sign the Oprah, you could get anything from the city, budgets, videos, whatever. So I was sick of it, so I signed the Oprah and I got the video released. Yeah, I was sick of the judgment from the people that the councilman and the assistant also called and lied to, because they called people in my family telling them I did this and that, and it was complete lies. So I needed the video footage, so I posted that out. Also, Mike Jackson mentioned that money was given to me by all the audience members the first day that I had came. I want everybody to know it was a total of $75. I went and brought groceries with that. He said the money ain't accounted for. Yeah, I'm not supposed to tell you where that money was going. Like, you decided to volunteer and pay the tickets. Yeah, $25 was donated by Miss Kathy, and then $50 was donated by Miss Denise. I took that, brought groceries with it, and if you want to see the receipts, I got the receipts, because that's just the person that I am. I like to keep receipts. Yeah. Also, Shifa Pharmacy had donated $300, but she gave the check to the councilman. I never got that money in my hand. In fact, they mentioned that I was talking about giving change back. Please know that $240 was given to me by Mike Jackson for the tickets that still was in Paterson, because 20 of them got sent to Passaic. So y'all know I'm gonna go over. Cool. So, yeah, he gave me $240, and I said, hey, yeah, I got change left. Do you want it? I could bring it back. Or whatever. I was under the impression that that was Mike Jackson's portion. At the time, I wasn't aware that the $300 was donated. What was said was the pharmacist was going to donate, and that they didn't have anything yet. So here, take this $240 and pay for the $225 ticket. So I'm under the impression that Mike is paying his portion, and we are waiting for Shifa. When the check was finally given, Chanel told me $300 was given, and once the tickets are sent back from the court, that we were going to pay the remaining with that $300.
Please wrap it up.
All right, cool. He mentioned he went to court with me, which he didn't have to. I already called for a payment plan. You see, he was using me for his political image. He showed up to court for him, not for me. If this man was really helping me out the kindness of his heart, he would have wrote me a check, like Miss Denise, like Miss Kathy, and like Miss Shifa Pharmacy. But he needed it on video. That's why he came to court talking about an ordinance that was never set in solid. I'm still getting tickets, so they don't care about that ordinance or whatever he was doing. Yeah, which the judge stated in that meeting as well. Again, when you ask for payment plans, the court is likely to reduce the tickets. That's why you get a court date. Mind you, I had the court date before I even came down here to voice my opinion and the fact that he wanted to use my political game. He took me to Passaic to try to pay the tickets before the court date, but they wouldn't let him, again, because the judge decided if you're going to pay the whole ticket or if they're going to reduce them. We had to wait for the date. Which when it came, he told the prosecutor who I was at Passaic. He tried to say at Passaic court that I cursed him out and I did all of this. Why y'all keep lying on me in public places where there's video footage, bro? If I cursed you out in the court, they would have arrested me or something would have happened, but I got that video too, so lie again. So yeah, he told the prosecutor who I was, trying to make a deal or whatever to get my tickets reduced more than what they already was gonna do, which I feel like that was illegal. So I did get mad, and I told her, and I said, why would you tell? Like, I didn't need that. I didn't curse him out because I was unemployed, and I was looking at him paying my tickets as a blessing. And one thing about me, I'm not stopping my blessings. So I didn't curse him out. Mr. Clean is a liar. Mike Jackson and his assistant is a liar. And if you all in Paterson let him get that mayor seat for the 10th time that he's running, you guys are just as crazy as the two of them. Now, he also asked me what was the status of the tickets. Why is someone that's supposed to be paying the tickets asking me, are they paid? I thought he was doing the due diligence and handling it since he didn't give me a check like everyone else.
You bring over the limit. Please wrap it up.
All right, cool, right? So I'm not the type to ask for help. So if you volunteer and you're going to do something, I'm going to trust that you're going to do it. I'm not going to be running around chasing somebody that said they was doing me a favor. I don't need it. Yeah. Also, I did say the tickets got paid, but that was because the lady at the court, who's Hispanic, had a hard time speaking English and understanding it. Also, she didn't know how to look up the tickets correctly, so she kept saying that they were paid when they were not paid. I still have a $466 balance worth of tickets left. The only reason why I'm upset is because I asked for a payment plan so I could pay him when I needed to, and this man went on the court and told him he was paying it in full, and now he's not paying it, and they trying to assassinate my character. So that's why the only reason I'm saying something. I don't need the money. I'm getting it taken care of because that's just who I am. Cool. It's all over
excuse
YouTube.
me.
It's
You're being,
all over
you're being
YouTube
over the limit.
and the
I
live
want to
stream.
ask you for the
Mike
last time
saying
to
that
please
he
wrap
paid
it
the
up.
tickets, but he is a liar, and so is Chanel. I swung 3 times. It's crazy. When we in live patient, when we live in a time of cameras. So yeah, it's video of that. Not only that, but after I exposed them on June 27th, the next day, Mike texts me at 8 o'clock in the morning saying, "Oh, I lost the numbers. I lost my numbers. Can I, who is this?" Sir, if you lost your numbers, the text message thread deletes too. So how did you get my number to text me? That's crazy. Stop harassing me. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so
excuse me, I'm going to ask you for the last minute to please be respectful. No, you're not. Let me finish. You're not listening to me. I've been respectful enough to give you more than enough time.
So, 2 heads and y'all still can't outsmart me. That's crazy. I got all these receipts and everything showing that you did not stand by your word or your promises. So yeah, you know you don't have my vote.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I give you more than enough time. Madam Clerk, next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Nicola Castillo.
I get labeled a lot as disrespectful, but that's because the people of the 60s and 70s, they never had that privilege to directly with people that are adults. So that's why I'm always getting called disrespectful, because the people don't know how to take clear direction. And you guys don't have a lot of emotional intelligence, and that's why y'all run this council in the city the way y'all do it. So, yeah, I wasn't done.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Nicola Castillo.
Please, members of the public, we're still in public portion. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
He's at the podium.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nicholas Castillo, Paterson, New Jersey,
Mr.
born and
Castillo.
raised. I own a food truck, which some of you may know who have came over. It's called the Mac Truck. Do Paterson giveaways. We do back to school community. We do a lot with the community. What I'm here for is last Tuesday, I've been awarded. First of all, I've been awarded my retail license for Paterson. I mean for the CRC, for the dispensary cannabis. Last Tuesday, I received a call from Mike Powell saying that I was going to be on today's agenda. I paid $30,000 cash. It's been cashed out already. About $30,000 check. I'm sorry. It's been cashed already. I have a lease that I pay $6,000 on every month. That I told him that I was gonna get. So before I even got the lease, he was known that I was gonna get the lease. So I've been paying $6,000 a month. I'm from Paterson. The three that are on today is from the 4th Ward. I don't even know if he knows about Paterson. I don't know how you're gonna have 3 dispensaries in the 4th Ward. The one that I have is on the 1st Ward. I've been struggling these last couple months trying to keep up with the lease of the building. Come today, he's telling me that we're not on the agenda. He's telling me to wait for the second round, which hasn't even been in the ordinance of opening. The name of the entity is called SC Greens.
Wow.
SC Greens. SC Greens, correct.
Oh, Jesus.
Please continue.
My license expires by the end of next month.
Member of the council, we need to hear the speaker. We need to please
My
continue.
license expires by the end of next month. I have really no time. Only reason why I've been still paying for the lease and everything is because I was told that I was going to receive to be on. Actually, I got 2 phone calls saying I was going to be on today's agenda. And then come to find out, I didn't even know about nothing that was going on. Yesterday, I went to his building. He's telling me that the application that I gave him about 3-4 months ago, he's telling me that he lost it. He lost it or somebody stole it. Somebody stole the light. Somebody stole my application and he lost it.
Excuse me, members of the public.
Meanwhile, I have a check.
Listen, we need to hear the
Meanwhile,
speaker.
I have a
Listen,
check.
when we make that kind of noise at home, they cannot listen at home. Please, just continue.
I have a check number that has been cashed. And, even my doctor told me, what's wrong with you? I lost over 15 pounds in the last month. I'm struggling to pay rent for my son just to try to keep up with this endeavor that I've been trying to do. And it's taking a toll on me. It's just, I need a fair chance. I feel, I'm from Paterson my whole life. Probably these people that are being chosen are not even from Paterson. And first of all, why would you even call me last week, 2 phone calls saying that we're going to be on today's agenda? And that was the day before that my check had got cashed. So that's all I have to say.
I appreciate it. Just
how much kickback money did you put up?
Stay with us.
Again?
You ain't put no kickback money up, I'm sure.
Stay with us. Let's speak about it, clerk.
These people that are walking out when when you're concerned.
Last speaker, Mr. Corey Teague.
So we have the last speaker, Mr. Corey T. Right after, we'll be addressing the last four item.
Corey T, Paterson, New Jersey.
That's right there. It's crazy.
Mr. T, good evening.
Good evening. There are 68,400 seconds in a day. And while it's not really smart to let 60 seconds ruin the rest of your 86,340 seconds, sometimes you do have to address certain things that are said. And a couple of days ago, the Paterson Police Department, let me just say this, to the Paterson Police Department, it's going to take a lot more than a very nice PR team to fix the image at 111 Broadway. If you think posting a few pictures or handing out sandwiches and soda is going to make us develop trust in you again, you guys have missed the boat. It's going to take way more than that. There's way more than that. So what I did, I got on that post because they had me blocked for a long time. And I saw that I wasn't blocked this time, so I got on there and I said, well, before, it was a post regarding the first 100 days. And I said, before we can really get into that first 100 days, we have some other issues to deal with. What happened with Felix De Jesus? What happened with Jameek Lowry? What happened with Thelonious McKnight, Najee Seabrooks? There's many more. So somebody got up there, his name is Chris Michaels, that's the name he goes by. He said, Corey Lewis Teague, nobody cares about the drunk molester Felix, who was seen hours after the police interaction. Stop wasting our time with this nonsense. That's what he wrote. On here it says Chris Michaels. I find it very, very interesting how bold people can get when they're hiding behind fake accounts. Anything I say comes from Corey Lewis Teague. My picture is on every social media account that I own, the same one. And I do it that way to make it clear that whatever I got to say to you, I can say from my page and I can say to your face. So whoever this Chris guy is, roll a set of balls and come to the family and tell the family that to their face. If you're that bold. If you can go on social media and accuse the man of being a drunk molester, have some guts to come to the family and be a man or a woman, because it could very well be a woman. And before anybody says it's probably one of those white police officers, no. We have plenty of black leaders in this community who are working with the people who are stopping this community from growing. Don't pay the pigmentation any consideration. The devil don't have a color. I'm going to tell you that right now. The devil don't have a color. So we need to look at this very, very closely. Another thing I wanted to address. There comes a time when you have to decide, do you want to just give up and walk away, or do you want to keep on fighting? And I'm going to tell you, a couple weeks ago, I was on the fence because you get tired of constantly pushing, and I'm wrapping up right now. You get tired of constantly pushing and you feel like folks don't appreciate it or folks don't see it or they don't hear it. But in talking to the community and talking to people around here, and I wanted to wait till I got to the mic to say this, that I will be running for the school board this year. People were going around last year saying that Mr. Teague ain't running this year. I know what was going on. Don't worry. I know what was going on. And I forgive you for going around saying that. But don't worry. I'm going to correct it this year. Mr. Teague is running this year. So if anybody come to you and tell you I'm not, call them a liar. And if they have a problem with it, tell them to come to me and I'll call them a liar. Plain and simple, because it's time for the fighter to come back again.
Thank you, Mr.
And I've done it plenty of times. But if this city can elect and honor people who have no problem breaking the law, and they can elect crooks and people who make side deals, then surely they can elect a man who is righteous and who will stand up for this community. Not a perfect man, but a man who actually gives a damn about this city and this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we got one more speaker. Do we have?
Oh, there are no more speakers.
So there's one more speaker. So you have.
Nicholas Castillo?
Yes.
He spoke already, though.
Oh, you spoke? Okay, no, he spoke already. Motion to close public portion. So we're going to address that. That matters will be addressed in the next three legislation that we have on the book. Motion to close public portion.
Council President, the last meeting, if I may, you was gonna let the BA answer some of the questions that was asked. I think so we're gonna just say no and then.
No, I understand, Councilwoman. So
that's all I'm
is either right after council members address the public, and please, let's stay within the 2 minutes, and then right after that, Madam Clerk. But I will allow Madam Clerk, if you're ready, to answer some of the questions that the public asked today, and there was a specific question. So I know you got the list there, so let me allow Madam BA to answer those questions. Right after that, during the close of public portion, we have 2 minutes to address the public, and we're going to start the discussion.
Right.
That's on the process. We gotta set it up to put the clock for council members as well, because we also have to be respectful also with the time of the public also as well. Madam BA.
Thank you, Council President. I know this evening there are a lot of comments, not as many questions, but I will address the ones that are questions. I know Mr. Hakeem referenced the $18.5 million deficit. As we've mentioned before, that is because of about $10 million of increased health insurance costs, about $2 million of increased pension costs, about $1.5 million of increased pension, about $4 million increase in our solid waste costs, and is about $3 million of CBA increases, of contractual increases over all the contracts we've been finalizing over the past few years. So that's about $18.5 million. I know there were some, Mr. Freeman, we talked over to the side, and I want to make sure that the documentation that we have matches what he has. So if he's able to send me something, we can review it. But what we had was for the sewer work for his house, and as the work is being completed, we'll get the final details of that and we'll send it his way as well. I know regarding some of there were some questions about the 2 cannabis applications, and we can wait until that we have the further discussion with the items on the agenda, but I do know that both of those fees are included in the document that was shared with the council. All the applicants who are on tonight have paid their fees, and then there are 2 additional applicants that are ready or are in process, but the licenses need to be increased before they can also be included. I believe that's it for actual questions and not just commentary. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Madam BA. And what you specifically say is that the member of the public that came to speak, those licenses, they are in the process on the next cycle?
Yes,
so we will get back to that discussion, because we have those items on the agenda right now. So there's a motion to close the public portion by Councilman De La C, and second by by Councilman Velez. Roll call on the closing of the public portion, Madam Councilman, Madam BA.
Discussion.
Roll.
No discussion.
It's,
not?
no,
Why?
council
It's a-
member,
it's a
not.
motion.
Point
No,
of order,
council
point of
member.
order. There's no
No,
discussion.
there's a motion
It's a
to
motion.
Close.
There's a motion to
Okay.
close the public portion, and
understand,
second,
but you're
now,
trying to-
we're going to close the public portion, and we're gonna have enough time to address, because we
Council
have three
President,
licenses. I understand, Councilman.
You're neglecting your
No.
responsibility.
No, I'm not
You have
neglecting.
two Pattersonians that came here and
no.
said they wrote a check.
They are
that
here.
was cash for
They are-
$30,000.
they are here, and we're gonna have that
She
discussion.
never even addressed it.
They are here, we're gonna have that discussion, she's gonna be part
How
of the
we gonna have the
discussion.
discussion?
We have a motion to close. Councilman Abdelaziz, you vote?
How are we gonna have the discussion when they talked at the public
Thank you, Council
portion?
President. So I'll vote and roll call, follow proper protocol procedures. I'll stay within my 2 minutes. I just want to announce to my constituents in the 6th Ward, and I probably won't make it to the end of the night, I want to thank all my constituents that congratulated me on being a new father 2 weeks ago. So that's, I will be exiting the meeting to go home and make sure I'm feeding the baby, rocking the baby, and kissing the baby while the honeymoon stage. So I will, I want to invite all my constituents to our National Night Out on August 1st at School 25. It's always a great, great time where everyone from People's Park section, Lakeview section, South Paterson, it's open to all. I mean, there's plenty of National Night Out events, but this is our 6th Ward National Night Out event. We only have one in our ward, United Front. Everyone comes to School 25 in the movie night. And I hope to see everyone there. I invite my colleagues on the council, Council President. Thank you for running the meeting pretty smooth so far. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say a few things that were said during the meeting. The first thing is for Ernest Rucker talked about the cannabis. These applications was brought to us last week. I finally had the opportunity to read through all the books because we were handed the books that Tuesday night last night. I don't know if any of you paid attention to the young people that were standing up here, and I talked about this several times already. Years of my family, my kids playing sport. You could tell that the kids was not even in uniform good. And back in the day when my children and a lot of other children, we had companies that sponsored teams who bought everything for our young adult. And I know I have spoken to a couple of them and that you're willing to be a supportive of our community. And some people say, well, it's not in writing, it's not in stone. Well, you know what, sometimes I think that it could be in stone. What is that?
2 minutes.
No, but I didn't do no 3. Right, I didn't do no like.
Your 2 minutes is over. It's saying your 2 minutes is up.
Oh, that's all, okay, but let me just say that, to me, our community is about each other. It's about all of us. I don't pick and choose. I think that we all can bring something to the table. We all can bring something to the table to help us to move our community forward. Yes, Mahida, 2 of them are in the 4th Ward. I discovered that last week. I think that we can have a conversation of what I can see with one of them that's here. Also, I just want to say too, I want to try to wrap it up quickly, but we are doing National Night Out at Barber Park with several other organizations for if, you know, everybody's welcome. I never tell somebody you can't come because you're not from the 4th or you from here. You know what, you got to come. If you want to come to National Night Out at Barber Park, we all will come. There's a couple other things, Ms. Muhammad. Every time I've gone to Freedom Village with the fire chief, that button has been in that lockbox. So every time if something is wrong, then someone just need to call me to say, or call the fire chief to say that thing is not in there. Now, that's not the rumor I heard about Frank McKinney. That's not what I heard. I'm not sure. But I'm saying, and you're not sure either of what happened. But we do, I just want to say, at my closeout meeting, people are dropping like flies. I don't care what you say. People are dying because they are depressed. They're dying because they're stressed out. People are stressing people out. They're having heart attacks. They're just dropping. I pray God every day, keep me sane, keep me healthy, keep me being able to do what I got to do, because I'm saying to you that the calls that come in for different things, landlords throwing people out, evictions, they can't find nowhere to live. senior husband or wife died. They can't pay rent by themselves. There's so much stuff happening. I think sometimes people think that when they make a phone call to you, they're the only one calling you. They're not the only one calling you. And I can say to the council people here, I know, I don't have a job, and I take this seriously, and everybody, Ernie Rucker know, he come to City Hall, he sees Ruby. Or somewhere around the building somewhere. So for anyone who wants to reach out to me, my door is always open, my phone is always on. I answer my calls. So I just want to say we have to work together, we have to help each other. Ain't no, I don't like you and you can't like him and you better not like her and you bet. No, I was raised on the farm. We learned how to love each other. We learned how to take care of each other. I don't care if I made $1 and they made $5. We still treat each other the same. We love one another. And I'm happy that my ancestors instilling that in me to love each other no matter what. Madam Clerk, I know my time is up. Council colleagues, anyone, like I said, need to reach out to me. It's about people. People are hurting out here. I'm getting the calls. People are hurting out here. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. See, I'm not even going to entertain. I gave enough of my time to that. And my money. I will say this. I do owe her $60. I will get a money order because it was $300 that was turned over by Shifa Pharmacy. I gave her $240. There was some change. So she will get that $60. She will not get a penny of my money. I don't care what commitments I've made. I do have the privilege and the right to retract any commitments that was made by people being disrespectful. Not going to happen. Anyway, while she's praising you, Council President, you know, it's a huge disappointment to watch what's going on right now, and it's even more disappointing. I wonder if you're going to take your truncated time, your 2 minutes, to address the fact that someone came to the podium, how their application was unanimously being considered, and then some anonymous council members, and I'm wondering if you were one of those council members, because that right there shows totally a lack of integrity. The moment the gentleman's speaking, you scribbling notes and all carrying on. I want to see if he's going to remain within the 2 minutes. It's impossible to address all the concerns of everybody that comes to this podium within 2 minutes. The intent is not to be able to address you. The intent is to be able to allow you a moment to pacify you in venting while they continue to function as business as usual. None of the questions are being answered. This council has the obligation to be financially, fiscally responsible. Where's the reports for the stadium? Still, crickets. New president, no accountability. Where's the investigation on the Seabrooks case? The Attorney General came in here and promised, well, we're going to investigate, yet the investigation is non-existent. We have a lot more ticket writing, vehicles being towed throughout the course of the night, but yet and still no accountability on the killing of a young black person. Now you have this whole cannabis scenario. You have multiple people, Paterson people, people of color, people who have been subjected to these conditions throughout the years, profiled, pulled over, charged, etc., denied the opportunity to have their applications to be presented by a person who doesn't live in the community, who could care less about the community. This is not about Paterson people. Let's throw a line to people from Paterson and help somebody come up. No. This is about who has more money to pay. This is a pay-to-play administration. It's been proven over and over again. And that's why Mr. Gilmore is being challenged yet again. The judge wrote the brief and said clearly, this is what it is. But yet, this administration is choosing to go back. And Corporation Counsel, with all due respect, sir, you are supposed to protect the community's best interest. for us to allow this to continue? Where's the advice? Where's the closed door session by recommendation from the Corporation Counsel's office saying this is not in the best interest of the community? We haven't had that. We're going to allow the charade to continue so the lawsuit could continue to pile up. And let me not speak about on my own behalf. My business has been unrightfully targeted. I've demanded for an outside investigation to take place. I still haven't had that investigation. I'm clear they don't care about me and my family and what I have to take care of, but what about the community that's going to have to pay when I file a lawsuit against the city? So yet, as the charade continues, once upon a time, there was a notice the differences. Council President voted in favor of the televised meetings. All of a sudden, there's an alignment because there was an agreement made for him to take that seat. How do you just add an addendum? Again, the practices of the previous council president, add the addendum, no discussion. I have one-way applications I've been pushing through. Oh no, it hasn't gone through committee, it hasn't gone through workshop. You got people who are being subjected to, potential life-threatening accidents. But yet, we'll throw an addendum on here to do a favor for the outgoing economic development director who's done nothing to benefit this city, but spend money. We're not talking about a small amount of money. We're talking about real money, hundreds of millions of dollars that created no residual return, didn't create any jobs, no employment opportunities, no local business growth. You have people who clearly are showing you they've made sacrifices, written $30,000 checks months ago, only to be lied to, while the council president works in collaboration with them and pushes their agenda forward, adds things to the agenda, because they know they got the votes already. So the word used to be, well, anybody but Councilman Jackson and Councilman Mendez. Obviously, I see that there's been a turn in the tide. Maybe there's some things that's taking place that I don't know about, maybe some that pending case or whatever. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you one thing, it's a clear, stark difference in the way you've been operating lately and the way you operated in the past. And I'm looking forward to you to answer the former councilman, because that right there speaks volumes. For you to take personal arm against a member of the community and you to misuse your authority to go pull an item and then mandate, because you have the consensus of your crew, mandate that they now add more than double, to go from $3,000 to $10,000 at an event that you had a problem with last year. So you're opening us up for an additional lawsuit. If I was that organization, I would hire an attorney. Because you went there last year, caused the ruckus, potentially got into a fight, trying to bogart and bully your way on as I'm the councilman, and then you're going to turn around and utilize your authority to target the organization, when yet there's another jazz festival taking place and they're not being held to the same standards. The same way I could go in multiple restaurants all over the city, and the things that they're holding me accountable for, they're not holding these other places accountable for. See, but yet, the lies. Where this little one scurrying off. We knew you wasn't going to stay to begin with. So, please, don't just say the lies. Say what I'm lying about. Because there's nothing I'm talking about right now that's not factual. And if it wasn't you that pulled the application to delve back in it, who was your accomplice? Who was your accomplice? Let's be forthcoming. Let's be transparent. Because that's something that we're lacking. And that's why they want to truncate, that's why the desire is to truncate the moments of us speaking down to 2 minutes. So we'll have to address the issues that the people are talking about and forget about the nonsense that they're doing. And I'm sure the councilman in the rear can attest. Years ago, you come to the podium, you get an answer right then. And I've sat next to him, and I've disagreed with him on many occasions, but he has made it a point. Madam BA, you need to answer to them now. Not with some short-lived list of empty answers, empty promises, because nothing is happening. But our community is paying the price. We're paying the price. We're not getting the services. And lastly, I'll say this. We got a deficit every single year. We have a deficit every single year. It grows. Last year, first 12 million, 15 million. We're going to have a deficit all the time because of things like this. There was an application that was given, as the BA pointed out, the $4 million increase in solid waste. There was an application that was presented that was significantly lower than the current company that continues to win the bid. And they keep finding a way to eliminate that application. The last time around, they said, you must own the garbage trucks already. So you're going to tell an applicant, that's like telling, that the same thing they're putting these young men through. You got to go get a lease, you got to go pay money out, and maybe we might approve you. So they're telling the company, you must own the trucks before we can even hear your application. So they say, listen, we got a lease agreement, we have an arrangement already, we're not going to sign this until if we don't win the bid. We're not going to go buy trucks and then have to own trucks for the next 10 years and don't win the bid. They're not even interested in taking on the most responsible bidder. They're interested in keeping the same company in place. Why do you think that is? When she's saying clearly it's a $4 million increase. If we were being responsible, we would go back to the table, look at the most responsible bidder, and take on the company that's looking to reduce that rate. Not take on the company that continues to render poor service and now increasing the bill by $4 million. But where's the council president on that? More facts. Anyway, that's totally true. And I have all the bid documents. Just like right now, I have the contract. I have a copy of the contract that she was trying to force down the throats of DPW. So let us say that's not true again, where she was trying to swindle them out of their health benefits. And everybody knows the only benefit that you have at working for DPW is the fact that you're going to get full health benefits. So it's a mandate already. There is a mandate, a state-required mandate that we increase. There's a 2% cost of living expense as well as a 2% tax increase that was mandated every year. So to tell them we're going to give you a 2% raise that they're already entitled to, but by the way, we're going to eliminate your health benefits. That's disrespectful. It's insulting. Okay, not true, but I have a copy of the contract. So how that's not true? Why is she talking, Council President? Well, she had an opportunity
Madam
to
BA,
address.
let's wait for Councilman Jackson to vote.
They're not framing it the right way. How do you frame, we're trying to take away your benefits? How do you frame that a little more smoothly? How do you frame that? How do you frame we're offering you 2% increase on your contract negotiations, but we want to take away your benefits? No. But by the way, let me remind you of this. While she's trying to negotiate to take away DPW's health benefits, she's not renegotiating her own contract to remove the $50,000 increase that she's gotten without any Council President, where's your position on decorum?
I just mentioned to you, Madam BA, let's wait for the Councilman Jackson. You've been speaking for over 15 minutes. Can you wrap it up? We appreciate it.
No, he doesn't. Really doesn't. But anyway,
I do. I do. Members of the public, please, let
Brother
the
Rucker,
council member
make
finish
sure
on the public
they
portion.
hold me accountable. Make sure they hold me accountable and express to me how they're lying. I'm going to post the contract on my page so you can read the entire thing. That's what I would do. See her look up at me? Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll post it so the truth can be revealed. Let me highlight the sections of where they're trying to remove the health benefits, and I'll post it. How about that? Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims? Oh, it's going around. It's all right. She said it's okay.
Did you vote, Councilwoman? Okay.
It was,
So,
she had
Madam
passed
Clerk?
it. She said it's okay. You want me to go around?
So let's continue the roll call, Madam Clerk, please.
It doesn't matter. So first, let me say this. If asking questions, if being an effective council person is lacking decorum, then I am absolutely guilty. If saying that we can only speak for 2 minutes, but other council people can leave and go home, and we don't challenge it, I'm not saying today, I'm saying in general, if we're gonna set rules, there has to be clear rules for everyone across the board. Everybody. It can't be, there's some times we've sat here, you couldn't even go to the bathroom because there was no quorum. We were sitting here, the public was talking, we had some council members in the back talking loud, and you could hear them in here. That's disrespectful to the public. It's disrespectful to the public. So we have to be careful of trying to muzzle the mouth of some, but louden the mouth of others. So I'm going to put that out first. So all the public that came out, there are about 27, 28, well, less than that, maybe 23, because 4 were together, that came out to speak. I say this every week. Thank you for taking the time and sacrificing yourself to come out to the council meeting to express your concerns and give us, now we're getting scriptures now, and we're hearing things. And I heard the statement a couple of times about the DPW and the benefits. So Madam BA, I definitely look forward to hearing that, because this was my first time hearing it tonight. I had not heard it previously, and normally DPW does reach out to me, and I had not heard that. So I would definitely like to hear the response to that. I did hear Councilman McCoy when he came to the mic, and I would really love to know who those 2 council people are. You know why I want to know? The reason why I want to know is because sometimes things are stated, and sometimes people could lie on individuals, and you don't even know it's true because no one's saying who the 2 are, right? Who they are. I'm not guilty by any means, because I did not call anyone to question Councilman McCoy's event, so I'm putting it on record, so you heard it directly from me. Councilwoman Mims did not call the chief. She didn't call anybody questioning the Jamaican festival at all. Never called, never questioned it. What I called for, what is the process, and is it equitable across the board? Because I saw some not paying none, and then they had a large increase for McCoy, and then the other entity that never came in. So I wanted to hear, because in the past, when we questioned the process with the former chief, that chief would not give us in writing if it was 1 officer to 50 people. So now we have a new chief, and I wanted to hear his process, and I told him to send it in writing, which was the request last week in the council meeting. So I would love to know, even if it's a sidebar, Councilman McCoy, we have a great relationship, but I would love to know, because I don't want anybody to ever lie and say Councilwoman Mims made a call or said whatever to increase nothing. That is not my job, it is not my purview, and that is not my decision. The new chief made a decision by pulling them and reviewing them, and whatever he came up with, I wanted to see it, and I questioned it last week to see what was his decision on all. So I want to put that on the record. I don't know who the 2 were, but I'm letting you know in front of everybody, the public watching and the people here, it was not Councilwoman Mims. So if someone said that, I'm telling you they're a liar. The next thing is, with the cannabis, and I'm not going to go into full detail with cannabis, because we have them on the agenda. But what I am going to say, we have to make sure We follow the process. Now, we talk about following the process, and I heard Dave Gilmore talk about trust and loyalty. We have a clear-cut process that we have to follow. It's called the law. Our law clearly says, which this council voted it down because we wanted to opt out to get more time to go into some of the language. But the mayor chose to veto, so we're at this juncture now, where we have 3 licenses across the board for all of them, and then dispensary, I believe we extended. We have more, and we gave more license. But tonight on the agenda, you'll see later, there'll be some discussion around the 3 retail locations. Our law says it has to be 300 feet or more away from residents and or churches. That's the law. It is in the books. But you will see later that we have an addendum added, which is going to change the law, right? Because to change the law, it requires an ordinance. It requires 2 readings, and then 20 days after it takes effect, which is the right way to do it. But you normally would take off the entity that's less than 200 feet, and then they would have to wait until the law is passed. But here goes the process, and I hate to say the word, of unethical practice. You have the licenses on that particular license on the agenda with the changing of the law at the same time. Now, I know that's like putting a cart before the horse. You have to change the law to reduce the fee, and then once it's approved, then you do that. But not here. What they're doing is trying to put it on the same agenda. The same agenda, or put language in the application to say it's contingent upon the vote. You cannot do that. You can't do it. We had another entity when we found out, Mr. Addison is here. When we found out, just like your application, they cashed his check. They didn't tell him, told him they were going to do him same way. It was kind of like we made them do the right thing on the spot. Put his application on, amended it for the other person. When I look at this, what's before us, and we received this from the CFO. From the CFO. This is not our writing. We look at the list. We see the date of your application is before some of the entities on the agenda. So how could he say to you, he didn't know what your application was? He didn't know what your payment was. This came from the chief financial officer. Can you zoom in? Camera person? Zoom in. The CFO sent this list, and it's operable. He sent this list out, and if you look at the dates of when the money came in, the entity that spoke, money was here before some of the applications that are here. So how in the unscrupulous, unethical, egregious practices? You can call me whatever you want. You can shake your head. You cannot put me on the committees. I don't have to be on none of those committees because I'm going to call out this stuff. It is wrong. I'm not saying don't expand licenses. I'm not even saying that because I'm not against that, because I made the request privately. I said, why don't we just amend it and then bring the application back that's less than the footage to make sure that we do it the right way from the beginning. Nope, we didn't do that. We said we're going to do them all at the same time. So Paterson, feds, to the feds. To the feds, I need you to watch because this is operable, items 25, 26, and 27. I need you to watch the law that is currently in the books. I also, to the feds, I need you to pay attention to the added addendum first reading ordinance. Item number 38, which is under Paterson Code Chapter 117, entitled Cannabis Licensing and Operating. To the feds. After tonight's vote, I will be at the Fed's office with this information and all of the data to go with it. We cannot do business this way. Now, if we're going to do the license and amend it, fine. Make people wait that are less than a foot. We got to follow the law. If that's not what you want to do, you can vote how you want to vote. But I know how I'm going to vote, and after that's done, I'm going straight to the feds. I'm going to go to the feds on your behalf because you paid your money, and we have the document that it was paid and it's not here. It's time for us to stop talking about it and report this to the feds. Madam Clerk, it's time for the feds to get involved. It's time for the feds to get involved. For those that need to be looked into, it's time. It's time. And it's not for all. It's not for all, because some of them are at their foot. They're where they need to be. But there's some that are below the foot. We know it already. It was told to us. We were told, and we still, my thing is, take it off, bring it back after the ordinance is approved for that particular item. Former Councilman Rooney, I didn't want to believe it, but I'm beginning to believe anything goes in Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilwoman Davila?
I'm sorry, but Madam Clerk, I've never seen that you go back to the person you finish and then you come back.
You want, okay, I thought you wanted to go, fine.
Yes.
Councilman Odin?
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson. Thank you, individuals, those who are here in this chamber out of your time. You care about Paterson. I multiple times said it. You are sitting here and sharing your concern for a better Paterson. And today, before I come here, I had a hope that after today's meeting, we may have the televised workshop session. However, we failed it. We failed to televise the workshop session, and as I mentioned that before, that regardless of the fight or debate that we have, whether we ever had workshop session televised or not, but if you think about the progress, or if you think about a positive change, then how come we use the reference that we never had televised workshop session? So we cannot do that. We have to think about the progress, time, and the demand of the people. Think about the city we are living in, where people do not want to get engaged, informed, because of their timing. Sometimes people to work double to take care of their families. They do not have time to come to the council chamber. Whether we say this council chamber is open, but think about the city we live in, where over 200,000 people live in this city, and we have only 20 people in the chamber, and you're still talking about the chamber is open? So let's focus on this. We are talking about a city where we want your participation, your help, and we're talking about your help, that I want and we want the citizens to help us, and how they're going to help us if they do not know anything what's happening in the city of Paterson. We want them to not to know anything, because that's going to make us win-win of our agenda. And that's a failing for us, for all of us, if we think about the whole city of Paterson. We have to think about this somehow and somewhere. We have to make our people engaged. That should be our focus. The people who are not coming out, the people who do not know what's happening, I think somehow we have to find ways to make them informed and involved. And we are fighting about whether televising workshop or session or not. This is so petty things. Think about the back then, many years ago, we had community block watch. You remember a neighborhood watch program? And community was involved in every single block. They used to share their concern. We don't have that anymore. We have to come up with the ideas that how we can bring our people, and involve our people so that we can think about better Paterson. Regardless, whatever we say here in the chamber, by 9 council members or the administration, we cannot bring change until people help us out. And we don't want people to get engaged, because it might hurt us, because they might know that something is not right. So again, Paterson, and I'm not here, my speech is not against anybody, because I feel bad when we fight on small things, like whether the workshop session should be televised or not. This is really small thing, because it is televised regardless or not. Because it's on live, it's on Facebook, and all those medias is covering them. But as council bodies, I think it's our job to make sure that it's going to the mainstream the channel that we have. That's what should be our focus. Now, but we felt, I don't know when it's going to come back. I don't see that hope anymore. But again, I thank you all, those who are coming here, but those who are again saying the door is open, but it's not percentage-wise, it's not even 1% people here. Let's talk about the 3 application and cannabis application. And Director, I need your attention on this. Two of the applicants that mentioned, then one thing that bothers me in a sense that we have only 3 applications allowed for retail for cannabis. If we have only 3 applications allowed and we have 3 applicants already approved, how can we allow the other people to submit their deposit and cash that until we have approval for more than 3 applications? That's my only concern. If we have that, then yes, we can go for more than that. Because you still do not know this, that whether this council body is going to approve more than 3 retail applications or not. We're not sure yet. And still we are allowing people to submit their money, and we are cashing this money. And this is what only concern of me. And I believe that you will address this, Director, because if we have that, definitely we want business individuals to come and also apply for those opportunities. But without having this part, we cannot see that people are hanging in, paying the lease and waiting to get approval from us. It's not just money, the fee, but they're paying the lease. Think about it as a business person and think from their perspective that where are they standing at this moment. It is kind of like discouragement for the individuals who are thinking to invest in the city of Paterson. That's how I see it. So again, one thing, Council President, just a request with due respect. The timing we are speaking about, Council President, and you know this, nobody's following it. Nobody's following it. And you are not even stopping anybody, which is great. But things bothers me is when you're saying that you have 2 minutes and people are breaking the rules. It's just allowing that we have a rule, but you don't have to follow the rule. That's the message is going out there. And also distraction of thought at the same time. So, Council President, I would request you, is there any legal stand, and ask the Corporation Council, is there any legal stand that council members has to speak for not more than 2 minutes? So if anything like this, I think we have to be uniformed. If we really have to follow the time, yes, we have to follow the time. But if you don't just mention the time for no reason that we are not following it. So that's all from my end. Thank you, Paterson. Again, I also want to inform you one thing, that with the Paterson Police Department Community Affairs Division, I wanted to bring back how can we make people involved to the city. So I started, and with their help, that in every single block that we are going to have community watch group, which we named that Block Watch Program. So I'm starting from the first ward. We are having the first meeting at the first ward for 4th Street, like from Albion Avenue to Marion Street. And we are going to have all the individuals coming in the backyard of one of the individuals and covering. We are speaking about the the neighborhood experiencing the problems, issues, and every 3-4 months we are going to go over this block, and we're going to review that whether these problems are addressed or still we experience the same issues. If you are interested to have a block watch program in your neighborhood, please reach out to me or Lieutenant Sheriff. She would be a great person for this. Lieutenant Easton Sheriff.
Councilman Udine, please wrap it up, please.
Lieutenant Easton. Oh, Sharon. Yeah, Sharon. So you may do so. Thank you, Council President, for allowing me the time. Again, thank you, Paterson. And with that being said, my vote is yes to close the public session.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
So let me see if I could do it in 3 minutes. 2 minutes? No. Yeah, everybody say 2 minutes, they go 10. So addressing Wahida Mohammed concern, Wahida Mohammed, I hope with the new leadership that comes into housing division, department, the new leadership that coming in, that they take care and tight belts to all those developers that are under housing, that they not complying with their contracts, apartments, cleaners, security, that they tell us what's going on for we could start resending the pilots. When we start taking the money, then they're going to start doing what they have to do. We denied two pilots to two development here, and you know what they're doing? They fixing their property without the city money, without the pilot. So that means a lot. Second, Mr. Freeman spoke about the speed hump or stripe that we asking in the streets. The administration, we, the council, approved by ordinance the speed humps or stripes in our streets. Now, the administration have to identify where the budget is, in the budget, where the money is going to come to put the speed humps or whatever. Those residents that are interested of speed humps or stripe, the only thing they had to ask is go to ask for the rest of the ordinance that we put in place. The rules and everything is there to follow. There's a petition list, there's other things that you had to do, then present it to DPW. Now, if they don't put it, somehow they violating the ordinance, okay? After you do the request that the ordinance says and the steps that it says here. The lady that came for parking authority problem with the parking, I was at Seaside Heights, the beach down there. Municipal government to look how they work with the parking permits and everything, and I took pictures of it. I will be addressing committee to see if we could address that. Take the model of that places and try to apply here that will benefit employees, business owners, and residents. So that model, I think, will work here if we implement it. And a lot of people, like the young lady, got a lot of tickets. It's not necessary. I'm going to put this question to Corporate Counsel. I want him to later on please send me an email regarding if the duties as a councilman to go to any municipal court and represent constituents and state that we pass ordinance or whatever just to lobby for that constituent. If that is not a conflict of interest, or we have to stay away from that, or we have the right to go there and represent a constituent in the court of law. I don't know if that's a lot. I'm just asking. We got a lawyer that's supposed to answer. So I'm waiting for the answer to see if there's not a conflict of interest, because I don't want to make that mistake if it's a conflict of interest. The Fifth Ward residents, we always celebrate the National Night Out at Roberto Clemente Park, and they're always great. Those people that attended for the past 7 years at Roberto Clemente Park, everybody could come and have fun there. Roberto Clemente Park is in the heart of Paterson. Everybody could attend. The residents of Cathy Court, Sandy Court, and the residents of Vaha in buildings that is managed by Roisman Development. I was at their meeting. One of the questions that I want to make sure that they clarify me is that when they are fixing those apartments, that the residents are staying there, and they promised that in the public. They was there, and they are satisfied with the presentation of this councilman being in that meeting. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to talk about, because we're going to have a big section talking about the 3 cannabis and what is in front of us. On July 11, we had a big discussion in the workshop. July 11. July 11, the body of this resolution says that the city code were to be amended to relax and eliminate the requirement of 300-foot distance from residents. 11, July 11th. So to say that today we are rushing the amendment on the ordinance is That's what I say here today.
Councilmember Les has the floor.
Please. I'm been sitting here listening. I like to do discovery. I like to do discovery when I read. On last week, on the workshop, if we all read the ordinance, it says there that the council was going to be moving forward on the three dioceses out here tonight on July 11, 2023, says here in the whereas, and you can read it, that the council was looking to amend the 300 or eliminate it, okay? This one ordinance was put in the agenda, and I agree, on July 17. But it was advised in this one instead of 11. So it was advised that they was going to do it. So to say that why we doing it today, we knew about it. Now, if you agreed or not agreed, we had to entertain it today. Now, the issue, listen, I got to say this. The issue regarding one cannabis license, put 300, the city cash it, or whatever. You know what we find out after we start looking for the investigation and what's going on? That it's not the fault of the administration. Okay? And you know that. We sit in committee, we talk about it. We go paper by paper. We even look at application, who signed and who don't sign. And to say that everybody's from Paterson is a lie. Okay? Not all of them are from Paterson. But I welcome anyone that want to invest in Paterson. You know, I want to see Pattersonia involved. But the same thing I said it before. You want a piece of the cake? Start getting the finance, start getting ready with a business plan, what you have to do. Now, last but not least, I know we're going to discuss this. Yes, we're going to amend the cannabis, and also we're going to increase the licensing. So it's not like we're going to give only, like we did in the past with other three. Whoever is in line is going to get it. But once again, put all the facts together and put it to the public the right way. I don't like to compete with my colleagues. Everybody thinks I'm the only crazy guy here. Everybody's blaming me about the application of Mr. McCoy. Mr. McCoy, please clarify this, because everybody say the VP. Whatever now the president do or whatever everybody do is the VP. So now, ladies and gentlemen, bringing over here things, if you're going to come here to this podium and going to say, I know about Councilman cheating on his wife, bring it up. Bring the name. I know the councilman doing drugs, bring it up. Don't put it out there just to put it and create a commotion.
Just wrap it up, Councilman.
I'm going to wrap it up. Once again, you know, I was elected twice in the 5th Ward. Everybody knows how I communicate with my constituents. If you want to know better, read the article. Meanwhile, people were sleeping. I was in Delaware, helping this family to bring him back home and having a Christian, you know, burial for that young man. Our heart goes to the family that the kid, Mr. Jose Madera, that drowned in Delaware, and he was a 5th Ward resident. And yes, he was my neighbor when I used to live in 18th Avenue. And I know that kid, he was small when he was a kid. 19-year-old, 3rd year to Felix Dickinson University. And we here fighting for things that sometimes don't have no sense. But I invite everyone in the community, you're looking at me, that's good. But I gotta invite everyone in the community, go back to July 1st, reorg meeting, and look at all the statements of our colleagues. We want to move forward. I got to try to stay focused in the work that the community elected me to do. So, God bless you. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Councilman. Councilwoman Davila.
Okay, Council President, if you may, I know that I'm going to go over the 2 minutes. I want to start off by saying that I am witness of character being assassinated, people talking things, all right, that aren't true. But I want to talk truth today. I think there's a lack of communication or misinformation or misunderstandings. And I'll start off with a comment that Councilman Velez stated in terms of the ordinance on July 11th. It is correct. The information was there and is there that those 3 licenses were contingent because through legal, not anyone on this council, but legal brought it to the attention that pertaining to the fee, that the only way that this can be done is if there was an amendment. At that time, there was a conversation with the director, because the truth is the truth, regardless how people want to paint it, but that's the truth. And so asking legal, because I can tell you one thing, and I just shared it with Councilwoman Cotton, I am not going to jail or taking away from my son's food for anyone out there that wants a license that I don't even know you. I'm doing no favors for no one, but I will say this, that I try to be as fair as possible in terms of process. People may like me or not, but I'm going to tell you the truth even if you don't like it. Those applications or some of the individuals that spoke here, I can't say that they're lying, absolutely not, but I can say that there's some misunderstandings because I know through committee to sit down and receive completed, so listen to what I'm saying, completed applications versus someone submitting a check and the application not being given at the same time, because I don't know why someone would give a check without the application because it's supposed to go together. And it is through that department, that then it goes
Members
to
of
the
the public,
CFO,
please.
so it can then proceed. So to even hear that a check was cashed and the person, like as the chair of economic development, that I reviewed with committee applications that came before, like that to me, I just can't understand it. I don't. So I think that some individuals that spoke today are part of entities that have already been approved by the city. We've approved cultivation, we've approved manufacturing, and how great it is to see that the individuals that have been approved cultivation or manufacturing are now wanting to work with entities with retail so that everybody works together in Paterson. I love that. But I think today there was a misunderstanding in terms of someone who was already approved and that person is going to team up with another person putting in another application, and they would say, hey, this is going to happen. It doesn't come on a regular. Nothing is put on a regular. It's put on workshop. So if you go ahead and look at the workshop agenda, the 3 items that are there are what's here today. In terms of that amendment, that does have to happen. If we want to go ahead and proceed, listen, legal's advice was the only way that these applications can be done, and when you look at the city of Paterson, right, I don't know who has 300 or 700 feet away. It's like we're so close. That amendment has to be done. And so the way that it came through legal is as an expert advice that the council could take or not, okay, because sometimes we take legal advice and sometimes we don't. It's that you do as already what's established in terms of the state through ABC laws, kind of mimic the same thing. Okay, and if the council today decides that they want to proceed, and the reason for that is some of the other applications that are on queue for the next workshop, because there's applications that are in queue with checks already done, applications already submitted, that's for next workshop. The only way that we'll be able to visit those is to make sure that this amendment goes on. Why? Because there's entities that, just like I heard someone who came to the public portion, that applications through CRC will expire. Some have the opportunity to do an expansion, an extension, but others don't. So in looking at all of that and trying to be fair, then why not proceed to at least be able to do a first reading? It then has to go through a second reading, public hearing, and then it takes action in 20 days. If that didn't start today, then what happens, you're looking at an entity trying to do this and wait all the way to October, even November. So that is the reason. That's the trueness. Even if you don't like it, that is exactly what occurred. There's no favors being done here. None. There's applications that were completed. Look, there was an application I don't want to mention, but you will be hearing about it soon. That application was trying to be put that we removed from the workshop agenda because that application didn't have CRC approval. They didn't have the conditional, and they were trying to put it out. I said, no, we can't do that if they don't have at least the conditional. We pulled that. And guess what happened? 3 days later, they got their approval. So guess what? They were complete. Now the only piece that was missing was the CRC approval, the conditional. Now it can be seen along with others. And just so you know,
please wrap it up, Madam.
Yes, I will. But this needed to be clarified because there's a lot being said because there's a miscommunication. And just so you know, every application being submitted is not all retail. There's cultivation. There's an application. I don't even know why they want to do it, but hey, it is what it is, you know, about the delivery. Okay? They want to do delivery, right? That hasn't come before us yet. So all I'm saying is this, please don't think, some may paint it, but I'm not going to jail for nobody. I have a son that I need to take care of. He needs me and my family needs me. So with that said, I will continue doing what is correct, regardless if you think that I'm not. As long as I know that it's correct based on the information received, then that's what I'm going to do. So, Council President, thank you very much. And I didn't even want to even address everything else because I think I addressed Councilman McCoy in terms of the application. I think the proof is in the pudding. It was last week. It continues to be, all right? Because at the end of the day, the only thing that people have, see, at night I could go to sleep because I know that what I say is truth. Thank you very much. My vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Davila. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So very extensive closing on the public portion. So we have a few important items to address. But let me just quickly address some members of the public. And so there was one of my constituents, he was talking about Heritage Place. And let me address him directly. This was the first one because I met with the Director of Housing in Magora. I met with the person in charge of Paynes Road. We have a very extensive conversation about the condition of that empty lot full of debris with all kind of animals there. They promised me that they will build a playground, Madam BA. Paynes Road personally say, listen, we got the funding, you don't have to worry about it. After multiple meetings, the Director of Housing in Magora and the Director and person in charge, now they're not members of the public, please. Now they're not responding. I called the Director of Housing in multiple occasions. I know she's on her way out, but I'm not gonna stop because it's unacceptable. We should be suing Paynes Road and everybody involved for having that empty lot on that condition. So I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna continue to reach out to the housing director and Paynes Road. We have that conversation, and they're supposed to take care of that empty lot. There's nothing for our children on Heritage Place. There's no playground. We don't have any activity for our kids, and that's a big community. The only area that those children have is the parking lot to just run around and do her biking and their activity on the parking lot, and that's unacceptable. Just to let members of the public know, I've been addressing this matter in multiple occasions, and the promise was there. So we're supposed to have a playground there, and I'm going to continue following up. I know we have a new person that is coming to the housing authority, but we hope that they jump on the issues that are affecting our buildings because our seniors, they're going through a lot in the city of Paterson because of the lack of response from the housing authority. Justice for Najee Cibro and the Feli de Jesus family. If the immediate family of Feli de Jesus and the family of Najee Cibro need any update on the investigation, any briefing, please reach out to me, and I'll make sure that I will put that together if there's a need of any additional information on the investigation, because there is an investigation, not on our level, but on another level. They're investigating the matter. So that's the only thing I would like to say to the family of Feli de Jesus and Najee Cibro, and we're going to continue praying for all of you family, because we do have to pray for Paterson. Also, another topic, A lot of people talk about illegal activity, and it's very popular here to talk about how illegal. Listen, we have corporation counsel. As council president, I'm a very fair person. You ask me that you want an item on the agenda, I will not say no. We sit down, we go through the discussion, and I will have it. We have the item for the meeting to be televised, the workshop to be televised, and I say, no, I'm gonna leave it on the agenda. Lobby, you vote. You gotta have 5 votes. Now, in my case, in my opinion, I don't think that we're requesting that for the right reason, and that's the reason why I'm only 1 vote. Get you 5 votes. But basically, my vote is no. The workshop are to work and go through the agenda and have all the discussion, and to take formal action, the meeting have to be televised. That's my vote, that's my opinion, and that's the reason why I vote. Now, on the legislation here, I responsibly are on the agenda legally because I got the concern and the advice and the legal advice of Corporation Counsel, and we did that within the time. The Great Falls redevelopment plan, I put it. We hear all the members of the community that came in front of the podium, in front of the mic, to talk about the redevelopment plan on that area. I'm in full support of that. The same way I'm in full support of the levies, the new redevelopment that is going to come. I mean, the future of the city, we have to continue moving that area forward. We already invest hundreds of millions of dollars in that section. Why we have to stop right now? I'm hoping once we add it on the agenda, we send email to all the council members. If you have any question, council member, please. If you have any question, let's ask the question to the director. Let's ask the question to the administration, and let's start the dialogue, because that's the reason why we are here. And also, the second item that is on the agenda is the amendment of the cannabis license. Why? We already hear what happened. I responsibly add the item legally, and it's in there. We have a discussion way back, we have a discussion. Now, do we have the answer? No. The only answer that I have is that we have 3 licenses that they completed, that we entertaining. Now, I hear that there's other licenses that we haven't received it, not at the committee, not at the workshop, but we've been speaking about the increasing of the license from 3 to 6 for the longest. We've been talking about this now. We are in the last inning of this. The 3 licenses that we have right now, those are about to expire, and they have to go back. They gotta get city approved, and they gotta go back to the state and just continue doing the work. It was appropriate to add this conversation there. All council members, they were informed through email. This is what's coming, and I'm always going to do that, because if you have any question, we could start the dialogue. We don't have to wait here. We don't have to wait here. We need to receive information ahead of time to start the conversation, and that if we really want to move the city forward. I don't want to get the city into a litigation because we have to realize that we don't want to approve, and because they're not in the confined space. So I'm willing to have the conversation at the council. Each council member has 1 vote that they could definitely support. They could vote up and down. But my job and my responsibility as the president of this council is to bring that conversation into the chamber, to make sure that every person get the opportunity to vote, make the comment, and vote the councils. Now, by increasing the 3 to 6, there's the gentleman that is here that, quite honestly, I don't have no information, because the application that we received, they're all completed. Some of the applications, they're still not completed. So that's the reason why we don't know. We don't have that information. But with this legislation, if we amend it, then you're going to be at the next workshop that is coming up, and then we're going to have that discussion, the units. That's the process, and that's the reason why it's so important to address this matter, to address the 3 that we have pending and the rest that are coming. And finally, my last comment is, listen, I love to serve the community. All my constituents in the 3rd Ward, they know, and in the city of Paterson, because I was a councilman at large before I sit here. And people know that I already use this position to go after other people. The only thing I ask the administration is to follow the rules and make sure that the rules is across the board. I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't get involved in any process with any license or anything. The only question that I ask Madam BA is that, Madam Clerk, do we have all the documents? Madam BA, do we have everything in order? If everything is in order, I don't care who it is, no name, I don't need to know the person. Even with the applicant with cannabis, quite honestly, I don't need to know the person. There's a process. And if you have an application completed and you pay, I don't need to know you. It's fine. You went through the process. Our job, our responsibility is to take action to avoid any lawsuit or any litigation. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
Let's,
Mr. President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Public portion is hereby closed.
thank you. Madam Clerk, we have, I'm definitely gonna
Council President.
entertain immediately, just give me 1 second, Councilman Jackson, I'll go with you in a minute. There's a, so we're gonna take item, so we have item 25, 26, and 27, which are the 3-1, plus the 3 other 28, 29, 30, that's a UEZ zone. Now, and
Well, we don't do 38 first.
just give me 1 second,
do 38
Councilman Velez. Now, item 36, Madam BA, council members, before we move into, Madam Clerk, I want to entertain item number 36. I'm very concerned, Madam BA, that we already approving another temporary appropriation. I understand that we haven't received any information from the state about our transitional aid, but I'm very concerned to wait until the last inning for us to say, okay, what's next, what's going to happen with our taxpayer, where we're going to be able to cut and reduce. So I would like to hear from you, and after that, Madam Clerk, item number 36 for a vote.
Council President.
Thank you, Council President.
Just give me 1 second, Councilman
Council
Jackson.
President, before we go into discussion, can we have a motion and a second, and then we get the discussion?
So, Madam Clerk, let's read item 36 on the record.
Item number 36, a resolution authorizing the calendar year 2023 emergency temporary appropriations for August through September 2023. It's a finance resolution 23-457.
Move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila.
Discussion.
Discussion, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, at this point in time, this is similar to the timing of last year's budget, both for C-22 and our transitional aid award. So we are just waiting at this point in time for a final award. As we noted, that we requested an additional $10 million in transitional aid, and we provided to the council some details, follow-up to some of the questions that were asked last week, but also the ways, as we talked about the deficit reduction, things that have changed since fall of last year when we already knew the state health benefit increases were going to be taking place. What are some of the things that we've been doing? So even though it's a temporary budget, the budget that we're living within right now has been very conservative, doing all the things that we need to continue doing. Exactly as you'll see reflected in the introduced budget. So keeping, vacancies, not doing tons of additional hiring, managing our contracts, managing overtime. So all of those items, I know there's concern that, even though it's a temporary budget and it's not official, that we won't have room to do the other things, but we have been on track with all the items that we've been presenting to council members since fall of last year. And just as a reminder for item number 36, it does require 6 votes.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Madam BA, or
Council President.
CFO,
I asked for the floor a moment ago.
Councilman,
You're next, Councilman Jackson. Apologize.
Madam BA, this reflects August through September, $257,660,789.02. What will be left in this budget 2023 for October, November, December? Applying October, November, December, that means our budget, it will be more than $400 million? No? Can you tell me what's the remaining?
No, the budget is probably going to be somewhere around 300 million, including grants.
No, but we don't have the grants.
So the grants are in the temporary budget.
Okay, the temporary.
Yes.
This is budget in the next cycle, because I know this operation August through September, so payrolls, insurance responsibility, all that. So increasing up to 300, you say?
Somewhere around probably.
Somewhere. What was the administration's expectation in the beginning of 2023 in the budget?
So the budget before all the increases?
In January, when we started talking about the budget, what was the expectation and number of this 2023
Again, taking
budget? It was 300 from the beginning?
So last year's budget, taking grants and ARP away, was 253 million. before all the increases, we were expecting the budget to maybe go up to 255, 257, or somewhere around. With
But-
all the increases that came from solid waste, help, the expected amount before grants is $2,068,000.
Correct. So-
$268 million.
So that was, you was expecting that the solid waste was gonna go up and other things important in the city was gonna go up. But we still with the same solid waste company. We haven't even got a new contract with the solid waste, so we cannot say that in 2023, the solid waste is affecting the budget.
It is,
It
because
is,
we
yeah.
are paying more now.
Also, they are billing more.
Yes.
Even for the current extension, it's higher than what the final contract was as of last
So
year.
all the extension we're doing with solid waste had been increased?
They're an increase over the last contract. It wasn't as much as the new contract would have been, which, we did not, we are still in the process of having the final bid. We have tried numerous ways to decrease the expenses for that, and contrary to what has been said, there were no other responsible bids. There have only been single bidders the entire time, and they have come in too high and too expensive for what the city can afford. So we are reducing what we are asking for in the contract, and so that's what the final contract's out, which we are expecting responses by August 8th is when we're opening it, and then we hope the extension runs through the end of September. We're hoping to award a new contract by October 1st.
So last but not least, 2023 budget is almost coming to a conclusion, right?
Yes.
The administration is reflecting that in this budget, the contract of the police will be finalized and budget in this 2023? That's one question.
We are
we expecting-
anticipating potential costs for
Correct.
that in this budget, correct?
And also, are you reflecting any payout and lawsuits on this budget? Or
We always have budget lines for litigation and for settlements as part of every year's budget.
Now, I just want you to clarify something tonight. I never heard it. I'm the committee chair for DPW. That statement that the DPW workers are getting 2%, but medical insurance is going to be eliminated when that's against the law.
Yes,
You know, that's against the law.
Yes, well,
Basically.
Councilman,
Can you clarify that?
if I can just be very clear, that is not part of any proposal that is on the table to eliminate health care for employees.
Correct.
And we are in the middle of negotiations. We cannot go into details about every single item. There is nuance to all of this. I think part of what the administration is tasked with in every single contract negotiation is that we have to look at legacy costs versus, costs that are in the short term, medium term, and long term.
But
And I think
that
just like the
yeah.
concept of longevity, it was something that some employees had at some point. Other employees who get hired down the road don't have longevity. That is something that was part of contracts. So every single contract negotiation, the city needs to examine ways for long-term costs. But health care for employees will not be eliminated. Employees will have health care coverage.
So those that was put in the headline news out there that a DPW worker will not have medical insurance, she just stated now, is not on the table. So whoever came up with that gazette, it is.
So, and again,
they cannot
we are
do it.
in negotiation.
Councilmember, please, Councilman, you finished?
And the reason, Council President, the reason I'm
Please.
bringing it forward now, we're talking about budget, but that statement made that about DPW is going to lose health care benefit, it was out of order, never was on the table to discussion, and it's against the law to eliminate what a corporation or government have right now is obligated that the government put medical insurance to more than 25 employees up. So you imagine, to say that they're going to take a medical insurance, that's a lie. Thank you, Council President.
Loud and clear, it's been clarified. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I asked for the floor immediately after the vote, just to point out, Council President, you went 6 minutes after the clock went off. 6 minutes after the clock went off, you continued. It is in poor taste and poor leadership to hold the community accountable for 3 minutes and then try to hold us accountable for 2 minutes when you yourself fail to fall within the guidelines. More importantly, the BA, after I commented, did not say, see, we have clowns speaking for other people.
Point of order, Council President.
Council member, please.
He's out of order.
There's no need of personal
He's out of order.
attack. Councilman Velez, there's no need for personal attack, council members, please.
Councilman, whether you understand this or not, this is America. I have the right to say and do whatever it is I please. If you feel as if you could stop me, I would invite you to do so, and the gentleman as well. A clown is a part of the English language. And there's nothing, if there's a derogatory term that someone feels uncomfortable with their actions, they should address that with themselves. Because during my commentary about the contract, the BA, her statement was, I'm stating it out of context. She did not say it was incorrect. She did not say what I was saying was a lie. She said, her comment was, I was framing it wrong. So therefore, it validates what the accusation was. For the councilman to then take a jab or try to take a jab, he's so ignorant, he doesn't even understand how to put himself in a position to do so responsibly. For him to take a jab and you not say anything to him raise another red flag. Clown is a part of the English language, in case the two of you weren't aware of that. But more importantly, relative to this item here, and I've asked for it last week, weeks before, where's the report on the expenditures that the BA said there's line items for the lawsuits? We're getting ready to continuously allow them to continue irresponsible spending. Where's the report on expenses? We spent $160,000 a year, or close to $500,000 a year, on this agent that was supposed to be able to produce and track these trends. Where's the work that this person was doing? None of this information is readily accessible to us. Where's the reports on why won't the BA present the contracts that was presented for the bid for the solid waste? Why didn't this council have an opportunity to see those contracts, to see what they refused to accept? So if the accusations that I'm making are incorrect, then please present the information, not just make a false statement. There's contractual agreements that was placed on the table. Let her present those things as evidence of my false accusations. But this is not being responsible. Continuously allowing them to continue spending without having a roadmap on where we're going. Further, where's the report on the economic development's spending of over hundreds of millions of dollars? Where's the residual income? She's talking about legacy spending or legacy growth. The $100 million, where's the projections on ratables? Can you answer that, Council President? Or maybe you want to talk to your guy down in the end. We just allowed them to spend over $100 million, $110 million irresponsibly, no reports. Where's the accountability? How many ratables is that spending going to return? If we're talking about projections and you're talking about business forecasting, we have people that's here to present business opportunities. Where's the forecasting? Where's the forecasting on ratables? Where's the performance evaluation on the economic development director's departure on what he's performed and how much money are we going to see over the long term? Because right now, all of the projections that were made by the stadium is a complete failure. So maybe some of the other areas, they want to produce some reports and say, oh, well, here's where we're positively reporting, as opposed to continuously having a handout to the state. She's asking the state to give us another $10 million. But when are we supposed to be getting responsible as to removing ourselves from transitional aid? Where are the reports? Is there an answer here from the Economic Development Committee or the people that sit down and cut these deals with the Economic Development Director? And let me say this lastly. To say that on July 11th or whatever the date was that this thing was discussed, then there will be no need for this word right here, which is called an addendum. An addendum is added when it was not previously spoken about and or discussed and or added to the workshop agenda. Furthermore, even if it wasn't added to the workshop agenda, if it was done in a timely fashion, but what happened was...
Point of order, Council President. The item we're speaking about is the temporary appropriations. As Robert's Rules of Order, the discussion must pertain to the item number 36, not the addendum. I look forward to discussing that, but could we stay on task with...
It is relevant.
No,
it's relevant to spending.
The item is 36.
It's relevant to spending.
We're speaking about the item.
You may not understand that, but it's relevant to spending.
Stay on point, Councilman.
You're a rubber stamp vote, so
Stay on
maybe
point,
you don't
Councilman.
understand that.
Council members.
Stay on point.
Can you-
Just
can you
follow
please
Robert's Rules
stop
of Order,
Council
Council
member,
President.
well, council member, please, council member, we have members of the community waiting because we have business to conduct. Just finish your point, council. And if we stick onto the item that we voting on,
Stay
we'll
on
be
the
more
budget. He was
effective.
doing good, and the train went off the
We
tracks.
will be more effective. We continue voting, talking about the stadium. We're voting on item 36. We continue about talking about so many other things.
Sir.
Let's keep talking about. Let's talk about item
When
36.
we're talking about giving the administration an open checkbook, all of the items that are supposed to be responsibly gaining economic growth is relevant. That includes applications for cannabis. Every single item that has anything to do with the potential of bringing in revenue is relevant when you're talking about the budget. I know some of you guys don't understand that, but when you're giving away the entire kitchen sink, there will be no place to wash the dishes later. So back to my point, if this item was spoken about before, it wouldn't be an addendum. And I'm going to tell you how it came about. And I believe it was Councilwoman Mims. She mentioned it after the fact. She said that item can't even go through because they're in violation of the current ordinance. All of a sudden, the new item to amend the ordinance popped up. See, I don't need to say, oh, I'm the one that, no. Someone did it. They exposed it. They made a mistake. They screwed up. They tried to rush these items on the agenda. Then they had to backtrack. And now we're looking to amend the ordinance to allow for anything. So while we're at it, why don't we change the ordinance for the liquor licenses as well? Why don't we remove that from why don't we just let liquor licenses move next door to each other and have an abundance of them? I mean, we got 300. I mean, today is 6, tomorrow's 20. Next year is 50. Oh, we need more money because they're being irresponsible, spending all the money. Listen, when is the bleeding going to stop? No, when we get rid of these people that have no clue on what they're doing. We get rid of people that's sitting here just looking to be a rubber stamp so people can continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars irresponsibly. There has to be some kind of responsibility to the spending, to the madness. You can't just let people spend without having a plan. You got to say, listen, okay, where's the plan to come off transitional aid? Where's the plan to lend relief to the residents? You just can't come up with a new tow strategy and ticket writing strategy and enforcement on the residents so the residents can continue to carry the burden while people keep making money walking away laughing at us. Anyway, I understand this is a language that you guys don't understand. I mean, if we're not doing a favor for somebody and calling somebody fantastic and immaculate, then that's not something that you guys are really, familiar with. But this right here is irresponsible. If we're gonna just approve this budget without getting answers to these questions, where are the reports that I asked for? Did any of you receive it? Because I sure did not. Well, share it with everybody else. Stop being such a...
Council President.
No, Councilman, Councilman Abdelaziz has the floor. Next.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz has the floor. 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 Next. Thank you. Madam BA to the Finance Director, so what's the percentage of increase going forward if this were continued the entire fiscal year?
The percentage of taxes?
The increase on this budget?
For taxes?
Yes,
It's
for the
3%.
tax levy.
Right now, it's 3%.
3%.
As of what I send, right now, we're still short 2.2 million.
So as of today, we're projected on 3% increase.
With a shortfall of 2.2 million.
The MOU that this council voted on states how much, what's the percentage we have to increase as per our agreement with the state? 2%.
Minimum 2%.
2%. So, Mr. Silva, I just got a question. I remember this council took action, and some of my colleagues just walked out. This council...
Doesn't want to hear facts.
No, this council voted the action that we took on certain properties for pilot agreements that we had to renew or not renew to put them on the tax rolls. The action of this council not renewing some of these pilots helped out the budget because it increased our tax revenue from those properties, correct?
Correct.
So if we approve those pilots, because that's an action of the council, it would have put us in a bigger deficit, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Council members, let's move for a vote on item number 36.
No, let me,
Madam-
Council President.
Councilman Khan. No, but you just asked for the floor now, Councilwoman.
No, after Al.
No, but it's okay, you got the floor, but you just asked me now for the floor.
Thank you. I just want to bring it to the attention of the audience that I sat here when Mayor Jeff Jones was mayor, and it didn't pass. And the state of New Jersey told Jeff Jones, you're going to have to do what you have to do. Now, I just want to put it out on the floor is that this is emergency appropriation to make sure the city is run. Now, if we don't want to pay our bills, I can be at my house for 2 months without my garbage being picked up because I don't have that many people in my house. But when you ride through the city sometimes and you see it, apartment buildings loaded with garbage, those are things that got to get paid. My car break down, our police cars, our DPW trucks, everything is going to break down. You know what Grand Hardware going to say? You ain't paid me, I ain't sending you nothing. Those are the things that we're talking about of just keeping the city running. You know, if we decide to pay public service, the city is dark as it is. We need better lighting. Can you imagine riding through here with no lights? I think that maybe sometimes people don't think that it could happen by not paying. And let me tell you something. Mayor Jeff Jones was put in a tough spot when the state of New Jersey said, if you're going to keep accepting a transitional aid, we're going to have to start charging for bazaars and festivals and parades. Because before that, nobody was paying nothing. The police overtime was through the roof with these parades, with these festivals. I'm saying you might disagree with not doing something, and you may not like it, but if we got to pay certain bills, period. We just got to pay. Turn the faucet on, no water coming out. Turn the light switch on, no electricity coming on. Car breakdown, oh, we're not sending you the parts because you ain't paid us. A lot of businesses are still not coming to our city because they see do you want it to fall on me to say, no, I can't see this falling on me. I can't not pay our bills just to we got to keep our city running, whether we agree or not, but we got to keep our city running. I can't even imagine, and you know, and we have issues with the garbage truck, we have issues with, but if you see how some of this stuff is put out, I remember getting off work at 6 o'clock one morning, and I passed this apartment building, and the garbage was horrible. I stopped my car and said, do not pick that mess up. It wasn't even in cans, it wasn't even in bags, it was in little ShopRite bags all over the sidewalk. Those are things that are happening, but we must continue to, you know what, when stuff shut down, you're going to come back to the city council and say, why the lights not on? Why the water's not running? I think that sometimes, maybe you may not think so, but there's certain things that we just got to pay. And I believe that, and the first thing is payroll. I think everybody don't understand what Governor Christie did in 2011 when he came up with Chapter 78. When he came up with Chapter 78, everybody was affected except for police and fire. But everybody else across the board was affected with that Chapter 78. We were getting free medical. Now, you ain't getting free medical no more. As the years went on, that's how the percentage went up. They said elected officials, we used to pay for health benefits for council members who were part-time. I didn't need health benefits. Governor Christie said, stop it. We're not paying no more health benefits. So no council people up here right now get health benefits. So to say do not, the stuff that's on this payment of appropriation is just to keep the city running. That's all it is. It's just to keep it running. You want to not keep it running? You know what I mean? That's what we have to decide. I can't, you know what? Sometimes we're selling lawsuits from 10 years ago before any of us was here.
Please wrap it up,
That's how
Councilwoman.
long stuff is taken. But I just wanted for you to be aware. I tricked my kids one day. I didn't pay their credit card bill, and you know what happened? They went to the store, and it said decline. Decline.
Councilwoman.
I'm just saying, these are just bare minimum things that we just have to pay. That's it, just bare minimum.
Please, thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call on item number 36.
Roll call on item number 36 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Like I said before, we might disagree and might not think that we should shut the city. I can't shut the city down. I just can't do that. We got to pay our bills. We got to pay it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
This is a 3% tax increase. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udin.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
This is appropriation to move forward the city for the next 2 months. And when I say, I don't know, the devil's around. When I say that, when I say that we receive an expenditure of the city, every Tuesday we get the summary disbursement where the money is spent in the city. That, for me, that's a report. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I, too, only returned just for this vote, as many others have stuck around. This after midnight, he was still here? I thought he had a baby to attend to. But you'll see the further early departures in a moment. People that just came back just to make sure that their part for the administration is played. I'm gonna tell you, my biggest disappointment is in the council president. I can't believe, I'm wondering what it is that got them to get you to just flip the way you did. But listen, everybody's entitled to do what they please. This is just more irresponsible spending, no accountability. This is business as usual. If you walk around the city and you're wondering why the conditions of the city are the way they are, this is it right here. This is the bottom line. Irresponsible spending, irresponsible activities, no accountability. And it's not about, oh, we just got to keep the city moving forward. No, it's about holding people accountable. Where is the money going to come from? We're still adding, and by the way, I'm not even certain if that includes the additional $10 million that was given to the through the Attorney General's office. But anyway, I'm not going to labor this much longer. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I definitely will be brief. But before that, because I understand how important is the finance for the city, it's because the cannabis legislation is on the floor. Because I know how important and I know how being responsible is because of the redevelopment of the Great Falls is in the agenda. I understand that. It's easy what you say and what you complaining is great and it's easy because all you do is complaining. You try to disrupt this meeting as much as you can and you try to talk for 20-30 minutes as much as you can, and I respect that because you're entitled to your opinion, you're entitled to your action. I'm trying to conduct city business here and I'm going to continue doing that moving forward, and I do apologize to the public because you know what, he's right. I went over the minute. I spoke with 6 minutes. Now and then after 2 minutes my mic will be off. And for the rest of the council, Carly, after 2 minutes, the mic will be off. And that's the next step that I'm moving on as the council president, because we've been asking for respect from the audience. We have to give the same respect to our public. We got people that have been here since 7 o'clock, and it's going to be, and we're going until 1 o'clock in the morning, and we'll still haven't addressed those items. That is the reason why I insist, when you go into the public portion, you should not speak for more than 3 minutes, because you're disrespecting everybody. And as a council member, when you speak for 10, 15 minutes, you're disrespecting the public that is here and everybody else. So with that being said, Madam BA, I'm very concerned about this appropriation. I understand, Councilwoman Cotton, you're totally correct. We are approving this money just to keep the city afloat, to be able to pay our employees and to be able to run the city. But at the same time, Madam BA, on the next meeting, I'm requesting the mayor to be present. I'm requesting the mayor to be here with a presentation. I have the floor, council member, I believe, right? Please respect me. So with a presentation on how we're going to be able to, down the line, move it out of transitional aid or at least reduce it. We got to talk about that. We got the cannabis application, cannabis license. We have revenue for different area. So we got to talk about that. And we got to talk about before the approval of this budget. I know it's appropriation, which I don't agree. By this time now, I was under the impression that we will have a full budget. And I understand that the state, they haven't said yet how much money they're going to give us. But listen, the mayor has a great relationship with the state. I hope he do what he got to do to bring the number here. And we got to have, on the workshop, I got to see a presentation on what's going to happen with the city, because an increase on the taxes is unacceptable. People here are crying. They losing their property with the high taxes that they're paying and all the things that adding on. So I'm requesting a formal presentation, Madam BA, to talk about this budget and what's going to happen with our city if we approve this budget. Madam Clerk, I'll abstain. My vote is an abstention. Let's move forward.
Council President.
After she announced the vote, Madam BA. Council member, I believe that I have the floor, and I believe that we're ready to move to the next item.
The votes are 6 in favor, 2 noes, 1 abstention. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Council member, we have to do payment of bill. We have not done payment of bill. Just a second, Madam BA. So before we continue, and after that, we're going to address the cannabis license, but we must do payment of bill.
You need to change the camera.
5-minute break?
Give me 1 second. How long? Do we need 5-minute break to change? Okay. Members of the public, we need 5-minute break to change the tape. So let's take a quick break. Right after, we're going to payment of bill, and then we will address the 3 legislation that we have on the floor.
Yo, he says that every
think we're ready. Rafael, I think we're ready, correct?
We're on.
We're on? Okay, thank you. So,
Payment of bills.
yes, Councilwoman Davila, please, payment of bill.
Council President, if I may, we have the summary of disbursements, of which there was no payroll for the amount of $8,548,720.15. The entire bills list is pertaining to general government. If you look at its capital fund and other statutory expenditures. My recommendation is to move forward with payment of bills.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bills.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call and payment of bills in the amount of $8,548,720.15. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Irresponsible spending is irresponsible spending. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
I need to recuse myself from this vote.
Okay. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are, let's see how many absent now. 4 in favor, 1 recusal, 1 no, 3 absent. Item payment of bill has failed. So we have, Velez is not here.
I understand, but it is not, it's the majority of the council,
It's
sitting
majority
council.
who is sitting here.
It's the majority of the sitting council, which would be...
So it's 4, it's passed.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is
Thank
passed.
you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, next item, let's entertain item 37, the, item number 37, let's read item number 37 on the record, Great Falls redevelopment plan.
Item number 37,
Yes.
where is it, Jennifer? Item number 37 is an ordinance under NJSA 40A:12A-1 et sec. to amend the Great Falls redevelopment plan, addressing zoning-related matters within a specific historically industrial area near the Great Falls to modify the uses permitted in a medium-density mixed uses permitted in a medium-density mixed-use district. It's an economic development first
So
reading.
move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Second.
Second by Councilman Udine. We have Director Power and, so what's the name of the gentleman?
Can you do a roll call?
Yeah.
Director, I'm sorry, the mic.
It's first reading, second reading is
roll-
understanding.
This is John Barry.
If we don't, if there's no question, we could go for a roll call, but before that, Director.
Sure, I'd like to introduce, this is John Barry, who's our planning consultant for the city of Paterson with the group Hiring Gruel, who can answer any of the questions that you have technically with regards to it.
Roll call on item number 37. There's no question.
Roll call on item number 37 for approval. Councilwoman Davila,
Yes, on first reading?
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, this is the first reading. We have a long way to go with this. We have to go ready for second reading, so I'm excited about this redevelopment plan because I definitely do believe that, you know, the future of the Great Falls, now that we invest millions of dollars there, that is the next phase. Allow people to be able to open restaurant and all the, you know, all the business on that section because we need it. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item
Mr.
37.
President, since Councilman Velez came in,
Okay,
could you allow me to have him vote?
sure.
Councilman Velez?
This is the redevelopment zone on the Fifth Ward.
Great
I'm happy this is the first reading, this is moving forward. I'm happy that the 5 Ward District 10 is improving every day under my leadership and also the leadership of this council. So I'm happy to see this development. My vote is yes.
So the votes are 7 in favor, 2 absences. Item number 37 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be on August 15th. Second reading and public hearing will be meeting at August 15th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council
Let's do item 38.
Item number 38 is a first reading ordinance amending Paterson Code, Chapter 172, entitled Cannabis Licensing and Operating with regard to number of retail licensees and with regard to licensee location. It's an economic development ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mins. Discussion, but before Councilman Odin asks for the floor for discussion, Corporation Council, just for the record, I need your legal opinion on this item that we added on the agenda during the time window that was supposed to be added, and what is the intention. I just want to make sure that the public understand that there's nothing illegal on this item, that we did everything properly, and this is the right thing to do. What we have to do in order for us to entertain the 3 licenses that we have right now for a vote tonight is to pass this item, and also to entertain the next 3 on the other phase on the workshop, because it's been a misunderstanding. Those licenses, they got to go for a workshop and the discussion. So, Corporation Council.
Yes, thank you, Council President, for that inquiry. As previously provided, the guidance of the Law Department is that this item was properly added to the agenda given its timely approval by the Council President at least 24 hours before the meeting, and notice was sent to all other council members. We did research the issue and circulate a memo to the clerk as well on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporation Council. Councilman Odin.
Oh, thank you, Council President. Just to bring to your attention, Director, and everyone in the body, that there are 2 sections of this application, which is removing or amending the distance requirement, and the second part of the application is to increase the numbers of the licenses. What I request the council bodies that, and I want to amend on the floor as well, that to separate these 2 items and vote separate. Because let's say I'm supportive to, for example, supportive to the distance requirement, but I'm not supportive to increasing licenses. But how can I vote? I have to vote it down, and you cannot go with the other parts.
So
I put a motion for the amendment on this.
At this moment, Councilman Odin, you either going to have to vote up and down. We got this item ready for a vote in the floor. I understand your concern. Respectfully, I respect your position that you agree with one section, not another one, but we're ready for a vote on this
Council
item.
President.
We have Councilman Velez has the floor, then Councilman Jackson, and Councilman Ruby Cotton has the, so we got 3 council members that asked for the floor. So let's be mindful of the time, council members.
Yes,
Councilman
correct.
Velez.
So, Council President, I just want to iterate in that we amend cultivator up to 6.
So it doesn't matter.
It was my understanding that we also amend manufacturer up to 6, and I see only 3. Is there any chance we could amend this ordinance to increase wholesale to 6, manufacturer to 6, and retailer to 6, right? Because going back and forth, every time that we want to move forward, we had to come and amend the ordinance. So I know that we put to a test the administration to start with 3 licenses of each. Now we see that people want to invest in Paterson, they want to come to Paterson, so instead of going back and forth with amendment of the ordinance, I will put a motion on the floor to amend all the license to 6, and then we kill this bird now, instead of going back.
There's one thing that, and I learned this in government, there's not such a perfect legislation.
Correct.
In some cases, you're going to have legislation that you're going to have to bring it to the floor 5 or 6 times to be amended based on the need in the community. So with that being said, and I understand your point is well taken, but I guarantee you that we're gonna have to bring this legislation back to do another amendment, for sure, because it's not perfect. This is something new for the city of Paterson, still not gonna be perfect. So, and many other municipalities, they're going through the same issue that we're going now, because we're learning as we go. So with that being said, we have,
But my question
Councilwoman-
has not been clarified. I believe that we did cultivator up to 6 and manufacturer up to 6, and I only see 3 here on manufacturer. I thought we did cultivator.
No.
Only cultivator?
The original is 3 for manufacturing. So we modified the cultivation to go to 6.
Only 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
I believe we have 4 and there's 2 left.
So we have 2 other council members that asked for the floor, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Councilman Jackson, and Councilwoman Davila. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I just want to say to the audience out there to, you know, I find that if everybody remember when marijuana was on the ballot to be voted on, I actually voted no. I think because thinking about liquor stores, we haven't issued a liquor license in the city of Paterson for over 20 years. We probably have about 50 licenses that can't be placed because of regulations that have been put in place. Well, what I've done as a council person was every state I go visit, I go find retail, I go to find a cultivator. I find that the cannabis, no matter where I went, you just don't walk in there like a bodega. You're not walking up in there saying you're going to buy a $5 bag of weed, because you definitely ain't going to do that. You know, they got all kind of things in there with the cookies and the creams for your aches and pains. And but you have to, if you've been there, I done been to Michigan, I done been to Illinois, I done been to Arizona, I done been to California. And my husband said to me, and I would say to him, he's gone now, but he knew there were certain things that I would want to see how it's run, to see how they're doing it there, how they're doing it in their state. I think that here in the city of Paterson, that we looked at it as like a liquor store. Because God knows we got plenty of liquor stores, but these liquor licenses was brought in back in the 80s. You can't, once you're in there, you can't take it back. They're grandfathered in. We can't reduce them. We really can't. But with this, I believe that this cannabis operation would be totally different from liquor stores. Going to other places, you can disagree. I could go in there without a photo ID. They took a picture of me. They got armed security. You're just not walking up in there. And I think that everyone here who's applying for a license know that those are the things that got to be in place in order for.
Please wrap it up,
for that.
Councilwoman.
So I'm just saying, when you really don't know, I find now that you have to go visit, or you have to go see for yourself. Because even when the state of New Jersey decided to do recreation marijuana, they actually really didn't know either of what to do, or they didn't put the people in place that really knew how to run this. So we're all in this, you know, we're all in this, but this cannabis is not going to be like the liquor stores.
Councilwoman, can you please wrap it up?
I'm just saying, but if you don't understand something, and I've learned that from my husband, then you go visit. You go find it. You go look for it. You don't wait for nobody to give you no answer. You go look for yourself. Because once you can see it for yourself, you know, I could read all the paper in the world.
Thank you,
If I can't see
Councilwoman.
it, then I can't picture it.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson has the floor. Madam Clerk, I spoke with Ryan, we have the timing. We could set up the time for the 2 minutes, because it will be easy. It'll be easy for our council colleague to look at the clock over there and know when the time is up. That way we could stick within the 2 minutes. It's going to be 1 o'clock, and I tried to move this forward, so we got this item. We have Councilman Jackson, then Councilwoman Davila, and after that we will be ready for a vote.
So basically what we're doing now is we're trying to shuffle things along just to rush it through. I don't want people talking much, especially if they're going to be talking about some things that are going to be truthful. But it just shows you, and this is to people like X, Brother John, I don't know how old you are, I know you said you went to school 21 as well, the young ladies as well, our future leaders of the community. It shows you how much ignorance is so prevalent. The councilman at the other end, he said, is it possible that we could consider doing this? He asked the director, who, by the way, has no stake in this community. He doesn't live here. His kids don't live here. His family don't live here. So the detriment to him is just about money. It's the bottom line. And it's not the money for the community, but for other things, right? But he says, is it possible for us, we're the legislative body. We make these rules. We write these laws. As a legislator, you don't have to ask the administration, can we consider this? No. You say, listen, I make a recommendation to amend and add this because this, and then if your council colleagues see it and agree with it, that's what takes place. But they ask the administration for permission. So, question through the floor, through the chair, Mr. Director, was any of the residents and or businesses, churches, schools, principals, parents, anyone who will be impacted by this legislation, were they petitioned?
No.
Because normally the process, if there was a zoning change or something like that, let's say there was an application that something goes against zone, you would petition the residents. They don't even care. They don't even care about the residents and whether or not you're concerned if your local church has an issue with this being close in proximity to you. Through the chair, with all due respect, Corporation Counsel, just by number alone, can you give me the number of legal minds from your office that worked on this legislation that live in the city of Paterson?
Council President, may I?
Corporation Counsel.
I can't answer that. Thank you.
So that means none. That means zero. So the gentleman who said this was done legally, it has followed the legal process, nobody is disputing that. We understand they have a license, a law license that they're trying to protect. No one is going to risk their license to do something. Well, let me not say that because there's always a possibilities in Paterson, but no one was questioning the legality. It's a moral issue that you don't even consult with the people that's being impacted by this. And then when you talk about returning the opportunity to Paterson residents, you clearly have 3 individuals here and one that had already left that said, I put my application in months ago, I paid my fees years ago, and I wasn't even considered. So, and then you have various members of this council trying to sell it back to the community like it's a good thing. I'm not going to continue to badger on. I mean, it's not going to change anything. The actions and the activity of the people that's up here is going to remain consistent. And this people, to the people at home, this is why you get what you're getting. People who are making these detrimental decisions that's impacting our lives. The other day I had 2 people murdered in the community. And see, murder is a direct family member to poverty. The marijuana, which was sold to us by this gentleman and his African-American representative, was that people of color was going to get an opportunity at this to have a fair chance at this. How about people from Paterson? They obviously aren't getting the same fair chance. You got one Paterson resident applicant out of what we're saying is 6 potential. But listen, you guys can carry on. And relative to the comment, listen, I don't sell myself in or change my position in or change my tenor because of a potential election, upcoming election, or prosecution or indictment. I don't do that. I don't vote one way solid for 3 years and then all of a sudden I'm moving a totally different way. To say I don't have to vote to become to hold a specific position has no bearing on my responsibility to the community, which I've been the most consistent voice through my entire tenure. It hasn't changed regardless who's ever been in that chair. Now, I can't say that for many other people here because all of a sudden, now people are recusing themselves instead of voting strong no's in the past. But whatever, let's carry on, business as usual.
Madam Clerk, roll call on item 38.
No, I spoke.
Oh, you asked for the floor,
Yes,
Council?
I just,
Please.
and this will
Please.
be quick because
Please.
I didn't second the motion, Councilman Velez. I know that was a conversation about just going across the board, and I think that, right now, we shouldn't do that because we don't want to saturate, the business, right? We want to see if what we have right now in place is going to work. I think it will. I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Cotton in terms of you're just not walking in. This is not a candy store. I mean, it isn't. And I'm sure that the entities that were reviewed that are here today, I want to thank you, Council President, because we should take action in this first, so then we are able then to move forward to move on with the 3. And I know that all the entities that spoke, I still see them here in the room. I had an opportunity, I don't know any of them, they can vouch and say, absolutely, you've never met me before. But I do want to say that I had an opportunity to speak to them outside and understand that there was miscommunication. There was a lack, some things happened, and I'm just looking forward that they've submitted their applications and that we're going to move forward as a committee to determine for the council. So yes, it goes through a committee, but it's coming to the council, and the council will decide which ones will move forward. So at this time, I wasn't in support of doing across the board 6. I'm not in support of separating it neither, because it is important. There's a situation in the city. There's residences all over, and I do care about the residences. At the end of the day, I want to see that we talk about, rateables, this. What are you doing to bring rateables into the city of Paterson? So I'm going to support something that I believe that will bring jobs and rateables and at least stabilize. I don't see us anytime soon lowering taxes, but I believe that we can stabilize taxes and not increase. The last thing I want to say is, Director, this is your last meeting, and I want to say here on TV land, although it's 1 o'clock in the morning, 10 after almost, all right, I want to thank you for the years. I've known you since the college, okay? I've known what you've done the last 5 years. Irregardless of what's being said, you have shown your work. I look forward to seeing what else you have, in the future, but right now, I just wanted to just say, thank you very much for your time with us, and thank you for the millions of dollars that you brought to this city. Thank you very much.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 38.
Council President, before that, I want to...
So we will have 2 minutes on the clock, Council
You say
members.
roll call.
Yeah, sure.
I said, I'm sorry, roll call on item number 38. Each council member will have 2 minutes for your statement. I hope that you don't go over the 2 minutes for the closing statement. Roll call on item number 38, Madam Clerk.
Council President, I would like to put a motion on the floor to separate these two different items, which is increasing licenses and amend the distance requirements.
There's a motion.
Seconded, okay.
Separate items. He seconded, roll call to do the amendment.
So member of the public, so
Exactly.
there's a motion on the floor to separate the 2 items, and it was second.
Point of order.
Parliamentary procedure, not point order. So we're gonna let's go through the motion. Right after, then we will take formal action.
Council President, point of order. I don't know legal. Can we separate an ordinance that's already ordinance?
Yeah. On first reading,
No,
it's...
no. We talking about an ordinance. We amending an ordinance.
You understand what I'm saying?
Councilman Velez, we have to go for roll call on the separation on the item.
The joker over here.
It's an
Joker over
amendment.
here.
Councilmember, please, let's
Needs to learn
not,
how to
there's no need for disrespect.
No.
Council members,
another
there's
clown.
no need for disrespect. There's no need for that. Let's go. There's a motion on the floor. Roll call on the motion to separate the item, Madam Clerk.
There is a motion. Councilman?
It was moved by Councilman Udine and second by Councilman Jackson.
Jackson?
Yes.
And it's roll call to separate the items on, it's item number 38.
Yes. How would we
Okay,
do this?
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton?
No.
Councilwoman Davila?
Absolutely no.
Councilman Jackson?
It's clear the agenda to get people approved. It's clear the agenda. It's not about the community. Let's not take time to solicit, petition churches. Let's not take time. And I hope that these praises and accolades can be accompanied by documentation that shows these ratables that we have won thus far after all the millions of dollars that we spent. Anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
No, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry.
She thinking I'm still the council president. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
No? Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So
I'm used to him being the president.
it's not a major thing to separate. It gives the opportunity for someone else to come on board with which part they want to support, but they can't. So when you put it together, it makes them a flat no. They don't want to be a flat no. We should have just gave credence to the council person that's saying, I want to support one of them and not the other. The concern I have, these items would never be in some of the wards of the city. They would not at all. Just check out where everything is being placed. When I said it from the very beginning, when we looked at the zoning and the layout, check it out. Some of these wards, this would not be over in those wards at all. It's not gonna happen. No matter how, we can expand it, we could leave it as the same, maintain it. It is not going in some wards of the city. Paterson, pay attention to that. I don't see an issue, and possibly maybe some of the colleagues will maybe revisit, or maybe they won't. But I don't see an issue with saying, let me work with one of my colleagues because he wants to support one of them, but he doesn't feel like he should support both. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Paterson, just for clarification, and I don't want anybody to be upset, because this ordinance that came up with, two different things was blended together, which is, one, we have current ordinance that this cannabis location should be 300 feet distance from the resident schools, churches. That's one part. Second part, as of now, we are allowed to have 3 licenses for retail. It says we can increase 3 to 6. Totally 2 different things blended together to just pass it. I cannot support this. Yes, if we need to amend the distance, yes, we need to. If we think about we need to increase the licenses, yes, we have to think separate way, but not putting things together to make this happen blindly. I can support this. So I want it to be separated. Otherwise, I'm telling in advance, I'm not supporting any of the applications. My vote is yes to separate the items.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Just give me a minute.
Councilman.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote no on this, and I'm gonna still consult him on something here.
Okay,
No.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
no.
Thank you. Right. Just, so, the motion to separate the items on item number 38, that's the number of distances versus the number of licenses. The votes are 3 in favor of separating, 5 against separating, 1 absent, so the motion has failed.
Roll call.
Madam Clerk, roll call. Before the roll call, it's important to address the comment of some council member, because there's some council member that they don't stop to throwing jobs at other people. They just don't. They don't get tired of that. And if you think about it, that's not going to take you anywhere. By my position, just by assuming and try to insinuate that, I change my position based on a personal matter that I'm addressing with the court or any court case that I have. That speaks value. That's really low, extremely low. But let me just be clear. I'm very responsible. And you know why I choose to be president? Because I got what it takes to be sitting over here. I don't take nothing personally, and I'm listening to every person. And if you're right, and if I could help you, I will help you. I don't need to know you to help you, and we don't need to get along in order for me to work with you. Personal matter, I leave it on the side. Everybody knows my position with the administration. Everybody knows that I've been running against the mayor twice, and I've been the second highest vote getter twice. And everybody knows that I will run in again. But that doesn't matter. I'm sitting here as a council president, and I have a job to do. And this is the right thing to do, because we have 3 people waiting for the license to get the license, and also we have 3 more on the pipeline. That means revenue for the city. And I'm here to find a way to bring revenue to the city. So with that being said, roll call on item number 38, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote, I do want to make a statement, because my colleague, who's the newest person on the council, is basically saying like we're pushing something which is an ordinance that's in the books. All right, the fact that he wanted to separate it is okay, but you made a statement that I think was out of order, because we're not trying to shove things, to change things. We are trying to make a change that would be part of the entire. Yes, we understood through legal that it can be separated. That's fine, but I am going to say this, and why I voted no based on the fact that none of the applications that were presented, none of them will meet the requirement of the fee. And in terms when we're talking about churches and other, you want the true story, let's have a sit down, okay? Because there is one entity that already has approval from a church that didn't mind it at all, all right? And another church that is not even a legitimate church. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say. But with that said, Council President, thank you very much. My support is to amend this ordinance. Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
No, this is the amendment. You're supporting the amendment. Yes.
We're voting now, right? Yes, we are.
It's a voting section, council members.
Next.
First, let me say this. Once again, this is America. What was it, Childish Gambino? I think I'm going to place that song on my page so people understand that this is America. I'm entitled to any comment that I want to make, especially the obvious. You may have been running against the mayor, but we know you got in that seat because of the approval of the mayor. The mayor has been picking the council president for the last several sessions, and obviously you cut a deal. So, and I will continue to say all of the things that I need to say, whether you like it or not. You can't truncate and or modify anything that my commentary or my beliefs of what's happening. It was one year you're consistent no, and now all of a sudden it's an agenda to move things along. And based on Councilman Davila's comment, Councilman Udine is absolutely correct. This is being shoved down the pipeline by way of an addendum because there was a mistake that was made. And I don't get upset when people are breathing hard on my neck because they not happy with what I'm saying. But if there wasn't a mistake being made, there wouldn't be a necessity for an addendum. You wouldn't have to rush this through so you could get your buddies or whomever else. And maybe there is no relationship. Maybe there's a legitimacy here. But let me clarify one thing. We talk about, well, what ratables have you brought? I'm the one who brought Ray Lewis, who flew into Teterboro Airport on a Learjet into Paterson to save this community $3 million that no one on this council decided to support. I'm the one who brought former Giant Jim Burt to Paterson with the Super Walmart at the Fifth Avenue site that the mayor refused to support because we gave away that property for $1 and $100 million. That still isn't bringing in ratables. I'm the one who was staunchly against the Hinchcliffe Stadium project even after. I'm the only state championship ring holder that played in the stadium. I have more nostalgic value there than anyone else. And I said it was a poor deal. A poor deal. You didn't win any championships there. You might have been a cheerleader. But it was a poor deal, and we'd have been better spent by putting it in the hotel and an indoor 12,000-seat arena. But everyone in here looked at me like as if I was crazy. And here we are, coming to full fruition, where these projects are bringing in no money. Now, based on the cannabis thing, I have one issue and one issue only. I'm here to support Paterson, Paterson applicants, Paterson people. Paterson people deserve an opportunity at the Apple. That's it. Making provisions for people who cut deals with the economic development director. And look, private conversations, they don't want to have these conversations in public. They want to have them in workshop. They want to have them in committee meetings so they can hide their hand. But anyway, I do know of an applicant who is not within 300 feet, who's being presented today. He doesn't need any amendment to the application. To say all of them need amendments is incorrect. That's a false lie. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is not the first time I've seen an addendum item on the agenda. We see it almost every other meeting. So some of the council members making it seem like, oh wow, this is the first time ever an addendum item put on the agenda. And also, everyone knows this is America. You don't have to remind everybody. And attacking other council member for no reason. And this ordinance already in the books. We're just making some changes. That's all. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims.
So for this particular item, this is the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to amend the fee to ensure that if you have applicants that are within that.
That's not for you.
No, the clock is actually, looks like it's defaulted. But I get extra time. I probably take like 12 minutes. I might need to reclaim some time. But this item, to me, should be the way the cart should not go before the horse. This is putting the horse first and then bringing the cart on later, not later tonight. This is how it should be. Then once this is approved, you go to the next step. That's another story. This particular item is saying we want to expand the license and reduce the footage. Here's my observation. I don't have issues with people coming for license. I do have concerns when I hear people come to the microphone and they make commentary, and I'm gonna go over the 2 minutes, Madam Clerk, so you don't even have to let it beat. They come to the mic and say they made a payment and they were told to bring, the only information we have before us is the data that we received. We saw an Excel sheet from the CFO. When the guy gave his name on the Excel sheet, it showed he paid on May 9th. That's what is before us. Now, whether the application wasn't complete and blah, 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 we have none of that information. All we see before us is the person that came that's looking to do business here. We look at this sheet, it shows May 9th, and it shows that he did it before others. That's what we have in front of us. Now, if there's other things that were not done or incomplete, we don't have that in front of us. We don't know any of that sitting here. But to hear individuals come to the mic, and we heard two, come and say the same thing. I paid, it was a reminder of another applicant that paid, but we at 2:30 in the morning put a halt to it and ensured that that applicant got approved that night and the other entity had to wait. So that's why there's like an upheaval, because on 1 minute we do one process, the next minute we want to change the process. That's what happened. Go back to the tape, you can watch it. There's a difference between abstention and recusing. When you abstain from a vote, that means for whatever reason you want to abstain, but abstention in Paterson code is a yes vote. So people make a choice. They can abstain or vote yes, same thing. But when you recuse yourself from a vote, that means that maybe there's a certain tie, maybe there's a connection, and so because you know that, you know legally to remove yourself from the vote. I think it's important that people know what votes you should put yourself connected to and what you shouldn't. So if somebody says, I recuse myself, they may work for the entity or know someone that works there, so they recuse themselves, because that's what you're supposed to do. It's called Ethics 101. I just wanted to address that. And it's not, I don't want to vote no, because no. It's, you're no, there's a tie, so you recuse yourself. On this vote, this is how it should be done. I don't really have issues. I think we should monitor what's here, and I also think that when we're going to do retail in the residential areas, there should be some level of notification that goes out to the residents, similar to the Board of Adjustments and the Planning Board, that alerts the people in that area that this is coming or an application was approved. That's just being good neighbors and doing good governance here in the city of Paterson. With that said, I don't have an issue with this item of reducing and doing this. I don't have an issue on this. My vote for this particular item is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
So again, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson. Just for clarification, and what I'm speaking about, that we have 3 applications on the line, which is 25, 26, and 27, I believe, that for approval. They have full application for cannabis retail. That's what we are going to vote for. Where it mentioned that whether we have to relax or amend the distance requirements that we have in the current requirements in the city. Now, number 38, which is another items which is added, that from retail license from 3 to 6 will be increased, and also the requirements for the distance requirements will be amended. To me, it's 2 different things. We can amend the distance requirements separate. We can, whoever wants to support the increasing licenses, they will support. That was my point. And this is, I spent about a year, more than a year, in this chamber, and never ever I addressed any council members by name or any way, because I always stand on my ground, whatever I believe. I could be the newest, but I'm not ignorant. That's one thing you should know. Whatever I stood here, and Paterson just know this is important to know, because this is 2 different things we are speaking about. It does not have to come together. Because when we're talking about the distance requirement, this distance requirement could be for any license we approve in the future. Maybe we have 3 approved by now. We may have 6. Future may have 20. Never know. But this distance requirement is going to be applied for all of them. That was my stand, to separate that and vote separate. And I don't know how this is something not. Anyway, everyone has their own opinion, but I felt total disrespect when someone addressed me, like personally indicate, I felt this does not, this should not be allowed. And I respect my council colleagues. Everyone vote in their ways, their opinion. This is what they do. What I believe is that these two different things should be separately voted. Since it's together, I cannot support this item. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Are we still in the amendment of the?
We're voting on item 38, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, I finished. So, ladies and gentlemen, just let's keep this clear. We are addressing this today. That don't mean that they have all the process in the state approved and they have to still come back. So, when we do letters of support, okay, like for when the administration is gonna ask letter or resolution of support and application for grants, they could get awarded, but if it says a word that we had to match it, we could deny it. So they still had to come back. So saying this, I don't have no problem. They understand whoever coming to the city of Paterson to conduct business, they want to be friendly neighbors. And they know they're not going to be operating a restaurant that is operating without license and all that stuff. They're going to be operating a secure place to conduct business. I recall Councilwoman Davila and I believe it was you, me, who else went to cultivation? But I guess a lot of people could go even to the field and not learn all of it. But I learned a lot when I went there. And they show us how they sell a pack of 5, and that time was medical marijuana. A pack of 5 was $54. 5 of those cigarettes of marijuana was $54. So, talking about this, saying I want to consume my 2 minutes, I thought about a lot. I got 3 more seconds. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The clock is definitely working, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item 38.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are six in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Item number 38 is adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be at the regular meeting on August 15, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Right, finishing with item 38, which was the right thing to do in order for us to be able to now do business the right way with this legislation. Let's move to item number 25, Madam Clerk.
25?
Oh.
Yes, 25.
Item number 25 is a resolution supporting the state application of Blue Moon Lounge, LLC, to operate a Class 5 cannabis retail facility at Block 3208, Lot 1, known as 445 East 16th Street, Paterson, New Jersey, 07514, Economic Development Resolution 23446.
So moved.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 25.
Roll call on item number 25 for adoption.
Are we
Councilwoman
going
Cotton?
into a discussion or what? We could just go on in and just vote.
Do you want to discuss?
I mean, I'm just saying,
Discussion.
Okay, so council members, so the reason why everybody received the package, everybody received all the information.
you know what, Council President?
We have the discussion, just give me a minute. We have the discussion, you've received all the information that is needed. Also, we sent an email out. If you have any additional question, please reach out. One of the things that I'm planning to do as council president now is with those sensitive items that we have on the agenda, let's not wait until the meeting in order for us to start asking questions. We have the director, we have the administration. Let's get that information before we get into the meeting. That way we could concentrate on voting and using the 2 minutes if you wish to make any statement. So I'm going to open the floor for discussion on this item. So if you have any question, Councilwoman Cotton and Jackson and Velez, and right after that, we'll be ready for roll call.
It's what now?
You should got the floor.
I just want to say, you know, I read through all of the manuals for all the 3 companies that were in there. And one of the things that I find is that they are hiring Patersonians. This first company that's on this application, I know already has at least 240 Patersonians employed in the city of Paterson. 95% of them are Patersonians. And it's about hiring Patersonians and working, having our people in the community work. Some of them can just walk to work, but to, I'm not sure if any of the other council people have gone to look at any of the locations, which I have, physically drove. Beautiful. This particular first location is absolutely beautiful. You would not even think that that's what it would be. But with that being said, I know that this particular company employs Patersonians, and they're not making $10 an hour either. You know, to make a decent salary that they can live. And that's what it's about, making sure people can make a decent salary that they can live and pay rent and do things with their children. So I just wanted to put that out there with this one particular company that have always, and have been in the city for quite some time now, have improved that area greatly. And if you ride through there, and I would advise all my council colleagues, just take a ride by and look at them all and just see what you think of them. With that being said, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. My question is to the applicant. What's the percentage of ownership from Patersonian, your company, for this particular business?
Time is up.
So it's, my name is Yakub Ajazi. The percentage of ownership is, it's not a Paterson resident.
Right.
But it's 25%, and it is Patersonian who's been there for 16 years.
Patersonian's been there for 16 years.
I've employed 479 people in that area for 16 years.
But the percentage of ownership for this particular business, for Paterson homegrown resident, is how much?
It's 25%, not a homegrown resident, just myself.
Very good.
Satisfied? All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez, question?
No, yes. Actually, it's for the 3 applicants, and I'm not going to speak from this point on because it's for the 3 applications that we have in front of us, Councilman. Resolution supporting the state application. Once again, I'm taking the 3 application resolution here, like it was the administration asking for the letter for support for grants. If they go to the state and they get awarded, they still had to come to us to get the license. This don't mean that we already approving the cannabis license in our city. They had to go by zoning, they had to go to do a lot of stuff, but before doing zoning and coming to the council, they had a long way to go in the state. What I would recommend in the future is that if these individuals don't get approved in 6 months, then they leave it free for us, for give it to other people that are ready, right? That we could talk that later. But this is a resolution supporting the state application. They have only a conditional approval, so this will give them the bless. They go to the state, and still they have to submit more paperwork and more things to get the license. I gotta say this statement for all 3 of them. I'm not gonna speak no more, but if we should consider that if they don't get approved in less than a year, then they had to let it go because other people are waiting online for license. But that's my recommendation. I just want to know. Thank you, Council President.
You vote?
No, we're
All right, so I'm just going to say this. I mean, the way the process works is you already have the conditional approval from the state already. in order for you to come in front of this chamber, you need to have the conditional approval from the state. This is the long shot right here. This is the most important piece, because cannabis is always been a real estate business. If you don't have a location, if you don't have a municipality where you could plug the license, you got nothing. So it's the other way around. The state already gave them the application. The state already gave them the conditional license. The most important piece is us here. So this is our final shot. And I'm saying this just to say, to move into my next comment. You'll see, you know, I took my chance, I put this, and I've been having conversation from the beginning of the week, and I sent an email to the council members because I know how important is this. I know the revenue that we're getting, that we're gonna get from this licensing. And it's my hope that as the owner, you guys do the right thing, supporting our community, doing the right thing for Paterson. I don't like one person getting everything, and we already know who's the retail, who's the only one that we have in town. So we have to, you know, we have to share the wealth. So that's the reason why we open the door for all the players and make the field, you know, make it fair across the board. So with that being said, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 25.
Roll call on item 25 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
I will say this, I am born, raised, educated, live here, Pattersonians, in support of anyone who can obtain their approval through the state and come before us. But I'm also in approval of individuals that didn't need to come to our city, that have contributed year after year through employment and other things. And at the end of the day, we all understand, getting this license from the state, it is not an easy thing. It's thousands of dollars that you need to invest. And with that said, if you're here, it's because at least you've been able to prove to the state, and you are able to do that through your conditional license. So with that said, you know, I'm looking forward for the continued support for our city. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I hope this is clear. I'm not even going to address the applicant because it's not about the applicant. I'm very consistent. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that from time to time you see the display where the expectation is the best you're going to get is a job. The best you're going to get. When we have an opportunity available, we're supposed to make opportunities available to people who have endured the conditions, who have went through the suffering. And I respect people giving jobs, but like, I've been coaching in this community since I left high school. As a college player, I've been coaching in this community. And I'm very familiar with the business, and I applaud, you know, people coming in here and giving employment. But right up the street, not even 2 blocks away, there's kids that play in there every year that got to go out here and tag on the streets. And I had the luxury of playing for businesses that made money in this community, but they were from here. Dr. P. Hewitt, I played for Hewitt's AC. I played for Gorgas, who had a business here, who sponsored teams, who sponsored kids, who made an effort to keep kids off the street. So when I see about kids getting shot for selling illegal drugs, now it becomes illegal and they don't even have an opportunity. As I said to this council before, it is our obligation to make sure that we make opportunities available for our people. If you want to do business in this community, you got to partner with somebody from this community. I've stood in that stance. It's nothing personal against any applicant, but I will not support any applicant that does not have a percentage of ownership. I said the same thing. Miss Addison is in the back, and if it wasn't for me, her son would not have been made an owner, not a partner. If it wasn't for me, he would not have been made an owner. Owner, on paper. Not like, oh, I'm down, no. And then the moment it gets ratified, you get fired. No. We got to make sure that we make owners. See, I'm an owner. And I don't have any problem with being a subordinate. I'm a partner in the karate program, which I've been a partner in for 25 plus years. I have no problem with being a subordinate, but we have to be able to make opportunities available for our people to be owners. And if the responsibility doesn't lie on the shoulders of the municipal government, then where does it lie? Keep sucking wind all you want to because you don't understand it. You don't have a clue. They don't have a clue on what it is. See, for some people, just being able to pay $600, $400 in rent, that's a win. That's a win. But I'm trying to see my people become owners. When my brother and I did the fundraise for $29 million, we're not tellers, we're bank owners. We own the bank. When that bank stock gets sold, I'm an owner. I'm not a renter, an employee. Create owners. That's our job. What are we doing here? Anyway, there's a huge difference between ownership and partnership. Huge. And what we're doing here is allowing for people to come in here and make more money on the conditions. People been selling weed in the streets in Paterson, getting hit over the head with clubs, run over by cars, sprayed with hoses, dogs put on them for years. And yet, we're not going to even make sure that we make an opportunity for people to be owners. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
There's some personal connections, and I need to recuse myself with this item.
Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, just for clarification, Paterson, that 3 retail application we had, they fully paid everything, they came ready. I was against increasing numbers of licenses because this is something we do not know how we are going to deal with. What's the negative impact we have to deal with? We do not know. Everything is very hypothetical at this moment. So that's why I did not want it to license increase at this moment. I wanted to see that how we deal with the current licenses, then we can think about increasing licenses. That was my stand. The people that 3 applicants, they put their money, even when you're talking about the outside of Paterson, they put $60,000 fees because they are not from Paterson. So since they came up with complete application, and I feel that I need to support them. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
I'm sorry, what is it?
What did you say?
What's your vote? What's your vote, Councilman?
Yes.
Yes? Thank you, Councilman
You vote
Udine.
yes?
Councilman Velez.
Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's simple and easy. Huh? No, I say I'm not going to speak but I have to say this, man. I know people that started in the school system working as a porter, cleaning bathroom, and they own their own company now of cleaning. I know people that started working in a restaurant in McDonald's and owns Burger King. I know people that started working as a cab driver and own a big transportation company. I know there will be people that starts as a partner and they're gonna end being owners because they learn the system and they start saving to open their own business. I don't know why, and since I've been sitting here since 2016, I see my city in progress mode. Where everything that we're doing wrong, a council member doing wrong, the city's still moving forward and the economy is being growing. I don't know, I don't see nothing wrong. I don't see nothing wrong. If you see the city in 2016 and when you see it now in 2023, no, I could take this to the bank. There have been improvement. So once again, this is a resolution. This is a letter of support of the process that they do in the state. They still had to come to zoning. They need to still put the plan and project of the new construction of what they're going to do. They need to follow the guidelines and rules of the state to be applied here in the city. And they still, after they do whatever they have to do over there in the state, they had to come in front of us. Hopefully in that time, somebody hit the lottery and be owner. I don't know. It's money. When you talk about ownership, money is involved. Can't be ownership only because you have a restaurant and a business owner. I don't know. I don't understand this sometimes. My vote is yes, man.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes on item number 25. Madam Clerk, let's move to item number 26.
May I just announce these votes first?
Sure.
So the votes on item number 25 are 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 recusal, 1 absent. Item number 25 is hereby adopted.
Item number 26.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 26 is a resolution supporting state application of Thrive 3 LLC to operate a Class 5 cannabis retail facility at Block 3102, Lot 1, known as 250 River Street, Economic Development Resolution.
So move.
23447.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mims, Councilman Khalid. No, you didn't support, okay. So Councilwoman Mims and Davila, and second by Councilman Velez.
Hello, I move it first.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 26 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to just say to Mr. Thrive 3 Patersonian, gonna do good for our community, gonna help our community. And you know, you heard me talk in my council meeting, you know, about, you know, we must do what we can, must help as many people as we can, stop picking and choosing who we help, who we do for. I'm just done with that. But it's so important that, that we do this for our community. I just want to say too that I hear, you know, we have to try to invest in our community. And I said before, you know what? Sometimes you got to learn how to trust each other. If I got $5,000 and I can help you start a business, you know, sometimes I just can't worry about if it's going to make it or it's going to fail. But just the idea that we got to put money in, because you can't go nowhere and buy nothing with no money. We have to be able to invest and trust each other somewhere along the line. If we don't, we're never going to get there. I came back from Michigan. I got 2 cousins that got mobile bowling alleys, 5 game trucks. These young people in some of these states are creating their own development. They're not waiting for no one to tell them what to do.
Councilwoman, can you wrap it up
So I just want to say,
within the 2 minutes?
I thank you for being here and coming and wanting to do business in our city. A lot of people still are not wanting to come back here and do business in our city. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
It's not even fair. Known the gentleman all my life. Homegrown Paterson dude. Proud of you. The opportunity is available. I'm hoping you expand it to help include other Paterson people, to give those opportunities to people who come up here. And absolutely, my vote is yes. Looking forward to supporting those other Paterson applications as well.
Thank you, Councilman
Yes.
Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So when we talk about the impact that marijuana had on the Black and brown community, we should always ensure that there's a prioritizing in the way that we look at the applications that come before us. Doesn't say anything against other applicants, but they were heavily impacted. There are people in the Black and brown community that still, licenses are still messed up. Some are still incarcerated. Some of their credit is still messed up. And when we think about these licenses, when you have an entity that comes before you that is a part of the transformational piece of that, and now looking to expand and to grow and to do these things, and from Paterson, that's what this is about. This is how we should be doing it. This is the way it should be done. And with that being stated, I'm under my 2 minutes. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One more time, same explanation. Three of them came, and I'm supporting these three anyway, because they were there. They did everything they're supposed to do. And only thing I wanted to stop is increasing licenses. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
First of all, I want to apologize to the two gentlemen in front of me because I think I gave them hard time when they want to talk about their application. And I say, the person that had to deal with that is that gentleman next to you. I have a vote to do. My duty is to vote. And it's not, I didn't want it to, sir, if you keep on rushing me, I could go no right away. Oh, okay. But we went like that all week. But sir, I'm surprised. Last week, even your ID was criticized. But today, we came to a completion that we want to support your application in the state. You from Paterson, and you want to give back to the community at the same time as you express. Because it's not just making business, it's giving back to the community. And in your footprint of your business in the future, take care of your community, take care of your constituents, because you're going to serve in some aspect to them. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 26 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, item number 27.
Item number 27 is a resolution supporting the state application of Blaze Green LLC to operate a Class 5 cannabis retail facility at Block 2004, lots 9 through 15, known as 585-591 River Street, Economic Development Resolution 23-448.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila.
Move.
Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 27.
Roll call on item number 27 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
You have a local partner or Paterson resident that's a part owner?
Yeah.
What's the percentage? I'm sorry?
50%.
50% Paterson person is the owner? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
We think about it. Yes.
Councilman
Yes.
Udine?
Thank you
Yes,
for your
Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you for your patience. You were sitting on there all night. Thank you for your patience. Once again, my vote is yes. Keep on doing business for the city of Paterson in this aspect and other aspects. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item number 27.
Council
Number
President.
27, the
Just
votes
give me a
are
minute, Councilman
8 in
Velez.
favor, 1 absent. Item number 27 is hereby adopted.
So now, council members, it's 1:55 and we have 3 more items. Those items are for USD zone. There are grant that we have to vote on because the city have to go back to the state. And on number 30, it's a $4 million that we have to help local business to apply for those funds. So, Madam Clerk, item 28, really quick, Madam Clerk.
Item number 28 is a resolution approving the Paterson Urban Enterprise Zone Division of Department of Economic Development to utilize $265,322 of Urban Enterprise Zone Assistance Funds for admin budget year July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, Economic Development Resolution 23-449.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 28.
Roll call on item number 28. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? And he's gone too. Councilman Kalik?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
To Paterson, it is 2 a.m. I am going to be leaving after this vote. I have to be at work at 7:45 in the morning. With that being stated, this item is to utilize UEZ dollars to appropriate to the budget, but when you look at the item, it is for $265,000 for someone's salary. I don't know who's going to get this salary, but that's the item that is attached in the agenda. If you go and look
Which one
into
is it?
our Go into our Chromebook on item 28, and you scroll to page number 2. It is for a salary. It is for salary. It's for a salary. It doesn't say whatever, but it's for the salary, whatever that looks like. So Paterson, I am not supporting $262,000 for salaries that I'm really not sure what's going to happen with these salaries. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I need to know who's getting paid.
Director.
Okay. So it's $148,000 for salaries.
Yeah, the breakdown should be there. It's for the director of
it's
the
here.
program, as well as for the clerk that's there, that's associated, as well as fringe benefits and alike. So basically, the UEZ, the state is paying for the operations of this program with UEZ tax funds. So it's not coming from city tax dollars at all, or property tax
We're
in
in roll call.
particular.
But Director, I'm sorry, the council members, we are in roll call right now at this
There is
moment.
a breakdown in there as well.
On page 2.
Exactly.
Very clear what I said.
Yep.
I haven't voted.
I'm sorry.
So when he come back, well, he not coming back anyway, but whoever's running this need to bring a breakdown, how many secretary, how many administrator, how many porters, how many things that we have for that 148,000. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On page 2 out of 2 on the resolution, there's a breakdown, salary, and, there's a miscellaneous and also the staff also as well. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 in favor, 1 against,
sleep well.
3 absences. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Item 29, Madam Clerk.
Item number 29 is a resolution approving the Paterson Urban Enterprise Zone Division of the Department of Economic Development to utilize $1 million of Urban Enterprise Zone Assistance Funds for the Business Improvement Matching Grant Project, Economic Development Resolution 23:450.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
Roll call on item number 29 for approval. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson. No, he's gone.
Okay.
Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
This is it, last item?
No.
No, my vote is
There's one more
yes.
item.
Councilman Mendez.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item 29.
So the votes are 5 in favor, 4 absences. Item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Item number 30, Madam Clerk.
Item number 30 is a resolution approving the Paterson Urban Enterprise Zone Division of Department of Economic Development to utilize $4 million of Urban Enterprise Zone Assistance Funds for the revolving loan project, Economic Development Resolution 23:451.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 30.
Item number 30 for approval, Councilwoman Davila.
Council members, we have one more item left, which is item
Yes,
number 1.
number
My
one.
vote is yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
The only thing I'm asking is to this be published, advertised for the residents of Paterson business owner, get the most of this grants that we approve in this funding. So in other language, cable, letters, put it out there. My vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item is extremely important. We're talking about $4 million that our local business will be able to use through a loan. My recommendation to Director Power and the administration is that they have to hire a bank, a financial institution that will handle those $4 million to make sure that the process, that we're going to streamline the process and allow our local business owner to be able to apply on this loan. $4 million make a big difference in our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absences. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, the last item that we have is on first reading. Item number 1 on first reading.
Item number 1 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance designating a school zone for emergency service vehicles and drop-off and pickup zone on the Grassy Street for the Briller Charter School, and it was taken off the workshop agenda on June 8, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik and Davila. Roll call on first reading on item number 1.
Roll call for approval, Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, before I vote, I want to request, if it's possible, I know this is the first reading, if any chance a special meeting come arise in the month of July, okay? I want to see this item in that special meeting, please, if it's possible as a second reading.
Understood.
Okay? It's
Understood.
real important.
It will be granted,
Yeah.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
so the votes are 5 in favor, 4 absences. Item number 1 is adopted on first reading. Public hearing and second reading will be on August 15, 2020.
Motion to close.
We have no more item. Can I have a motion to close?
Motion to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call to close this regular meeting. Madam Clerk?
Roll call to close the regular meeting of July 18, 2023. Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, I want to thank you. The meeting started very good. We were on a roll. And I just want to thank you for that understanding that it is 5 after 2 in the morning. We understand what happens. All right, but with that said, my last thing that I want to address is, once again, to Director Powell, this is his last meeting, council members.
You did that already.
And I will continue to thank him for all of his work. To the administration, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. Good morning, Paterson. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to acknowledge our Director Powell. Director Powell. Yes, sir. Thank you for your service. I do personally appreciate what you have done for City of Paterson. And once again, I want to thank our Council President for staying strong. Yes. You know, we stay strong. You know, we have to do city business. Like tonight, we got the business done, even it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm staying.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, again. Director Powell, I congratulate you on the next endeavors, and thank you for your service to the City of Paterson.
Thank you, sir.
With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes, and good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
Director Power, you know how I feel about your leadership in economic development. I stated in the articles that was written, it's a loss for Paterson, but it's a gain for other people. You have bring economic development to our city, and working with the firm, Mr. Florio, and Mr. Florio have bring Paterson from the ruins that it was, so it's a good combination. But last but not least, Council President, I had to commend you, because I know that with all the China things that was going here, whatever they say it, I know I pray for your wife, for your health, and that God give her health, and I pray for you and her.
Thank you, sir.
For real. And if you need to walk with my dog, Kai, you could do so. All right?
Yes.
I love you, my brother.
Thank you.
Listen.
The feeling's mutual.
It's hard shoes to fill, bro. It's hard shoes to fill. So, God bless you, brother. My man, we could go Atlantic City in November, right?
I prepared an hour speech, so when you guys
All
are
right.
done.
My vote is just to close the meeting. I don't want to let them go.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
Thank you. So please allow me to just give my vote. Director Power, the best of luck on your future endeavor. I know you're going to stay around. You're not going far. I want to thank you for the job that you have done for the City of Paterson. Paterson, today was my first regular meeting. I think that we did well. We finished the city business. We finished the agenda. And I understand that, and I'm going to say this, I understand that there's some member of the community that, quite honestly, they don't, and I want my Patersonian to pay attention. If you allow me to just to get into this point, there's some member in the council that they don't want to see progress, but I'm challenging them to just bring up, bring ideas to the table. It's time for us to move the city forward. We did the right thing. We finished the agenda, and we include the item that needs to be included in the agenda. Let's continue working. And also, we finish at this time, my council colleague, the 2-minute time on the closing section, it's coming. And I'm gonna be strong about this. And I would like to take this moment to thank the member of the community, because believe it or not, they stood with it at 3 minutes. So the clock is working. There's a lot more changing coming. Let's pray for our community and let's move our city forward. My vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 in favor, 4 absences. Meeting is officially adjourned at 2:10 a.m.
Oh, she said she didn't want to vote then.